Chapter 1 I Didn't Die. He sat up, blankly looked around, and found that it was still the abandoned factory he had chosen to die at. He didn't understand. Why hadn't he died? As long as you were killed before completely zombifying, you could prevent becoming a zombie and die as a human. With his injuries, death would definitely come faster than becoming a zombie, but it seems he hadn't died. When Qing Ling felt something off about his chest, he looked down only to see a wooden thorn buried deep where his heart was. When Qing Ling, speechless. Holy shit. So am I dead or not? When Qing Ling was scared by this wooden thorn, he grabbed it and yanked it out, his blood sprayed out. The pain had him rolling all over the ground, but before he even made 2 flips he suddenly froze. It didn't hurt as much as he thought it would, the feeling of pain was very weak. He stood back up, lifted his clothes, and found that his wound was already completely healed. When Qing Ling. What shocked him even more was that a red thing suddenly grew out of the place where his blood had sprayed. It looked like a sea anemone, its entire body was blood red, planted on the ground, tentacles waving in the air threateningly as if it were alive. Looking towards his surroundings again, it was all filled with this type of red thing. Every single one of them grew where blood had soaked into the ground, the ones nearest to him were comparatively larger. It should be because it had sufficient nutrients. When Qing Ling pulled one out, he found that it had roots at the bottom, and on the top, it had a circular disc. Tentacles covered the circular disc, they looked like veins, soft and elastic. It has roots and grows in soil, this should count as a plant, right? When Qing Ling cut off a tentacle, a red liquid sprayed out, the smell of blood assaulted his nose, like blood plasma. The red liquid quickly stopped, the opening from the cut was already fully healed. The hell is this? Be it the color, its scent, or where it grew, it all had something to do with blood. When Qing Ling temporarily named them, blood anemones. He grabbed his backpack and packed away the large blood anemones, he couldn't take the smaller ones so he left them where they were. He needs to bring these back to the base to research. With a backpack strapped to his back and a dagger in his hand, Wen Qing Ling tiptoed to the factory's entrance. He didn't see any live zombies through the damaged roll-up door, instead there were countless lying on the ground. Wen Qing Ling quietly lifted the roll-up door and walked out. He was startled by the scene outside. The zombies lying on the ground nearby were all dead. Wen Qing Ling examined these zombies and felt it was strange. Zombies didn't feel pain, as long as the head isn't exploded they wouldn't die. But these zombies' heads were intact and their bodies didn't show any signs of being attacked. They just inexplicably died like this. A group suicide. Suicide your mom. Even if they wanted to kill themselves, they still needed the awareness to do so. Their brains were empty, they wouldn't even know what suicide was. When Qing Ling squatted down, he stabbed his dagger into a zombie's head, a bang sounded and the zombie's head burst open. When Qing Ling flinched, since when was he so strong? He picked out a thumb-sized black crystal from inside the zombie's head. This was a zombie nucleus, it contained energy and was extremely useful in the apocalypse. When Qing Ling became more confused after harvesting all of the nuclei. Even though there were so many dead zombies, no one had touched their nuclei. This meant that no one had come here. When Qing Ling put away the nuclei, wiped his dagger clean, and left the same way he came back to the base. Since he wasn't dead, then he must return. In any case, he couldn't stay outside and risk becoming zombie food at any moment. When he passed by a glass apartment, Wen Qing Ling was scared by his reflection. His face was ashen and his expression was rigid. He tried to make an expression but found that he couldn't control his face. His face was paralyzed. Wen Qing Ling leaned on the wall and studied for a long time, then he lifted his clothes and inspected every inch of himself. He confirmed that he wasn't missing skin or dropping flesh anywhere, he also wasn't wounded, his skin was just a little pale, facial paralysis also wasn't a huge problem. He continued forward. Whenever he saw wandering zombies, he would take the initiative to avoid them, trying his best not to make any noise so as to avoid attracting more zombies. But slowly, Wen Qing Ling noticed something was wrong. When he ran into a zombie, he would immediately avoid it. As for the zombies that ran into him, they would also immediately avoid him, like they were scared by him. Wen Qing Ling. With a head full of question marks, Wen Qing Ling went to find a zombie to experiment. Finding a lone zombie, Wen Qing Ling suddenly jumped out. The zombie froze, and then It shouted a few noises as it turned its body and ran like the wind. Its leg was no longer lame, its forelimbs were no longer stiff, don't even mention how agile it was. Wen Qingling, speechless. He touched his face. Was he that scary? If even the ugly zombies who have no sense of aesthetics were scared away by him, then what future did he still have? Why not ugly himself to death while he was at it? With an expressionless face, Wen Qingling despairingly walked forward. He didn't even avoid the zombies he saw anymore, it was all the zombies avoiding him. Wen Qingling thought that he might have awoken a new ability, for example, zombie immunity. This was too domineering. He wouldn't be bit even if he was thrown into a pile of zombies. Wasn't this too overpowered? The next time someone pushed him into a zombie horde would be great, he'd definitely pull that person with him to experience the joys brought by a zombie horde. Wen Qingling thought, with this addition, I would have 3 abilities now. Did an ability user with 3 abilities exist? He had never heard of one. Even duo ability users were exceedingly rare. In order to prevent troubles from arising, Wen Qingling hid his psychic ability and only used his wood ability. He's going to take off at this rate. South City base was set up on the outskirts. On the whole, zombies gathered within cities and there weren't many on the outskirts, so it was relatively safer. The sky was already dark when Wen Qingling saw the base. He quickened his pace. The base was locked at night, prohibiting anyone from leaving or entering. He heard people arguing ahead, their voices were familiar, they were all people he knew. A female voice cried, "What does his death have to do with me? It wasn't me who killed him." It was Xu Shengfei, his older female cousin from his father's side, which is actually the mother's side, but the story later says she's related to MC's dad. Though from here on, I will just use Kusin. Suppressed his voice as he shouted, "It wasn't you. I heard you were the one who pushed him into the zombie horde." Xu Shengfei's weeping stopped, her voice calm. Under those circumstances, if there wasn't someone to lead the horde away, we would all be dead. Sacrificing one to protect the group, this was the best choice. Lu Tianjin was furious. There's a difference between voluntary and involuntary. If you really had this understanding, why didn't you go down there? Xu Shengfei, I am more valuable than him. Bullshit. Qingling is a wood-type ability user, the entire base relies on him for food. Lu Tianjin was unable to restrain his anger. Xu Shengfei's voice softened. Leader Lu, he is a wood type, I am a plant type, how much difference could there be? Anything he can do, I can do too. Moreover, I really do have more value. What are the most precious things in the apocalypse? Food and women. Without food, people will die of starvation. Without women, humankind will become extinct. So, am I not more valuable than him? Lu Tianjin didn't say anything, apparently convinced by her, but his expression was still ugly. Xu Shengfei continued, not only can I take care of the base's rations, I can also become your woman. Compared to a brother that has already died, isn't it more worthwhile to choose me? As Xu Shengfei said this, her body leaned into Lu Tianjin's. Lu Tianjin's heart was struggling. On one hand, he was grieving for his brother's death, on the other, he needed to resist temptation. His hand slowly fell to hold Xu Shengfei's slender waist. He pushed Xu Shengfei away. A cold light flew past Xu Shengfei's bangs, cutting her hair. Xu Shengfei shrieked in fright and someone came out of the base to check what happened. A bow appeared in Lu Tianjin's hand, he knocked an arrow, pulled the string taut, and aimed it in the direction the dagger had flown out from. With this look, Lu Tianjin froze. Qingling. Xu Shengfei looked at him in shock, incessantly shaking her head. Impossible. This is impossible. He was bitten by a zombie, we all saw it. He's a zombie. He can't be a human. He's a zombie. Kill him. Hurry and kill him. Ah. Lu Tianjin was still shocked, but under Xu Shengfei's urging he once again knocked an arrow and aimed it at Wen Qingling. He was still struggling. Qingling, are you a human or a zombie? If you're human, say something. Wen Qingling continued forward step by step, his eyes were locked on Xu Shengfei. He smelled the scent of fresh blood and meat, it was abnormally delicious, he felt very hungry, so hungry that he wanted to lose his mind and rush over there to take a bite. His human reason reigned in this crazy idea. That dagger just now would have sent Xu Shengfei on her way if Lu Tianjin hadn't pushed her away. Wen Qingling's heart was very calm, there wasn't a hint of hesitation or reluctance that would come from killing a relative. Xu Shengfei trembled from his stare, shrieking, she used her ability, a thorn suddenly grew out of the ground, heading towards Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling easily dodged it. His movement was nimble, his stiff face didn't have any expression, it looked extremely weird. Xu Shangfei screamed, "Help! Someone help! He's a zombie! Kill him!" Wen Qingling turned into a zombie and returned. With her scream, even more people rushed out from inside the base. When they saw Wen Qingling, their scalps numbed. They had all heard that Wen Qingling had been bitten. There was no way he could have returned alive. What's more, it had been 3 days since he was besieged by a zombie horde. Nobody could survive in the city of zombies for 3 days. The people who rushed out didn't wait for an explanation, they all raised their weapons and attacked Wen Qingling. Lu Tianjin, who was still hesitating, gritted his teeth and released the arrow. Wen Qingling's clothes were in tatters and were covered in blood. It was clearly from being bitten by zombies, he couldn't possibly be a human. Wen Qingling leapt away, dodging the arrow. Just a simple leap was several meters high, the survivors from the base all panicked. They unleashed all of their attacks towards him. Wen Qingling no longer advanced, he was forced into a constant retreat and watched as the people in base he knew went further and further away. He really only wanted to kill one person. Xu Shangfei pushed him into the zombie horde, was worried he wouldn't die, and worried he wouldn't be able to lead away all the zombies, so she stabbed him with a wooden thorn. Now, he had come to take her life, it wasn't too much. However, his former teammates had attacked him, they wanted to kill him. Wen Qingling was chased by a horde of humans and had no choice but to escape into Mound City 5. Ling could also be tomb, hill, or mountain, city. I went with Mound since it seemed like a somewhat normal name for a city. Mound City was once a bustling metropolis, its population was extremely dense. When the apocalypse arrived, it had also become the most zombie-infested place. The survivors named it the City of Zombies. The humans chased until just outside of the city, not daring to continue further. Xu Shangfei was extremely worried. What do we do? He escaped inside, if we don't kill him this time, he'll bring more zombies back with him. At that time we'll all be doomed. Hearing her say this, the others' faces all became grave. The sky was becoming increasingly dark and the sounds of zombies roaring could be heard non-stop from within the city. Lu Tianjin said, "It's almost night. Let's first return, inform everyone in the base to increase their guard. Tomorrow, we'll try again." Using their fastest speed, the humans returned back to base. They didn't dare to stay the night outside. The night was when mutated lifeforms and zombies were at their most active. If they stayed outside, all that awaited them was death. End of chapter 1. Lu Tianjin. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Musical note. Wen Qingling, silence. Xu Shangfei, kill him already. Wen Qingling, honey, I rose up from the dead, I do it all the time. Musical note. Chapter 2. Returning home. The sky gradually darkened. Wen Qingling walked on a road filled with zombies. None of the zombies dared to approach him, they all kept their distance. Wen Qingling was the same as them, aimlessly wandering about, he didn't know where to go. At this moment, he was deeply aware that he was no longer a human. He had become a zombie. He stood on the desolate and broken street and felt empty inside. It's already been 2 years since the start of the apocalypse. In the beginning, the military was still able to control the situation, organize evacuations, establish bases, and accommodate survivors. But there were so many zombies they were uncountable and no base was able to resist a zombie siege. A month into the apocalypse, all machines in the country stopped working, the entire world fell and the situation completely went out of control. The survivors would only rely on themselves to survive. 3 months into the apocalypse, the first ability user appeared and gave hope to mankind. But this hope was quickly accompanied by despair because while humans awakened abilities, zombies and mutated organisms were continuously evolving. A vaccine had to be developed, otherwise humans would not have a future. The zombie virus was constantly evolving new variations, it was impossible to research a successful vaccine. To this day, the base has been re-established 4 times in different places and under different leaders. Wen Qingling and other survivors constantly transferred, their base was already destroyed 3 times. Many people died, but there were also any who joined. This was their 4th time rebuilding and it has safely stood for 3 months. He originally thought that he would always stay at the base, up until he died when he was scavenging for resources. Turning into a zombie with consciousness was something he never would have imagined. He was abandoned by his base. His former companions now gathered to kill him all because he was a zombie and zombies must die. He didn't willingly become a zombie and he also didn't harm anyone. Why didn't he have the right to live? Why did he have to be killed? None of the zombies became like that because they were willing. So why didn't any of them have the right to live regardless of their good and bad? Are there good zombies? Wen Qingling didn't know, but he wanted to be a good zombie. A zombie that doesn't eat humans. Not only him, he believes that his mom and dad would also be a pair of good zombies. After his days, he had a direction. He wanted to go home. Since he was no longer human, why not reunite with his parents who also weren't human? A whole family together, even if they were all zombies, that was still family. Wen Qingling found a car on the street and drove home towards South City to find his parents. When the apocalypse began, he rushed home from school and saw his zombified parents. Back then, he couldn't bear to watch his parents aimlessly wander, so he locked them up inside. They should still be there. There were zombies everywhere within the neighborhood. Wen Qingling parked the car on the first floor and climbed to the 12th because the elevator was broken. He made it all the way up in one go. The exhaustion Wen Qingling thought he would experience did not happen. His stamina was inconceivably good. Everyone had lost their homes after the apocalypse, but Wen Qingling had always carried his house keys. It was like he thought that as long as he had the keys, his home would still be there and that he could return whenever he wanted. It was originally just a comfort, he hadn't thought that it would come true, but he really did return home. It was extremely quiet inside. The dark was unable to obstruct Wen Qingling's vision. He went directly to the storage room. There were no windows, only a door. As long as he closed it, his parents wouldn't be able to leave. Wen Qingling opened the door. 2 zombies laid on the ground. Their bodies had decayed to the point one couldn't make out their original appearances. Although a zombie wouldn't die until their head had been removed or shot, they would enter into a state of suspended animation after a long time of not having eaten. Wen Qingling put his backpack down and took out a dagger from the side pocket. He cut his wrist and dripped some blood into the 2 zombies' mouths. He could barely feel any pain and the wound quickly healed itself. Just when Wen Qingling thought to make another cut, a violent gasp suddenly sounded. The 2 zombies shot up abruptly, their breathing recovered, and then they lunged for Wen Qingling's backpack, ripped open the zipper, pulled out a blood anemone, and began wolfing it down. Wen Qingling, speechless. Mamma mia, is this what beggars can't be choosers mean? The scent of blood filled the storage room. Wen Qingling got up. Internally he was shocked, externally he continued to have no expression. However, something more shocking happened after each zombie devoured an entire blood anemone. Their bodies began to change. Previously where one could see their ribs, they grew new flesh and muscles. Their faces which had decayed until they were unrecognizable also began to restore itself. Right in front of Wen Qingling's eyes, they went from decomposing zombies that barely resembled something humanoid to his completely intact parents. The 2 zombies who had just come out of hibernation, drank blood, and ate blood anemones were still in a daze. Wen Qingling, "Hi, Mom, do you recognize me?" Suddenly raised her head, she looked at Wen Qingling expressionlessly. "Why didn't you go to school? Our clinic is still waiting to be passed down to you. Even if you don't like learning medicine, you also need to consider the future. As long as you become a doctor, you won't be unemployed, unless there comes a day where all of humanity becomes extinct. Mom, my beloved mother." Wen Qingling interrupted her rant, "Please just let me say one thing, doctors have already become unemployed." "Bullshit. Your father, I, am still alive, how could doctors all suddenly become unemployed?" Wen Zheng confidently admonished his son. Wen Qingling faced their pressure. A doctor's skills lose to healing-type abilities. "Wen Zheng, what's that?" Wen Qingling finally understood. His mom and dad's memories remained at before they became zombies. "Wen Qingling, we're 2 years into the apocalypse. Think carefully, you just changed back from being zombies." Wen Zheng and Zhong Lan tried to remember and then they looked to each other. "Zhong Lan, I think your belly is rotten. Wen Zheng, I think your face is rotten. Zhong Lan, even if you've become a zombie, you are still the most handsome zombie dad among zombies. Wen Zheng, you are also the most beautiful zombie mom." His parents were rarely so lovey-dovey as they expressionlessly embraced each other. Wen Qingling, speechless. Beauty in the eyes of the beholder. It was so ugly that he could cry, all right. But he didn't dare to say it. Zhang Lan's temper flared again and began to scold her son. You wanted to starve me and your father to death by locking us in here. Is that something a person would do? Wen Qingling was weak and helpless against his mother. I was scared I wouldn't be able to find you guys if you wandered off. Wen Zheng placed his hands on his hips. The poise of an old manager overtook him. A vaccination has been developed, right? We've become human again. Wen Qingling, no, maybe not completely human. Zhang Lan, then what are we? Wen Qingling braced himself as he said, a self-aware zombie family. Zhang Lan, speechless. Zhang Lan, you've also become a zombie. Weren't you uninfected? After that, the three zombies sat together and listened to Wen Qingling narrate everything that happened in the past 2 years. He emphasized that he was pushed into a zombie horde by Xu Shengfei, bitten by zombies numerous times, secretly attacked and stabbed by a wooden thorn, before finally becoming how he was currently. Wen Zheng, speechless. Wen Zheng didn't dare to speak, he feared that this fire would spread to him. Of course, even if he didn't speak, the fire still spread to him. Zhang Lan slapped his head. Look at the child your good big sister raised. A heartless ingrate. To think I looked after her for a few years, is this how she repays me? Zhang Lan stood up. My son, where's that lousy base of yours? Your old mother is going to bite them to death. Wen Qingling and Wen Zheng each held onto her from the sides. Wen Zheng, the outside is teetering with zombies, don't carelessly run around. Zhang Lan shook him off. I'm also a zombie, what's there to be scared of? Wen Qingling, the base has a lot of ability users. They'll kill you. Zhang Lan similarly shook him off. I'll organize our fellow zombies and bite them together. Wen Qingling shook his head in disapproval. Comrade Zhang Lan, your thoughts are very dangerous. You must restrain them. We must be good socialist 3 society-conscious, oriented zombies. First, let's start with not biting people. Wen Qingling's head suffered a punch. Zhang Lan, fuck being good. My son was pushed to feed zombies and you want me to be a good zombie. After I kill that ingrate Xu Shengfei, then I'll answer the call. Mom, mom, mom. Wen Qingling clung to her legs. Wen Zheng hugged her waist. Even with 2 zombies weighing her down, it still didn't stop Comrade Zhang Lan's angry footsteps. Wen Qingling was suddenly struck by inspiration and cajoled. Mom, we don't need to find her, she'll come on her own. Zhang Lan flew into a rage. She still dares to come. Wen Qingling, as long as she still wants to kill me, then she'll definitely come. Since I've become a zombie, as long as she still has some intelligence, then she would definitely be able to guess that I'll return here to find you guys. Good, then I will wait for her here. Zhang Lan plopped onto the floor and sat down. Wen Qingling quickly rolled to the side, he'd almost suffered a fatality. End of chapter 2. Wen Family Daycare. Wen Qingling and WZ, young Miss Zhang Lan, you must not bite the other children. Zhang Lan, raises fist. Chapter 3 Disband. A man stumblingly ran towards an abandoned factory. A horde of zombies chased after him. The man rushed into the factory, immediately dropped the roll-up door down which blocked the zombies that had lunged at him. The man cut a sorry figure as he retreated. His foot caught onto something and he fell onto the floor. With a squelch, his palm slipped like he had smushed something. The man looked back to see that his hand was currently pressed within a puddle of blood, an unknown organism limp on the ground. A circle of black thorns had stabbed into his palm. The pain had him incessantly hissing. He panically pulled them out. After the apocalypse, too many strange things appeared. Who knew whether these things were poisonous or not? He finished pulling out the black thorns and suddenly noticed that the wound on his arm had disappeared. That was a zombie bite. He was definitely infected, but even though he knew this, he still didn't want to be eaten by a zombie horde. That would have been too painful. However, right now, the wound was nowhere to be found and the zombie virus spreading up from his arm also disappeared. Does this mean he wasn't infected? The man was both shocked and elated. He carefully examined those unknown organisms. Aside from the one he had smushed, there were still 3 left. They were all around the size of a baby's fist. The man realized that these might be incredibly good things. A motorcade quietly drove into South City, trying as much as possible to not disturb the zombie horde. The further inside they drove, the more zombies there were. The motorcade had no choice but to stop. Everyone got out of the cars to discuss their next course of action. Xu Shangfei said, "He will definitely return home. His home is located in the renovated district, we must find a way to get there." The renovated district is already close to the city center. The zombies there are too many to even imagine, and the amount of evolved zombies is definitely not few either. We're looking to die if we go there. It's not worth it to sacrifice so many of us just to kill him. Someone raised an objection. Xu Shangfei persisted. He knows where our base is. If he brings a zombie horde to attack us, we'll all be dead. Someone retorted, "This is just your guess." Xu Shangfei, "He definitely will." Xu Shangfei swept her gaze over everyone, particularly the ones who had gone on the mission that day. "We abandoned him to escape, that's why he became a zombie. He will absolutely, 100%, come find us to seek revenge. Moreover, have you guys not noticed? He's different from other zombies." A car came in after them, drawing their attention. Got out of the car, he held a gun as he walked to them. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he would only go after you guys. Don't implicate others and throw away their lives. Xu Shangfei became worried. We're all from the same base, a whole, we must act together. Luo Fengju scoffed, "Strictly speaking, it's Qing Ling and us that are from the same base. How long ago was it that you came to this base? It's not even been 2 months and you already don't count yourself as an outsider. Why did you come?" Lu Tianjin, who had been silent to this point, opened his mouth. They didn't tell Luo Fengju about their operation this time. Luo Fengju slowly raised his gun and aimed it at Xu Shangfei's head. This was his answer. Xu Shangfei's face changed. "What do you think you're doing?" "Tianjin." Lu Tianjin frowned. "Fengju, put your gun away." "Lu Tianjin, have you forgotten how the three of us helped each other survive up until now? Have you counted just how many times Qing Ling saved you?" Luo Fengju used his gun to point at Xu Shangfei. "It was this woman who pushed Qing Ling into the zombie horde. Not only do you not avenge Qing Ling, you're constantly protecting her. Has your conscience been fed to the dogs?" Lu Tianjin was very depressed. "Qing Ling has already become a zombie, what do you want me to do? He's already not human. Then kill this woman Qing Ling." Luo Fengju's finger was on the trigger. Lu Tianjin blocked the gun's opening. "She can't die. Qing Ling is already gone, the base can't lose another plant-type ability user. Fuck your bullshit, are you acting for the base or lusting after her body?" Luo Fengju bellowed, "Either you kill her or we disband and I leave the base. You can do things however you want, after this, no one will disobey you." Lu Tianjin's face paled. This was the situation he never wanted to see. Strictly speaking, the base was established by Wen Qingling, Luo Fengju, and him together. Wen Qingling and Luo Fengju both didn't want to manage anything, which was why the position of leader fell onto him. Xu Shangfei's cold sweat never stopped, her breathing was getting difficult, she suddenly slammed into Lu Tianjin. Lu Tianjin was taken by surprise and crashed into Luo Fengju. The gun fired, but wasn't able to hit Xu Shangfei. Using her quickest speed, Xu Shangfei dove under the car. Luo Fengju stumbled backward, a wooden thorn pierced him through under his ribs. Lu Tianjin couldn't understand how things suddenly became like this. "Fengju." Luo Fengju retreated step by step. "We are disbanded." The zombies were attracted by the gunshot and flocked over. Luo Fengju climbed into his car and drove over them as he left. The battle had already begun, they were surrounded by the zombie horde. The commotion was too big, if they couldn't finish this quickly, even more zombies would come. Chapter 4 Instinct. When Qing Ling opened his eyes, it was like he had fallen asleep, his consciousness drifting over all of South City's streets and alleyways. He saw what happened in South City. Luo Fengju was injured. Xu Shangfei used the same backstabbing move on Luo Fengju. After Xu Shangfei backstabbed him, he was immediately pushed into the zombie horde. The others had escaped, so no one saw Xu Shangfei's attack, which meant that no one would caution Luo Fengju to be on guard for a sneak attack. When Qing Ling stood up, Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng, who had been sitting on the floor, were taking a nap. He went to a clinic not far from his home, wanting to get some hemostatic drugs and gauze. Looking at the empty medical shelves which had been looted, that not even a cotton swab was left behind, Wen Qing Ling had a million choice words he wanted to say. The commotion from the battle wasn't small, it caused all the zombies within South City to become restless. Wen Qingling didn't know why he was able to sense it. This type of feeling was very strange. It was like he could control South City's zombies. With the idea in his head, he suddenly wanted to test whether or not he could actually control zombies. He activated his psychic ability and commanded the zombies surrounding Luo Fengju to not harm him. The starving zombies were extremely unwilling, but they had no way to disobey this command, so they roared at Luo Fengju non-stop. Luo Fengju's car had been flipped by the zombie horde. With the wooden thorn under his ribs, every movement had him doubting his life. He bore the pain and pulled the thorn out. Blood spilled out of him and stimulated the zombie horde, roaring at him. He had already used up all his bullets. If he wanted to escape, he'd have to transform his body, but he didn't want to leave the equipment he had on his body. He didn't know why, but suddenly, the zombies that had originally been lunging and trying to bite him no longer got close to him. However, they now kept roaring at him. With great effort, he climbed out of the car from its window and sat on the ground to catch his breath. The jacket he had used to press on his wound was completely drenched in his blood. A zombie wearing a white lab coat dragged its broken leg as it walked out. Its face was badly mangled, its mouth and nose had rotted until only holes remained. The zombie hobbled as it approached Luo Fengju. Luo Fengju clenched his dagger tightly and held it in front of him, prepared should the lab coat zombie suddenly pounce on him. The lab coat zombie stopped a few paces away from where Luo Fengju was standing and threw him a bundle of something before retreating back into the horde. Luo Fengju was a little dumbfounded. He picked up the bundle and took a look. Inside were gauze, bandages, pads, etc. Luo Fengju thought he was hallucinating. He was forced into a desperate situation by the zombie horde, but a zombie had come and sent him comfort. It couldn't be that this was his dead dad, right? There was no time to waste. He pulled out a bottle of disinfectant from the bundle and also the needle and thread needed for stitching. If this was before the apocalypse, he definitely wouldn't believe that there would be a day where he would have to stitch himself, but after the apocalypse, it was like he could do anything. He had already ran several streets with a wooden thorn stabbed inside him. What's a few stitches? It's just, fuck, this hurts so much. From beginning to end, the zombie horde did not disperse. When he stood up they automatically parted to form a path, letting him leave. Luo Fengju found a working car. He didn't face any more zombie attacks the entire drive out of the city. He felt surreal. Who would dare believe that a zombie would actually throw him a first aid kit? He had to be the zombie's biological son, otherwise how could he accomplish this? After sending Luo Fengju away, Wen Qingling searched for Lu Tianjin's party, but only caught their engine exhausts. Wen Qingling sank into deep thought. Could it be possible that he became a leader? Every time zombies gathered to do something large-scale, it would always be because a leader had evolved among them. The leader could control zombie hordes. As for how many, that would all depend on how high it had evolved. When dealing with this kind of zombie horde, one needed to kill the leader, and the rest of the horde would be without its brain, becoming scattered sand. When Qingling's scalp tingled, he might have accidentally become the human's #1 hunting target. When Qingling turned around and saw his parents standing at the clinic's door. His dad took in the looted clinic. His facial paralysis was almost cured as he went berserk. His mom put this away for later. Where's that ingrate? When Qingling escaped. There were too many zombies in South City. She wasn't able to break through the perimeter. Zhong Lan, so useless. Sure enough, we should have gone to their base. Son, let's go, Mom will avenge you. Wen Qingling, if you could say that again without drooling, I might believe you somewhat. Zhong Lan wiped at her mouth. Your old mother wants to bite that ingrate to death. Wen Qingling, Mom, a good socialist zombie. Wen Zheng, answer the calling, answer the calling. Zhong Lan shot a glare towards her husband and son before angrily flipping over a row of chairs. Fine fine, you might as well starve me to death. Wen Qingling, Mom, we are civilized zombies with self-awareness. We can't learn from those wild zombies and also bite people. Don't brainwash your mother. Zhong Lan placed her hands on her hips as she directed. You still aren't working. Have you seen what our clinic has become? A bunch of robbers, breaking and entering. How disrespectful. 3 zombies slaved away as they cleaned up their clinic. After returning the clinic to its original appearance, they went to loot other people. Their apartment was on the 12th floor. It was extremely inconvenient to walk up and down, so the 3 zombies decided to find another house. After moving everything and settling down, the family of three began scavenging South City for medical supplies again. After all, could a clinic without any medical supplies and medicine still be called a clinic? Running their clinic has basically become his parents' obsession. Even after they've become zombies, they still couldn't leave it. Wen Qingling could only follow silently, he didn't dare to speak. His mom and dad merrily gathered medicine. Wherever they went, zombies would all immediately disperse, no matter how many there were. Zhong Lan, do you see this? Even zombies understand that it's polite to let others through, they also don't hurt their own kind. Humans should learn from them. Wen Qingling, that's because you haven't seen any zombies that hurt their own kind. I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. I'm currently reconstructing my zombie 3 views, don't disrupt my rhythm. Wen Qingling, my dear mother, leave some for others, okay. Other people finally found a pharmacy after working themselves to death, but there's not even a band-aid left. That's too cruel, we can't do that. That's perfect, our clinic's business will explode. Zhong Lan wasn't finished with clearing out the medical shelves, she even set her sights on the pharmacy's drug storage. Wen Qingling followed closely behind her as he advised, our clinic is situated in the zombie-infested South City, what business could we possibly have? Zhong Lan, then we'll treat zombies. Your father is a surgeon, it shouldn't be too big of a problem for him to give zombies plastic surgery or graft some skin. Even as zombies, they can't lose their pursuit of a happy life. Wen Zheng, who was currently being used as a porter, this. I might not be able to do it. Zhong Lan, don't worry, as long as you don't damage their brainstem, who cares how you torment them? Zombies can't die, this is a perfect opportunity to practice your plastic surgery technique. Zhong Lan opened the door to the medical storage with a loud bang and then she froze. Wen Qingling suddenly looked towards the storeroom, he caught the scent of fresh meat, delicious and fragrant, the unbearable hunger returned. He was strenuously resisting, but Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng roared at the same time and lunged forward. A row of heavy metal frames was easily knocked aside. Wen Qingling subconsciously used his psychic ability to control his parents. The last row hid 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. In their hands they all held weapons, they were probably survivors from nearby who had come to find medicine but were forced to hide here by zombies. Wen Qingling didn't need to look with his eyes to know this. He carried several boxes of medical items and drugs and left. His parents who had lost their self-awareness followed behind him as they returned to their clinic. It was only until the commotion by the door vanished, that the 3 people who had hid peeked their heads out to survey their surroundings. There was nothing by the door and they carefully went there, all the zombies in the pharmacy were gone. They looked at the fallen heavy frames and fell into silence. They should be survivors, right? I heard sounds of conversation. I think they were a family of 3 and they have a clinic in South City. The dad is a surgeon and wants to conduct plastic surgery or skin grafting on zombies. The 3 people looked at each other before finally coming to a conclusion. It was another lunatic medical scientist who wanted to develop a vaccine. Chapter 5 Hunger. When they were halfway home, Wen Qingling returned his parents' awareness back to them. Zhong Lan chattered the entire way. Wen Qingling was silent the entire way. He was pondering over a question: if he was a leader, then what were his parents? He already made them try, but they were unable to control the zombie horde. He assumed his parents were the same as ordinary people, they had consciousness, emotions, could talk, could think, they were just stronger and faster. These all weren't problems, the biggest problem was, they would revert back to their zombie instincts the moment they encountered live humans. This was extremely dangerous, this wasn't the same as he had imagined. He didn't want his parents to become zombies with consciousness and their strength comparable to evolved zombies, but still monsters that had to eat humans. Wen Zheng thought more than Zhong Lan, he also understood that he would lose control the moment he saw a human and would become a mindless monster that only knew how to eat. Wen Qingling silently put away the medical supplies and drugs they had brought back before asking them, "Are you very hungry?" Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng both looked at him, they didn't say anything. They truly were hungry, extremely hungry. When humans were hungry, they could endure it, but their hunger wasn't within the realm of endurance. They would lose their minds and live only to eat. Wen Qingling fetched his backpack. Want to eat blood anemones? 2 pairs of eyes stared at the blood anemone, they clearly wanted to eat them, but they shook their heads. Wen Qingling said, "If blood anemones can take care of your hunger, I can help you grow them, but you can't eat humans." Once you've got a taste for human flesh and blood, you will really become mindless zombies. We need to resist our hunger and instincts. You're hungry, I'm also hungry, but I can hold it. Zhong Lan, then, you eat the blood anemone. Wen Qingling shook his head. It's all bloody and gooey, I wouldn't have the appetite to eat it. Zhong Lan, then, should we try boiling it? Wen Qingling and Wen Zheng both looked at her. Zhong Lan also reacted. Wen Qingling, we can try. When they were gathering medicine, they had also found crackers and instant noodles. Wen Qingling had eaten a bit and ended up vomiting until black spots appeared in his vision. It was more painful than ingesting poison. His body didn't accept this type of food, so he could only continue starving. He was unable to eat. His parents must also be in a similar condition. If their bodies could only accept a carnivorous diet, then they could think of some ideas. The first thing they needed to test was whether they could eat cooked food. When Zhong Lan got home, she boiled a bowl-sized blood anemone. The scent that wafted out smelled heavenly. The three zombies couldn't stop salivating. The cooked blood anemone shrank quite a bit in size. The family split it into 3 portions and everyone also got a bowl of blood anemone soup to go along with their piece of the blood anemone. Wen Qingling took the first bite. Its taste was rich. The blood anemone's texture was also quite crispy like jellyfish skin. After the piece of blood anemone and soup was eaten, Wen Qingling finally felt full. There wasn't the slightest bit of discomfort. Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng also finished their portions, finally resolving the maddening sense of hunger. Zhong Lan, cooked blood anemone tastes even better. Where did you get it from? We can farm a few. When Wen Qingling explained the origins of the blood anemone, Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng both froze. Wen Qingling, if it needs blood as the culture medium, then it might not necessarily have to be my blood. We can also try animal blood. In this day and age, zombies ate humans, mutated plants and animals also ate humans. Humans would also eat them, of course, except the zombies. Wen Zheng said, I've been thinking whether our recovery was due to your blood or the blood anemone. If it's your blood that is unique, then even if we use animal blood, we might not be able to grow blood anemones. Wen Qingling, let's try it. The family of 3 each carried a knife, ropes, and bag. They drove to find mutated animals. The whole South City was quiet. There was only their car engine sound. Such a loud commotion, but none of the zombies attacked them. This made the survivors who snuck into South City doubtful. The outer city practically didn't have any more mutant animals. Most of them had become the survivors' food. They had to go towards the city center. Their luck was quite good. They quickly encountered a mutated pig. Its whole body was pitch black, it had 2 heads, and was significantly larger than an adult cow. The pig's speed was very fast. Wen Qingling drove the car in pursuit. The mutated pig ran towards the Mound City's city center. When they were about to reach the city hall, Wen Qingling abruptly stopped the car. The fleeing pig also stopped. Its hind legs trembled, retreating continuously. What's? Shish. Wen Qingling motioned for them to keep silent. Not a single zombie was around them. It was very quiet. A cleaver suddenly flew out from nowhere, instantly cutting off the mutated pig's head. Its blood spewed everywhere. A sturdily built zombie slowly walked out. It was nearly 2 meters tall and had a potbelly. The flesh around its body was basically intact. It walked towards the mutated pig, picked up the cleaver on the ground, and looked in Wen Qingling's direction. Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng have never seen this kind of zombie before. The evolutionary pressure bore down on their heads, freezing them in place through fear. It's a level 1 evolved life form, Butcher. The Butcher was built tall and sturdy, movements slow. Similar to humans, they like to use weapons, preferring a butcher's knife or axe. Stay in the car, don't come out. Wen Qingling opened the door and stepped out. He stood face to face with the ugly and dangerous Butcher. Based on their levels, the status of a leader was higher than a butcher. There was no reason for him to be afraid. The one who should be afraid is this Butcher. The Butcher didn't approach, but it roared at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling felt that he had been slighted. He was a level 6 evolved life form leader, but a mere level 1 Butcher dared to try to intimidate him. What was he? Dead? Wen Qingling breathed in and let out a very intimidating zombie roar. On roaring, who doesn't know how? The Butcher was silenced, intently watching Wen Qingling for a while, before trying to take the pig's head. Wen Qingling didn't stop him and the butcher pitifully walked away with the pig head. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 Seed. Wen Qingling stepped forward. Looking at the large pool of blood on the ground, he placed the remaining 2 blood anemones in his bag into the water, before using his wood ability on them to aid them in absorbing the blood. Growing rapidly, the blood anemones soon reached knee height. Besides these 2, no new blood anemones grew. Grabbing a dagger, Wen Qingling slashed his wrist and blood seeped out, dripping into the pool of mutant pig blood. His blood was like a seed. One after another, new blood anemones grew rapidly while absorbing blood. As expected, the blood anemone's growth was really related to his own blood. Wen Qingling did not know the full implications of this, but he knew that he would no longer have to go hungry in the future. The large mutant pig really had a lot of blood. Wen Qingling had no idea what the limit of the blood anemone's growth was, and decided to continuously use his wood ability on them to speed up their maturation. The blood anemones grew, and did not stop even after reaching the height of a human. Wen Qingling was alarmed. He did not dare speed up the anemone's growth anymore. Such a large stock of blood anemone was a little scary to look at. The tentacles on it danced in the air, as if they would attack at any time. What's that at the tip of the tentacle? Zhang Lan pointed out the abnormality. At the tip of each thick tentacle was a small, black, ping-pong-sized sphere. Wen Qingling tried to use his powers once more. The small black spheres slowly grew larger. When they reached the size of a man's fist, they automatically fell to the ground. Zhang Lan picked one up. Splitting it open, she found black granules that looked like seeds. When the black sphere was split open, a lot of these black seeds fell into the pool of blood, and quickly sprouted new blood anemones. The 3 zombies. So they've found the blood anemone's seeds. Looking at the countless black seeds, they were elated inside, yet their faces remained stiff. The 3 gathered all the black spheres and kept them, planning to grow them in the future. The mutant pig's blood had already been sucked dry, not a single drop wasted. Wen Qingling realized that after using the same wood ability on the blood anemones, only the 2 he brought over grew to the height of a human and bore fruit. The other blood anemones only grew to 1 meter or so before stopping, and did not bear fruit either. Looking at the 2 special blood anemones, Zhang Lan named them blood anemone queens. In the future, they would be relying on them for blood anemone seeds. Speaking of which, these blood anemones were rather magical. When provided with fresh blood, they would grow, but even when not given blood and soil, they would not perish. With so much food, the 3 zombies had to grab a truck. After loading it up with the mutant pig and all the blood anemones, they contentedly returned home. The 2 blood anemone queens received Zhang Lan's enthusiastic reward. She tied a green silk ribbon around the thick body of each of the blood anemone queens. As for the other blood anemones, they were resigned to their fate as food. The blood anemones were alive and would not spoil. They had to eat the mutant pig's flesh first. The mutant pig was simply too big. The family of 3 had to stay up late to process the mutant pig. They had to first separate the flesh and the bones, then chop the flesh into smaller chunks to freeze. One refrigerator was not enough. They had to find 2 more freezers to store all the meat and bones. Luckily, they had managed to find a villa with electricity. Their dinner was pork rib soup. Though its taste fell short of the blood anemones, it was still very delicious. As expected, they could only eat meat. Now that the food was settled, they could start working. It was truly a shame that the clinic had no business. After all, the living would not visit, and the zombies did not know to visit. Business was bleak. Wen Qingling absorbed all the zombie crystal nuclei in his hand, and felt that there were improvements in his strength. This was his habit as an ability user. Ability users were able to directly absorb the energy found within crystal nuclei to improve their own strength. Ling City was very dangerous. It was not called the City of Zombies for nothing. They had met a zombie butcher so easily. The most important point was, this butcher even dared to challenge him. It was merely a level 1 mutated lifeform, yet it had the guts to do so. Wen Qingling was afraid that, if in the future, they met a mutated lifeform of a higher grade, their whole family would simply be a walking meal. He had to improve his strength. Obtaining crystal nuclei was a big problem. The 3 zombies had a heated discussion regarding this issue. Finally, the head of the family decided that, once the clinic opened, crystal nuclei would be charged for consultation. What if there were no patients? They would take the initiative to find some, they could not always wait for business to come to them. The family of 3 stood at the door of the clinic, all ready to find some customers. This resulted in all nearby zombies taking a detour to avoid them. Zhang Lan looked at her son. You shouldn't be here. Wen Qingling had no choice but to return to the office. Once he left, the zombies finally started passing by the clinic again. Zhang Lan grabbed one. Hey beautiful, do you want a facelift? The rotting on your face looks really serious. All it takes is 100 crystal nuclei, and you can restore your youth and beauty. Wanna try? The beautiful zombie had a sluggish look on her face. With empty eyes, she struggled away from Zhang Lan's grip and slowly shambled away. Zhang Lan hollered from behind, 10 crystal nuclei is fine too. Wen Zheng blocked the path of another zombie. Handsome brother, can you understand me? Don't you want to become a good-looking zombie like me? Our clinic can help you achieve your dreams. The handsome zombie bad-temperedly roared at Wen Zheng. Wen Zheng, you're already a zombie, no need to be so grumpy. The next few days also saw no customers. Zhang Lan vented, the zombies need to drink some brain-replenishing liquids. How are we supposed to communicate when they don't even have a brain? Wen Zheng, even brain-replenishing fluids won't be of help. What they need are brain transplants. Zhang Lan suddenly remembered something. Son, don't you have the ability to control zombies? Can they understand your words? Wen Qingling suddenly stood up and walked out the office. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng followed him out, and then were stunned. At the clinic's entrance stood one big and one small zombie. The big zombie was wearing a white coat and limping on one leg. It was clutching a 5 or 6-year-old little girl with empty eyes in its hands. Wen Qingling remembered this zombie. It was exactly the one he had controlled previously to send Luo Fengju medicine. Chapter 7 Business. The white coat zombie made a gurgling sound in its throat. Pushing the little girl in its hand forward, the zombie opened its rotten palm, revealing several crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling was surprised. This zombie actually had a trace of human consciousness. It wanted Wen Qingling to help the little girl become a zombie with consciousness. Zhang Lan, we can try treating them first. Let's wait till they are cured before requesting for the crystal nuclei payment. Wen Qingling took a small blood anemone from the office. Wanna eat it? Roaring, the little girl pounced forward, holding the fist-sized blood anemone and nibbling on it. The smell of blood wafted out. There were zombies gathered outside the clinic door, having been attracted by this smell. However, they dared not come forward and could only watch from a distance. Wen Qingling did not know whether the current state of his parents was due to his blood or due to the blood anemone. He had no choice but to experiment a little. The little girl only took a few bites before giving the remaining half of the blood anemone to the white coat zombie. The white coat zombie looked very hungry. It grabbed the blood anemone and finished it in just a few bites. Its memory was restored. Its chaotic brain gradually cleared up. The cloudy look in its eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by liveliness. Wen Qingling had been observing them this whole time. Though their decaying bodies had not changed for the time being, their mannerisms and behavior had changed. After waiting a while longer, the white coat zombie suddenly spoke in a hoarse, grating voice, "Thank you." The rotting body had not recovered. The white coat zombie had only managed to regain its consciousness. Wen Qingling took a larger blood anemone and encouraged the two to eat it. The regeneration and restructuring of flesh and bone that his parents had experienced previously was once again seen in the two zombies. Looking at their intact bodies, Feng Bin was very excited, though his face still could not express any emotions. The crystal nuclei that I owe, I will definitely repay. The small Tong Tong, with a stiff face, solemnly gave thanks as well. Thank you, big brother. Wen Qingling reminded them, we look like people, but we are not human. If you're hungry, you can hunt mutant animals to eat. Do not eat people and don't give humans a reason to hunt you. Feng Bin nodded, I will definitely restrain myself. Wen Qingling's hypothesis was correct. The blood anemones really could help them restore their bodies and regain their consciousness. Wen Qingling still wanted to know the difference between the zombies who recovered solely by eating the blood anemones and his parents who not only ate the blood anemones but also drank his blood. After some comparison, he realized that the disparity in strength between the two groups was very large. His parents' speed and strength could almost be compared with third-grade evolved lifeforms. Feng Bin's overall strength, on the other hand, while higher than that of ordinary zombies, still fell slightly short of a first-grade evolved lifeform's strength. Compared against a butcher, Feng Bin's raw strength was still weaker, though his speed was significantly faster. However, they had one characteristic in common: they were all unable to absorb zombies' crystal nuclei. 1 week later, Feng Bin, who had gone out to collect consultation fees, returned with 194 crystal nuclei. From that point onwards, they no longer had any dead between them. Within the same week, 2 more zombies took the initiative to visit the clinic. Like Feng Bin and Tong Tong, they both managed to regain a trace of consciousness. Coincidentally, they had also been controlled by Wen Qingling in the past. At that time, they were the ones who had roared the loudest, hell-bent on tearing into Luo Fengju. Wen Qingling had been forced to tighten his control over the two. As for the treatment process, these 2 zombies also relied on eating blood anemones to restore their bodies and consciousness first, before going out to earn their medical fees. This phenomenon led Wen Qingling to think more deeply. Was his spiritual power aiding them in restoring consciousness? With this speculation in mind, Wen Qingling got into the habit of spreading out his spiritual power when he had nothing else to do. He would let his spiritual power wander around the streets and alleys of South City, brainwashing the zombies there, hoping they would regain consciousness earlier. His spiritual powers drifted on the edge of South City. There, he saw a mother-son pair crying their lungs out, and an off-road vehicle driving into the distance. The sky was about to turn dark. If the mother and son continued staying in the wild, they would not live to see the next morning. Wen Qingling looked at the blood anemones beside his hand. Would they be useful to humans? Or would eating them cause humans to turn into zombies? Wen Qingling drove over. When he arrived, the young woman was hysterical. "Come and eat me, you monsters. Come on, I don't want to continue living anyway, but I'll at least take you down with me." Wen Qingling stopped the car and looked at them through the window. The woman's voice stopped abruptly, and she ran over with the boy in her arms, crying and begging. "Please save us, where are you heading to? Can you give us a ride? We are going to the Ling City base. I'll give all these to you, please save us." With trembling hands, the woman pulled out all the crystal nuclei she had kept hidden close to her body. These crystal nuclei totaled dozens. Wen Qingling got out of the car, and his eyes fell on the little boy. "He's transforming." Hearing this, the woman hurriedly hugged the child, a look of panic on her face. "No, he is fine, he can be saved as long as we return to the Ling City base." The Ling City base was a big base. Because it was built near the Ling City, it was thus named the Ling City base. The South City base where Wen Qingling was currently located was just a small base at the south border of Ling City. It only had a little over 100 survivors, and could not be compared with large, established bases like Ling City's. Wen Qingling was surprised. "Does Ling City base have a vaccine?" The woman nodded, then shook her head, flustered. "Possibly, someone in Ling City base was bitten by a zombie, but he didn't turn into a zombie. He may have antibodies, or he may have been vaccinated, I'm not sure. But we'll have hope as long as we return to Ling City base." Wen Qingling lifted the boy's clothes and the woman quickly grabbed his hand. A scene flashed in Wen Qingling's mind. The boy was bitten by a zombie and the small squad wanted to abandon him. Though the woman begged bitterly, the squad still snatched her weapons and forced the woman and little boy off the car. This was an ability available to those with a spiritual type ability, appraisal of the past. Through touch, they were able to glimpse into the moment which the other found most memorable, or the moment when the other's emotions had fluctuated the most. Wen Qingling, the zombie's poison is about to spread to his whole body. You can't make it back to base. Hearing this, the woman collapsed and sobbed. Impossible, impossible, we can definitely make it as long as we're fast enough. Wen Qingling, then do you know where the people with antibodies or vaccines are? Can you find them? Would you be able to make it in time? The woman wailed louder. She only saw hope, but did not know how fleeting it was. Wen Qingling grabbed a blood anemone from his bag and placed it on the boy's body. Wanna eat it? The boy's eyes were lifeless and his body twitched constantly, signs of an impending transformation. Wen Qingling did not know whether the boy wanted to eat the blood anemone, but he knew that the blood anemone wanted to eat the boy. The tentacles on its mouth plate suddenly stabbed towards the boy's neck, each tentacle making a gulping sound, as if they were sucking the boy's blood. Frightened, the woman screamed, wanting to smack the blood anemone away, but was held back by Wen Qingling. Don't move. The woman screamed, it's sucking Xiao Wen's blood. Wen Qingling's eyes stared unblinkingly at the boy. It's absorbing the zombie poison. The woman paused. Only now did she realize that the zombie poison, which had originally spread to the boy's whole body, was rapidly receding. When the last of the zombie poison was removed, the blood anemone automatically removed its tentacles. As it had drunk some blood, its head had become a little bigger. At this time, the boy regained consciousness and weakly shouted, "Mommy." Crying and laughing, the woman held her son, kissing him incessantly and leaving behind both tears and snot on his face. Unable to continue watching, Wen Qingling took the blood anemone and crystal nuclei away before asking, "Can you drive?" "I can." Wen Qingling threw the car keys to her. "The car is for you, go back to the base as soon as possible, the sky will turn dark soon." Wen Qingling turned to leave, but the direction he was heading to was unexpectedly South City. Alarmed, the woman hurriedly grabbed him. "Where are you going?" "Wen Qingling, home." The woman looked at South City and said with difficulty, "Your home is in South City." Wen Qingling did not reply to her question. "Go back, Ba." Leaving behind those words, he walked away. Following behind, the woman shouted, "South City is full of zombies, and it is very dangerous at night. Do you want to go back to the Ling City base with me?" Not receiving a reply, the woman shouted again, "Will I still be able to see you again next time?" This time, Wen Qingling replied, "I'm running a clinic in South City." He had finally managed to advertise the clinic. There would probably be a steady stream of crystal nuclei in the future. The woman stood still, watching his figure disappear into the cityscape of South City. Only then did she finally drive away. Chapter 8. 4 People. Wen Qingling had tried before. The blood anemones grown from seeds could not restore a zombie's human form and consciousness. Only the blood anemones grown from his blood had this effect. The business for the clinic was dismal. Wen Qingling was incredibly idle. Spreading out his spiritual power, he found a thrilling performance to watch, a battle between 4 people and 2 butchers. Though they were up against the butchers who had thick skin and flesh, the 4 people did not fall behind in the slightest. Wen Qingling found the reason for that soon enough. 3 of the 4 were ability users. There was one fire ability user who desperately threw out large fireballs without care, causing loud booms to resound non-stop. There was one wind ability user, flying around the area on wings made of wind, hacking away, spilling blood and flesh. There was also an earth ability user, constantly turning the area around the butcher into mud, making the butcher's feet sink into the ground. Coupled with the butcher's originally slow reaction, this caused the butcher to become meat on a chopping board. The last one did not use any special abilities. It was hard to ascertain whether he was an ability user or not. However, he was more ferocious than the other 3 ability users. He had black hair, black eyes, and a cold expression on his face. Narrowly sliding past the butcher's large axe, he sliced open the butcher's belly with one cut. The fire ability user jumped to his feet and shouted at the man, asking him to resolve matters quickly and not discuss others. With his next strike, the man cut off the butcher's arm. The large axe fell to the ground with a resounding boom. With his third strike, the man directly decapitated the butcher, its large head rolling onto the ground. Using the same moves, he cleanly resolved the remaining butcher in 3 strikes without a second of delay. At this moment, Wen Qingling instinctively felt some danger and wanted to retract his spiritual power. The man who had his head bowed while cleaning his knife abruptly looked up. His eyes were sharp. It was as if he could see Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling, speechless. Where did these 4 pop up from? He had been wandering around Ling City for 2 years, and he had never heard of them. If they were an ability user squad situated in the area, with such strong strength, they would be very famous. After all, ability users were the minority. For abilities related to nature like theirs, the number of ability users was even lower. Yet today, Wen Qingling was able to see 3 at once. They were probably outsiders. What's in the sky? Ji Rong followed the man in looking up at the sky, but found nothing. Xiao Hen sheathed the knife. Done, we should go. Shi Chong collected the crystal nuclei of the butchers, and the 4 of them continued their journey. Ji Rong, the legendary city of zombies, is indeed worthy of its name. Even butchers appear in pairs. Xiao Hen, you only saw the butcher. There is something else here. The feeling of being watched from before was gone. The observer must have left. The four people halted their steps. From the front came a group of zombie dogs. There were more than a dozen of them. Their bodies were so rotten that you could see their ribs. One by one, they stretched out their necks, salivating. With low roars, they rushed up to encircle the group. Second-grade evolutionary lifeform, shepherd. Was this what you meant by something else? Ji-Rong's scalp was going numb. He would rather fight to the death with a butcher than face a shepherd. The zombie dogs roared and rushed toward them. The four of them immediately turned and started running away, attacking as they escaped. The shepherd's dogs were very difficult to deal with. They were fast, agile and even had a tracking ability. Being targeted by them was akin to having something stuck to you with superglue. The only way to avoid this was to kill them all, or locate the shepherd and kill them off. Shepherds had always been cunning and would only use their control ability while hidden deep in the shadows. Once the pack of zombie dogs were dead, as long as the shepherd was still alive, it would be able to find more pets to continue its hunt. The two fireballs that Ji-Rong sent both did not hit the mark. The zombie dogs were incredibly agile and had great jumping ability. Fuck, boss, come on, hit the dog. Xiao Hen flipped his wrist. The long knife in his hand disappeared, replaced by a sniper rifle. He then disappeared from the spot, reappearing on the roof of a neighboring building. From that position, he exploded the heads of the zombie dogs one by one. The sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer and did not cause much noise. After the group of zombie dogs was killed off, Xiao Hen did not leave the roof. He was trying to find the shepherd's hiding place. A few minutes later, a dwarf-sized zombie dashed into the group of zombies at a rapid speed. Xiao Hen tracked it through the rifle's scope. The moment the small zombie showed its head, it was taken down by a single shot. Xiao Hen retrieved the gun and once again reappeared within the team. The sniper rifle in his hands had already turned back into a long knife. Ji-Rong gritted his teeth. If I catch that rascal, I will definitely beat him until he no longer looks human. He-Lin habitually observed the terrain. The density of zombies here is too high. It's very easy for evolved zombies to appear. Ji-Rong jumped to his feet, annoyed. Don't jinx it anymore, I need rest. Xiao Hen cut in. You should pray that the rascal won't be killed off by the evolved zombies here. Otherwise all this effort will be for naught. Chapter 9 Blood Corpse. Wen Qingling recalled that he had left 4 blood anemones behind in the abandoned factory, and planned to go check on them. Too lazy to walk, he casually found a random car on the road and drove over. The dead zombies outside the factory had decomposed so much, only skeletons were left. The atrocious smell permeated through the whole area. Before he realized, it had already been almost a month since he had returned home. This month was the happiest and most relaxing time he had ever had since the start of the apocalypse. He did not have to worry about the safety of the base, did not have to care about the food problems in the base, and did not have to take the risk of going out for supplies. He was not responsible for anybody's life or death, and had become free and unburdened of worries. Jumping over the rotten flesh and skeletons, he walked into the factory. There was nothing on the ground. Even the blood he had left behind had disappeared. However, it was gone together with the top surface of the ground, seemingly having been eaten by something together with the mud. While Wen Qingling was wondering at the strangeness, a gust of wind came from behind, bringing along a fishy smell. Wen Qingling turned around and came face to face with a pair of scarlet eyes. The claws that were aimed at the back of his head suddenly stopped, then the creature rapidly escaped through an open window. Following right behind were 4 people. The two sides stared at each other, stunned. Wen Qingling, speechless. He had actually become the protagonist this time, one referencing to how he watched the previous 4v2 butcher fight as a spectator. The 4 people, speechless. There were actually living people here. Wen Qingling's instinct to bite people began to surface again, but it was not very strong. He could eat his fill every day and no longer hungered as much. It was just that the smell of fresh blood and flesh was sweet, causing an instinctual reaction. He-Lin followed the trail of blood on the ground to the window, helplessly turning back, it escaped. Xiao Hen had been staring at Wen Qingling all this while. Wen Qingling calmly returned his gaze. Xiao Hen's moved his hand to the hilt of his knife. Who are you? What are you doing here? Wen Qingling, a survivor. Secretly observing his reactions, Xiao Hen continued, did you see anything just now? Wen Qingling shook his head, I only smelled a fishy smell. Ji Rong teased, you're truly lucky. That blood corpse too this was the best I could come up with. Underscore 3 close corner bracket angle, the original Chinese name for it literally means, a bloody corpse, was being chased by us and didn't have time to eat you. Wen Qingling expressionlessly replied, blood corpse. It was a name he had never heard before. Ji Rong. I just named it. That zombie is not rotten, has no skin and is covered with bloody flesh. It's very fast. If you see it, don't hesitate, just run. Well, you probably wouldn't be able to escape after seeing it. That thing just attacked a small squad of survivors and bit a few to death. The moment it saw us, it immediately fled without hesitation. It is highly intelligent. Wen Qingling. I see, thank you. Once he finished speaking, he started walking towards the factory door. Xiao Hen watched him leave and gave the 3 people a look. The 3 people understood his meaning. It was not just Xiao Hen who found things strange. The other 3 also felt that something was fishy. Following Wen Qingling, they left the factory as well. Wen Qingling had already reached a spot opposite of the skeleton and was still walking forward. Wen Qingling walked a little more, then turned to look at them. Sneakily tailing me. The 4 who had not tried to hide their actions at all, speechless Xiao Hen, were just walking in the same direction. Wen Qingling glanced at them. Opening the car door, he hopped into the car and drove away. The 4 people, speechless. Ji Rong. He actually has a car. Xiao Hen. There are cars all around us. Is it strange to own a car? They grabbed a usable car from the side of the road and chased after the sound of Wen Qingling's car. Wen Qingling knew that they were following. Originally, he wanted to abandon the car and leave, but suddenly changed his mind. Xiao Hen slammed down on the accelerator, wanting to knock the incoming zombies out of the way. However, soon afterwards, the 4 started to deeply doubt themselves. Ji Rong stiffly asked, did you guys see that? The zombies here even know how to avoid cars. With a solemn face, Xiao Hen replied, I saw it. The whole journey, only a few zombies who could not duck away in time were knocked flying by the speeding car. All the other zombies actually managed to dodge. They dodged a speeding car. He Lin. Did the zombies here evolve to have some consciousness? Xiao Hen. It's impossible for there to be so many evolved zombies with consciousness in such a short period of time. There's something strange here. Ji Rong was furious. Motherfucker, we haven't even completed our mission yet, but now there's such a situation. And that blood corpse, is it a new evolved breed? It can't be that it also has its own consciousness. Xiao Hen. The possibility of that is very large. He suddenly braked. He had spotted Wen Qingling's car at the side of the road. The car was there, but its driver was gone. Xiao Hen looked up sharply. On the roof of a tall building in front of him, stood a person. Wasn't that the man they were tracking? Fuck, is he an ability user? Ji Rong was surprised. Wen Qingling's face was expressionless and he looked at them quietly. Xiao Hen disappeared from the spot and appeared on the roof in an instant. Though Wen Qingling's face did not show it, he was surprised in his heart. Space ability user. Xiao Hen grasped the handle of his knife and approached Wen Qingling. Who are you exactly? Wen Qingling returned his gaze, then replied, then who are you guys? What are you here for? Xiao Hen. I'm the one asking questions now. Wen Qingling. Are you sure you have the time to be asking questions now? Don't you need to go down and help? Leaving behind these words, Wen Qingling spread his arms and fell from the building. Shocked, Xiao Hen chased him to the edge of the roof, only to see Wen Qingling flip in midair and land stably on the ground, creating a dent. Wen Qingling looked up at him and quietly said, you guys are in trouble, leave this place. A few jumps later, he disappeared into the surrounding infrastructure. Wen Qingling's words were very light, but they seemed to have been spoken right into Xiao Hen's ear. Xiao Hen did not have the time to ponder over it. Turning the long knife in his hand into a sniper rifle, he took aim at the battlefield below. A 4th-grade evolved lifeform, the Vile 3 Ya. In the Raz it's named Cho Ba Guai, which literally means ugly. I couldn't bring myself to name it the ugly zombie, so Vile it shall be. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. 3 Zombie, with a ring of heads around its neck, was currently hunting down the other 3. Those heads almost seemed to be equipped with springs and would extend out to bite at people when they were not alert. vial, zombies were 3 meters tall with immense strength. Even when Ji Rong's large fireball smashed into it, it seemed to feel no pain. The earth bindings that Shi Chong made were easily kicked to pieces. He Lin spread out his wings of wind, hacking away at the numerous heads on the vial zombie's neck. At the same time, Xiao Hen opened fire. Each bullet from his rifle took away a head. The vial zombie roared and grabbed a nearby car, sending it flying towards He Lin. He, Ji Rong rushed over, and the car smashed down on his head. He collapsed ungracefully. Xiao Hen continuously fired, providing the two some cover. 2 bullets hit their marks, but the heads that were destroyed from the shots quickly grew back. The vial zombie angrily roared another time and abandoned the 3, charging towards the building where Xiao Hen was located and climbing up its sides. Ji Rong and Shi Chong combined their strength to push the car away. He Lin was trapped underneath and a layer of crushed dirt was found on his body. The instant before the car impacted He Lin, Shi Chong had made an earth shield to protect him. That shield had been crushed into powder by the impact. He Lin was covered in blood. His injuries were heavy. Ji Rong hugged He Lin and yanked him backwards. A thick, fishy scent was blown right into their faces. A gruesome-looking blood corpse pounced on Ji Rong and He Lin. Xiao Hen suddenly appeared. A cold light escaped his sheath and slashed towards the blood corpse's neck. A sound akin to metals colliding was heard. The knife's blade was held within a sharp claw. Xiao Hen flipped his left hand, causing a short knife to appear. He struck towards the blood corpse. It jumped away quickly, but still had its chest sliced open, blood pouring from the wound. Xiao Hen's 2 knives were replaced by a gun. He shot 3 times in succession, but they were all dodged by the blood corpse. It stood on the roof of a car not far away, staring at them with its blood-red eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spoke. "You cannot escape from South City." The blood corpse's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Xiao Zhen opened fire again, this time hitting the blood corpse, but was unable to strike its head. It let out a long roar. Other zombies in the vicinity roared together as well, swarming towards their side. Shi Chong carried He Lin on his back and got into the car to leave. A dense crowd of zombies headed towards them. Ji Rong continuously changed directions, while the blood corpse led the other zombies to surround the car. They piled on top of it, smashed the windows and crazily snapped their jaws, all wanting a bite of human flesh. At this critical moment, the frenzied zombie horde suddenly paused in their movements. The zombies piled up on the car all rolled off and retreated, forming a road leading out of the city. The blood corpse roared in anger. The zombie horde roared back louder. Reluctantly, the blood corpse glanced once at Xiao Hen's group and rapidly retreated. Chapter 10 Humiliation. Wen Qingling was very angry. Was he being treated as if he was dead? That zombie heard out of nowhere, the blood corpse actually dared to command his little brothers, one meaning the zombies. Did it forget who was the true boss of South City? The roaring of the zombies could be heard from the clinic. Zhang Lan poked her head out the door, looking around. The sound was coming from the south. What kind of large-scale activity are your little brothers doing? Did they not inform you? Wen Qingling, there's a wild zombie that stole my authority and is attacking humans. Zhang Lan replied, then hurry up and snatch it back. We are morally upright and socially responsible zombies and don't ever attack humans. Wen Qingling raised his head and looked at his mother. Yeah, we don't take the initiative to attack humans. But if humans were the first to attack, and they did not retaliate, wouldn't they be fools? Zhang Lan nodded, asking, has the zombie who stole your authority been dealt with? Wen Qingling rested his cheek against his hand and spoke. I'll drive it out of South City, East City, North City, West City, it's free to go anywhere, as long as it doesn't bother my zombie little brothers. Wen Zheng, holding a cup of tea made from the blood anemone's tentacles, slowly ambled over. Business is too bleak. I was wondering when you would be able to step up as Ling City's big boss, but in one moment of carelessness, even your authority in South City was lost. Sure enough, we can't not work. We must have a source of income. Wen Zheng drank a mouthful of tea that looked like blood. Why don't you give me a blood anemone? I will be a traveling doctor. I'm sure I will meet humans who are infected and require urgent help. Wen Qingling covered his face and said, Dear Dad, please stop dreaming. With your condition, I'll be eternally grateful if you don't pounce onto a living human and take a bite out of them, much less help them. Wen Zheng got angry. As long as I'm not hungry, I won't want to eat people. Wen Qingling. Yes, yes, you have already cultivated yourself back to a human. Right as they were discussing the lack of business, a business opportunity came up to the door. There was another zombie who wanted to regain consciousness. This type of treatment was very simple, so Wen Qingling always left it to his parents to do. All he needed to do was provide blood anemones. Wen Qingling checked the whereabouts of the 4 people once again. There were so many zombies eyeing them that they had no choice but to leave. Up till they left South City, the zombie horde was still standing at the edge of the city staring at them. Only when they drove even further away did the zombie horde finally disperse, some heading back and some continuing to forage for food. Ji Rong stopped the car. His hands were full of cold sweat. He had driven out of the city with a horde of zombies packed around them, almost like escorts in a parade. If not for his ability to withstand stress, he would have collapsed long ago. A medical kit appeared in Xiao Hen's hand, which was handed over to Shi Chong in the back seat. Shi Chong took the kit. He first injected He Lin with a special hemostatic, then bandaged him to stop the bleeding. One of He Lin's legs had been crushed underneath the car and almost became a pile of unrecognizable flesh. It was bleeding non-stop. Ji Rong. Boss, what now? Xiao Hen. How's ol' he? Shi Chong. Excessive blood loss, he's already unconscious. Ji Rong slammed his hand on the steering wheel. What the hell was that? High attack ability, high speed, able to create zombie hordes, and it can even talk. It can actually talk. Is this still a fucking zombie? Without pausing his movements, Shi Chong continued, the worst case is that a new type of evolved zombie has appeared. Xiao Hen remained silent. He was thinking. In the rearview mirror, a car suddenly appeared and slowly stopped in front of them. Wen Qingling lowered the car window and spoke. Need help? The gears in Ji Rong's mind turned slowly. What the fuck? The target who they were tailing earlier had managed to shake them off, but now he actually sent himself right over. Xiao Hen had already left their car. Using his long knife, he rapped at Wen Qingling's car window. Come out. Wen Qingling got out of the car. In order to earn a treatment fee, he was giving it his all. He could not ask his father to be a traveling doctor. Though he could restrain himself when facing humans, his parents would frequently lose control. With eyes filled with suspicion, Xiao Hen asked, You're a healer? Wen Qingling. Kinda. Xiao Hen cocked his head. Treat him. Wen Qingling stood unmoving. Treatment within the clinic costs 100 ordinary crystal nuclei. Treatment outside the clinic requires double the fee, 200 ordinary crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen. A sealed bag appeared in his hand and he threw it to Wen Qingling. There's definitely more than 200 inside, go treat him. Wen Qingling scanned the bag with his spiritual power. There were indeed more than 200 crystal nuclei in the bag. Wen Qingling. Move the person out, place him on the ground. Xiao Hen stared at him, unmoving. Wen Qingling. Do you not want to move him, or do you not want to place him on the ground? I only perform treatment, there are no additional services. Additional help requires payment. Shi Chong and Ji Rong had already carried the unconscious He Lin off the car, and placed him flat on the ground. Wen Qingling glanced over, removed the bandage. Shi Chong had no choice but to remove the bandages that he'd spent a lot of effort wrapping. A green light slowly condensed within Wen Qingling's palm. By the time he got to He Lin's side, it was fully condensed. Squatting down, he pressed the green ball of energy into He Lin's broken leg. On the thigh that looked more like a shapeless pile of flesh, blood vessels connected, muscles formed and bones regrew at an astounding speed. The 3 other squad members were people who had experienced many things before, yet they had never seen anyone with such a strong healing ability. Wen Qingling stood up. Done. Just as he turned around, a long knife was placed against his neck. Xiao Hen had a cold look on his face. Who the hell are you? You have enough time to say it now, don't you? Wen Qingling's expression did not change, and his reply did not change either. Just a survivor. Xiao Hen affirmed. You don't look like one. Wen Qingling thought for a moment, then said, I am a survivor with special abilities. Xiao Hen shook his head. Not just that. Wen Qingling glanced at the knife around his neck. You want to repay goodwill with revenge. Ji Rong also felt that the boss's approach was inappropriate. Wen Qingling had just saved ol' he and his attitude immediately turned a 180. It was too much. Ji Rong. Boss, let's talk nicely. Xiao Hen. he should be the one talking nicely. Ji Rong hurriedly advised Wen Qingling, the boss is 3-strike Xiao. He's incredibly fast with his knives and there's no way you can escape from him, so why don't we talk nicely? Wen Qingling gave him a side eye. Who are you insulting, Ji Rong? Wen Qingling thought. Even that bloody creature could escape from this man's knife, so why couldn't he? Don't look down on people. Xiao Hen's eyelids suddenly felt heavy. His subconscious reaction was faster than his conscious response and he struck out with a knife, yet his attack fell short. When he woke up in alarm, he could only see a small black dot rushing towards South City. A voice sounded beside his ear. Why don't we see if I can escape? Xiao Hen. Speechless Chapter 11 Meeting. Ji Rong dully commented, Boss, you should throw your title of 3-strike Xiao away. Shi Chong asked, what exactly is his special ability? How can he have so many? Within an instant, all three of them had been hypnotized for at least 3 seconds. If Wen Qingling had wanted to kill them, he probably would have already succeeded. Ji Rong was still in a sluggish state. He asked, this guy is so powerful, boss, why don't we bring him back? Xiao Hen looked at him. Do you have the ability to? Ji Rong started grinning. We'll have to rely on you for that, boss. Xiao Hen chose to remain silent. He truly did not have the confidence. That person was unfathomable and peculiar. His gaze suddenly froze at a spot. After a while, Ji Rong and Shi Chong were also stunned. The first thing He Lin saw after waking up was such a scene. You guys offended the wood ability user. The 4 wheels of the car had all been nailed to the ground by thick wooden thorns. Wen Qingling was truly fierce. Even the car he had been driving had received the same treatment, forcing the squad of 4 to use their legs. Panting, Ji Rong spoke, Boss, you've seriously offended the person. This time he punctured our tires, next time, wouldn't he be puncturing our bodies instead? Xiao Hen looked towards South City. Wen Qingling had long escaped. He Lin got up from the ground, his legs fully restored. Are we going to have to sleep on the highway tonight? The main road leading in and out of South City had long been cleared. Finding a car was almost impossible. Xiao Hen looked at the South City behind him, and then looked towards the endless distance. Xiao Hen made a decision. We'll head back to South City. The 4 people who had spent so much effort to leave retraced their footsteps. Ji Rong said, that blood corpse was able to control the zombie horde. Is there a possibility that it's actually the evolved lifeform, leader? He Lin calmly analyzed, it's possible, and there should be more than one, leader, in South City. The blood corpse originally wanted the zombie horde to eat us, but the second, leader, only wanted us to leave the city and didn't harm us. Shi Chong added, the latter's strength should be higher than that of the blood corpse. Ji Rong. Why did the leader let us go instead of eating us? This doesn't match up with a zombie's natural behavior. Xiao Hen, there are even ordinary zombies who know how to avoid traffic now. Why are you still expecting natural behavior from them? South City's zombies had completely lost their natural instincts and behavior. You could even say that their natural behavior was acting unnaturally. Laughing, Ji Rong added, hey, if we go back again, will those zombies die of anger? Though that was under the assumption that they even knew what dying of anger meant. From their position, they saw several cars rushing out of South City in the distance. This alarmed them. Xiao Hen paused in his footsteps, moving to stand in the center of the road. The 4 of them formed a line. The speeding cars approaching them honked wildly. The sniper rifle appeared in Xiao Hen's hand. He took aim at the car in the vanguard. The cars gradually stopped. Lu Tianjin 1 appeared at the start of the novel. Wen Qingling's old teammate who betrayed him for Xu Shengfei, Wen Qingling's horrible female cousin, stepped out on one leg, standing behind the car door, and shouted from a distance, friend, is there anything you need help with? Xiao Hen lowered the rifle. Are you the survivors from Ling City? Seeing that he had no intention of fighting, Lu Tianjin slowly relaxed a little. Yes, are you guys from the outside? Xiao Hen did not reply. There's a few things I want to ask you about. Having said that, he threw a crystal nucleus from a first-grade evolved zombie over. Lu Tianjin grabbed it in his hand and took a look, before throwing it back to Xiao Hen. Smiling with a good temper, he said, that's not needed, just go ahead and ask what you want to. I'll answer whatever I can. Xiao Hen spoke, what's going on with the South City zombies? Do you know anything about it? Lu Tianjin's expression changed, and his companions got off the bus one after another to stand beside him. Xu Shengfei sized up Xiao Hen. He was wearing a black combat uniform and had long legs. He was tall, with a buzz cut. The edges of his trousers were cleanly and neatly tucked into military boots. His appearance was very handsome, with a pair of particularly sharp eyes. Even his casual standing posture was a standard ready stance. The way he held the gun in his hand spoke of long experience. The other three were dressed in the same way. Xu Shengfei concluded that they were probably soldiers. The identity of a soldier could always provide people with a sense of security. Xu Shengfei took the initiative to walk over. "Were you also attacked by the zombie horde? We barely managed to escape." Xiao Hen glanced at her. "Were the zombies here always like this?" Xu Shengfei: "Of course not. The change only happened recently." Xiao Hen: "Do you know the reason behind?" Xu Shengfei: "Yes, but this is a long story. It seems that you guys don't have a car. Why don't we go together and talk slowly during the journey?" Lu Tianjin walked over as well. "We're survivors from the South City base. The base is not far from here." It was obvious at first glance that these four were not ordinary people. The South City base had lost Wen Qingling and Luo Fengju, two ability users, one after another, and urgently needed to attract more strength. If not, it was hard to say how much longer the base could last. Wanting to know what exactly had happened in South City, Xiao Hen followed them to the car. Chapter 12 Brother. The four of them were in the same car as Lu Tianjin and Xu Shengfei. Xu Shengfei started to speak. South City was not like this in the past. The zombies would eat people, but they were all scattered around the place. As long as we did not head deeper into the city and stayed at its fringes while gathering supplies or hunting mutant animals, it would remain very safe. However, in this past month, everything changed. We're unable to enter South City anymore. The moment we step foot in, we would be chased by zombies. Ji Rong asked, "What happened this month?" Xu Shengfei sighed and pretended to be sad. "It's my fault. A month ago, our base went to South City to search for supplies and encountered a group of zombies. My cousin was bitten by a zombie in order to save me. He led the group of zombies away and we escaped, leaving him behind." Lu Tianjin looked at her, astounded by her ability to invert black and white, one invert right and wrong. In this case referring to how she pretended they were good guys who had no other choice. Xu Shengfei continued, "On the evening 3 days later, my cousin returned to us suddenly. His clothes were covered in blood, which came from zombie bite wounds. He wanted to sneak into the base. The moment he set his eyes on me, he tried to kill me. Tianjin and the others from the base fought against him in order to protect me. He fled all the way to South City and never came back out again. However, within the span of this 1 month, everything in South City has changed." He Lin clarified, "So what you mean is, your cousin came back after turning into a zombie?" Xu Shengfei affirmed, "Yes." Ji Rong continued, "After turning into a zombie, he will lose his human consciousness. How was he able to come back?" Xu Shengfei smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe he still had consciousness, it's hard to say. Or it could also be hatred towards us for not saving him. Have you guys ever seen zombies with intact bodies who behave just like humans? Apart from their inability to speak, they're the same as any other human." Xiao Hen was listening to the conversation all this while and finally spoke, "How can you be sure that he is a zombie, and not a human?" Xu Shengfei strongly affirmed, "He was bitten by a zombie, we saw it with our own eyes." Xiao Hen replied, "Being bitten does not necessarily mean he became a zombie." Xu Shengfei was stunned. "Are you joking?" Xiao Hen said, "People with antibodies have already appeared. They were bitten by zombies but were not infected. They first appeared a month ago." Xu Shengfei was shocked. "How is that possible?" Lu Tianjin couldn't believe it. With a trembling voice, he asked, You mean, Qingling has antibodies and would not be infected, so there's a possibility that he's not a zombie, but rather a human?" "There's such a possibility." Lu Tianjin confirmed once more. "Are you sure the information is true?" This time, it was He Lin who replied. "You know of the Ling City base, right? The person who has the antibodies is someone from Ling City base." Lu Tianjin no longer made any sound. He clenched his fists tightly, an ugly expression on his face. As for Xu Shengfei, even if she did not believe it, she could not let Wen Qingling be a human. He needed to be a zombie. Xu Shengfei spoke defensively, "Impossible. He must be a zombie, His behavior is very strange. Ji Rong sneered. Didn't you just say that he's no different from a human being, outside of his lack of speech? Not speaking doesn't necessarily mean he can't speak. What if he just doesn't wish to speak after seeing you? Xu Shengfei's face changed. She could only see that they were soldiers, but had no idea what type of soldiers they were. How could her mouth full of lies successfully deceive the four of them? Xu Shengfei was still struggling. I'm sure he's not human. He must be a zombie, and the changes in South City must be related to him. Sooner or later, he will bring a group of zombies over to siege our base. Shut your mouth. Lu Tianjin gritted his teeth, looking at her with a strange expression in his eyes. They would not have besieged Wen Qingling if not for her explicitly saying that he was a zombie. If they had not besieged him and caused him to harden his heart, he would not have refused to return. If they had not treated Wen Qingling the way they did, Luo Fengju, too, Wen Qingling's old teammate who did not betray him, was about to become zombie food, but Wen Qingling saved him. Chapter 34 would not have left, nor would he have died in South City. The cause of all this was this woman. They arrived at the base. Moments after the car stopped, Lu Tianjin took the lead in opening the door and alighting. He quickly walked a few steps, then stopped again. With red eyes, he looked at Xiao Hen and the four who were alighting the car. What she said is not what actually happened, Tianjin. Xu Shengfei stopped him. Lu Tianjin did not spare her a single glance. Wen Qingling is indeed her cousin, but she is heartless and ruthless. When she was in danger, she pushed Qingling, who was desperately protecting her group 3. Just a reminder, Lu Tianjin was not present when Wen Qingling was pushed. He only knew of what had happened after Bitch cousin returned to the base. Chapter 1 Into the horde of zombies. Qingling led the zombies away to protect them, but they simply fled back to the base. Qingling returned and wanted to kill her. She kept shouting that Qingling was a zombie and wanted the others in the base and me to kill him. I hesitated at that time. The others were already besieging Qingling. In the end, I also joined in. Lu Tianjin choked out. I have been good brothers with Wen Qingling and Luo Fengju for 2 years. Regardless of how many times the base was destroyed, we've supported each other and made it through. Qingling has saved me many times, yet I easily believed this woman instead, taking action against him. Due to my unwillingness to take revenge for Qingling, Fengju and I parted ways. Yet he was plotted against by this woman and died in South City. Lu Tianjin was filled with bitter remorse. Qingling hasn't appeared again after escaping to South City. Until now, I still do not know whether he is alive or dead. Xu Shengfei was angered. Who did I do all of this for? Didn't I do all of this for you, for this base? If he brought a horde of zombies back, all of us would die. Lu Tianjin laughed miserably. Xu Shengfei, you are terrifying. When you first met Qingling, you were a gentle and considerate elder sister for their technically cousins, but it's pretty common to just call older female cousins elder sister, especially when it comes to distant cousins to him. For Qingling's sake, the other people in the base would always give your family the first pick when it comes to resources. Whatever's left after would be left to the rest of us. Qingling sincerely thought of you as an elder sister. He would call your parents aunt and uncle. Yet this is how you repay him. Gritting her teeth, Xu Shengfei spat out, I am also an ability user, I am strong as well. I don't need his protection. He has wood-type abilities and I have plant-type abilities, there's barely any difference. What he can do, I can do as well. But have you guys ever regarded me seriously? I will never be of importance to the base when he's there. Lu Tianjin came to a realization. So this is the reason why you hate him? Xu Shengfei said fiercely, of course there's more than that. Lu Tianjin waved his hand. Xu Shengfei, take your parents and leave the base immediately. We can't afford to let you. This big Buddha 5 referring to the way she views herself as important, as if she's a god who deserves everyone's respect, stay. Someone tried to persuade him against it. Leader, Qingling is already gone. If she leaves as well, then our food. Scram, get out of here immediately. I'll give you half an hour. If you exceed that by 1 second, I'll kill your whole family. Lu Tianjin had already hardened his resolve. Xu Shengfei saw that he was suppressing killing intent and knew that he would really take action. She hurriedly rushed into the base to look for her parents in order to bring them away from the base. Ji Rong couldn't understand. Shouldn't such a person be killed directly? You're still letting her go. Lu Tianjin clenched his fists, signaling that he couldn't do it. Ji Rong realized what was going on. With Lu Tianjin being so conflicted, there were only two possibilities: he either liked Xu Shengfei, or he had slept with her. Ji Rong tutted. I suddenly feel like Wen Qingling and Luo Fengju are both very pitiful. Their good brother is together with the woman who caused their deaths. For the base, the two of them worked like livestock, yet one of them ended up dying and the other ended up being hunted by the whole base. It's truly too tragic. Lu Tianjin's eyes reddened. How could he have been so foolish, causing them three brothers to end up like this? Xiao Hen didn't plan to spend the night at the base. After using 10 ordinary crystal nuclei to exchange for a car, he headed back to South City. Various hints suggested that the Wen Qingling they were talking about was the person they had met in South City. He had no companions, seeking to survive alone in South City. He came out to treat He Lin's injuries, then headed back in. Was this due to fear of being hunted and killed by the people of South City? Or was there another reason? Chapter 13: Saving a Person. This night was bound to be rough. The zombies in South City were stirred up. It was as if there was some large-scale event that they were missing from. Their bodies were all a little incomplete. Wen Qingling felt a faint sensation, but he couldn't describe how he felt about it. Late at night, Wen Qingling moved the blood anemone queens into a large storage tank filled with the blood of mutant animals. Over and over, he injected his powers into them to speed up their maturation and make them bear seeds. When Zhonglan got up in the morning, what greeted her was a large basket full of black seeds, scaring her immensely. She hurried over to check on the two blood anemone queens. Though they were induced to create seeds all night, they still seemed full of energy. Zhonglan touched their round abdomens in distress. It's been hard on you too, making so many babies at once. Have you been squeezed dry by my son? Wen Qingling, speechless. Zhonglan began to scold her son. Why are you bustling around without sleeping all night? Don't accidentally kill the blood anemone queens. Wen Qingling, can you even fall asleep? Zombies did not sleep. They merely rested. The best time for rest should be during the day. To be more like humans, Wen Qingling's parents had reversed their biological clock, sleeping at night and enjoying themselves during the day. Zhonglan, even if you can't sleep, you have to sleep. We are good zombies. Wen Qingling, yes. I'll reflect upon my mistakes and correct my behavior. I will never exploit the blood anemone queens again. Hearing this, Zhonglan finally let him go. The two big blood anemone queens were like two egg-bearing hens to their family and had to be carefully raised. Wen Qingling wanted to say that it was alright even if the blood anemone queens died while under their care. All he needed to do was grow a few more with his blood. However, he dared not say so and could only resign himself to reflecting upon his actions and promising never to make the same mistake again. The news that the South City base was captured by zombies soon spread to bases large and small. Many small bases started to worry. The next base that the zombies attacked, would it be their own? The ones who dared to create a base on their own were all people who wanted to be the top dog. It was now the apocalypse. Who would want to listen to another's order if they were powerful? In the vicinity of Ling City, the largest survivor base was the Ling City base. If a small base wanted to join the Ling City base, their only choice was to be annexed. It was estimated that the boss of a small base, in Ling City, could not even be considered the leader of a small squad. The destruction of the South City base allowed Ling City base to recruit various small and medium-sized bases to develop and expand the Ling City base together. No matter how turbulent it was outside, it was unable to affect the Wen Qingling in South City. He was still in the clinic. The brainwashing effect of his spiritual abilities was good. Almost all the ordinary zombies in South City had gained a trace of consciousness and knew to avoid cars. Some zombies, having been controlled a few more times, regained more of their consciousness and came to understand the importance of being an honorable zombie. Whenever this happened, the zombies would, of their own accord, head over to the clinic to change the way they lived. Thanks to this, Wen Qingling earned a lot of crystal nuclei. Though the clinic's policy allowed for payment after treatment, he had not seen any zombies refuse to pay up so far. Though it was likely that the zombies dared not do so. After all, Father Wen would be quick to give them a lesson on how to be a good zombie. On this day, a car rushed into South City, spinning around like a headless fly. The young man in the driver's seat was sweating and looked very anxious. He was trying to find the clinic in South City that the woman had mentioned. That woman took her son and stopped going out of the city to hunt, wanting to live a stable life and make a living by selling information. However, there was nobody who believed her. Everyone thought that she was lying. After all, there was no way to remove zombie poison in the world. Then the mother and son pair met Chong Boong and Wen Chu. They were a couple who had been together before the start of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse started, the two of them supported each other till now. However, Wen Chu was bitten while on a mission. Chong Boong nearly went insane. He paid the sky-high price for information and followed that single trace of hope. Chong Boong drove the car past street after street. All he saw were zombies. There wasn't a single trace of South City Clinic. Chong Boong yelled hysterically. "Where's South City Clinic? Where's South City Clinic?" Wen Chu was slumped against the backrest. The zombie poison had already spread to her neck and her skin was filled with greenish-black patches. Her eyes were staring straight at Chong Boong as if she wanted to burn his appearance into her memory. Weakly, she mumbled, "Boong. Boong. I'm here, baby, I'm here. Don't be afraid, we'll be able to find the clinic soon, hang tight just a little longer." Chong Boong messily swiped at the tears falling from his eyes. "After I've turned completely, I hope you can kill me. Don't let me become a zombie, okay? No, no, that won't happen. Nothing's going to happen to you." Wen Chu's entire body was spasming. Black blood spewed from her mouth, a sign of the imminent completion of her transformation into a zombie. Chong Boong roughly stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the zombie horde, loud, pained wails escaping his throat. "I won't kill you. I can't kill you. If you become a zombie, I'll stay by your side. All become zombies together." At this moment, the horde of zombies suddenly retreated and created a small path. Chong Boong was stunned for a short moment. Speeding up further, he drove forward. The zombies automatically made way for them and created a path for the car to drive through. The path formed by zombies extended to the entrance of the clinic. Wen Qingling was already waiting at the entrance. Zhong Lan and Wen Zheng had been locked into the office. Wen Qingling wanted them to get used to being in close contact with humans and resist the urge to pounce and bite. South City Clinic really exists. And there are still living humans here. Chong Baiheng got out of the car in a hurry and ran over to carry Wen Chu down. Wen Chu was putting up her final struggle against the zombie virus. She did not want the first person she bit to be her boyfriend. "Chu-Chu, we've arrived, just hold on a little longer, just a little more. Doctor, please save her. She's at her limit, please. Hurry." Wen Qingling. "No need to worry, put her on the bed." Chong Boong ran over with his girlfriend in his arms and placed her on the bed carefully. Wen Qingling lifted the corner of her clothes, found exactly where she was bitten and moved a blood anemone over. In an instant, all the tentacles on the blood anemone stabbed into the wound. Gulu gulu, the blood anemone sucked out the zombie poison and seemed very content. Wen Chu, who was twitching constantly, finally calmed down. Her greenish-black complexion returned to normal. It could be seen that the zombie poison was gradually receding. Wen Qingling turned around and went back to the office. As soon as the door opened, he saw his parents standing straight, almost plastered onto the wall. Zhong Lan gritted her teeth and declared, "This old lady can withstand it. There's so much meat at home that we can't even finish it. Isn't mutant pork delicious? Why must I eat raw, bloody meat?" Wen Zheng stuck out his chest and sucked in his stomach. "Lousy one, this daddy, this granddaddy equals a prideful way to refer to yourself. Can be used by people of any age. TBH wants to lose weight. I can't afford to eat raw meat. Bacteria parasites, Wen Qingling, speechless. He closed the door of the office again. It still seemed a little difficult for his parents to come into contact with humans. Wen Qingling headed back and waited until the blood anemone's treatment ended. Then, he opened his mouth. 100 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei. Having drunk its fill, the blood anemone grew larger once more. Wen Qingling used the same one for treatment. After the first time, he'd realized that the blood anemone would grow a little larger after absorbing zombie poison and black patterns would appear on its body. Wen Qingling wanted to know what the blood anemone would turn into eventually. Chong Boong stared at the sphere in his hand and took out all the crystal nuclei he had on his person, counting them on the table. Though he did not have 100 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei, he had a crystal nucleus from an evolved zombie. Chong Boong was very embarrassed. "Do you accept crystal nuclei from evolved zombies?" Wen Qingling. "Of course. We'll follow the market exchange rate. One crystal nucleus from a grade 1 evolved zombie could be exchanged for 100 ordinary crystal nuclei. One crystal nucleus from a grade 2 evolved zombie could be exchanged for 10 crystal nuclei from grade 1 evolved zombies, and so on. This exchange rate was calculated according to the amount of energy in the crystal nuclei. There was a world of difference between ordinary zombie crystal nuclei and evolved zombie crystal nuclei. Chong Boong gave Wen Qingling a crystal nucleus from a grade 1 zombie. Wen Chu was already awake at this time. She couldn't believe that she hadn't turned into a zombie. Chong Boong hugged her tightly. "It's all right now, baby. You've been cured and you won't turn into a zombie anymore. We've all been saved." Only then did Wen Chu start to feel fear. She had almost turned into a zombie. She sincerely thanked Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling hugged the blood anemone and looked at them with his paralyzed face. "Thank you for your patronage." Chong Boong. Speechless. Wen Chu, speechless. The two had a lot of things to say and a lot of things to ask. However, the doctor had directly shooed them away. The two thanked Wen Qingling again and left hand in hand. When they reached the doorway, Chong Boong could no longer hold back. Turning around, he asked Wen Qingling, "What is that in your hand?" Wen Qingling, "Animocious." It was his precious blood anemone, so he coined it Animocious. Chong Boong. Seeing that the doctor didn't want to say more, Wen Chu pulled her boyfriend and the two got into the car and left. They did not see any zombies blocking the road or attacking them on the journey back. Just like that, they left South City safely. Both of them still felt as if the whole thing was a dream. What had happened to the zombies in South City? Chapter 14 Strength. Wen Qingling absorbed all the crystal cores he had recently obtained and clearly felt a significant improvement in his strength. He stood at the door of the clinic, stared at the streets and buildings that looked new, and felt contented. With the clinic as the epicenter, the surrounding streets had been cleaned up well. Dilapidated buildings were renovated by hardworking civilized zombies. Greenery and flower beds were dug up and the space was turned into a vegetable garden for the civilized zombies, though what was planted within were not vegetables, but rather blood anemones. These blood anemones were all grown from seeds. The civilized zombies would hunt down mutant animals and use their blood to water the blood anemones. The blood anemones did not require wood-type abilities to mature and ripen, they would grow quickly as long as they were given enough blood. For the zombies, blood anemones were a rare delicacy. This area seemed to have become a living space for zombies with their own consciousness. Zombies with tattered bodies were not allowed to set foot here, they'd ruin the beauty of the area. Only zombies who had recovered their intact bodies and consciousness were allowed to stay. To this end, they piled all the abandoned vehicles they could find together and formed a circle, marking out their territory. Wen Zheng stepped out of the clinic with blood anemone tentacle T. One can't believe I'd see the phrase, tentacle T, one day blew it. Looking at the wobbling pile of cars that looked 1 second away from crumbling, he shook his head regretfully. The number of civilized zombies is too low. If there were more of them, we'd be able to build a high wall in this area. By the way, didn't you mention that the outside bases rely on Earth-type abilities to build sturdy walls? Why don't we hire a few Earth-type ability users to build walls for us? Wen Qingling discovered a new side to his father. His creativity truly had no bounds. Why do the city walls have to be made from mud? Aren't wooden walls beautiful? Aren't wooden walls sturdy as well? Besides, this was the perfect opportunity for Wen Qingling to test how much his strength had increased. Wen Qingling released his wood-type ability. The flat ground suddenly cracked and 4 wooden city walls broke through with a loud rumble. The city walls were 10 meters high, 20 meters wide at the bottom, 10 meters wide at the top, and approximately 7,000 meters in circumference. With the design of ancient city walls in mind, Wen Qingling built 4 wooden Wengcheng-2 protruding circular walls that extend from the gates of ancient China cities, used to provide better defense for the gates. Hope my annotation on this image can help XD, one for each direction for additional defense. If one wished to enter the city, they'd have to pass through the Wengcheng first. The city walls were made from smooth, uniform wood and additional secrets were hidden beneath. A tangled, intricate web of sturdy roots could be seen crawling on the ground. These roots were all alive. Over time, the city walls would grow taller on their own. The civilized zombies in South City were startled. Whoops and cheers followed. Though the zombies could not show their elation on their paralyzed faces, their joy was silently kept in their hearts. It could be seen through the zombies' words that they no longer kept to themselves quite as much. Their personalities became a little more extroverted. In the city of zombies, they had finally found a home for themselves. Wen Qingling's father was stunned silly and nearly dropped his teacup in shock. A long while later, he finally made a sound. "That's my son." Wen Qingling focused on his senses for a while. Even after undertaking such a huge project, his wood-type abilities were still not fully used up. His ability pool was like a vast ocean. It would probably never run dry. The city walls made by Wen Qingling were much larger than the shoddy ones created by the civilized zombies by piling cars up. Now, the zombies could finally concentrate fully on cleaning. This would be their home in the future. Their living environment definitely needed to be good. Civilized zombies headed over to thank Wen Qingling and give gifts. Wen Qingling had received so many pork legs that his hand was going numb. Feng Tongtong 3, the little female zombie who was with the white coat zombie, ran over, hugged Wen Qingling's leg and looked up at him. "Brother, I want to buy a bag of blood anemone seeds." Wen Qingling touched her little head and replied, "I think you should call me uncle." Feng Tongtong blinked. Brother doesn't look old enough to be an uncle. Wen Qingling, you refer to me as brother, but you call my parents grandpa and grandma. Point for the Chinese terms ye ye, nai nai can be used to refer to one's grandpa and grandma. However, younger generations also use this to refer to the elderly. Haven't you skipped a generation? Zhong Lan came out with a bag of blood anemone seeds. You're not even a human being and you still care about things like generation. Is that something we can eat? 5 Chinese joke, used to refer to something useless, unnecessary. Wen Qingling, speechless. Her words seemed very reasonable. However, not being human did not mean that they could stop pursuing human ideals. "Thank you, Grandma." Feng Tongtong handed 10 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei to Zhong Lan, took the blood anemone seeds, and ran away happily. Every civilized zombie transformed with the help of the blood anemone would be registered and managed by Zhong Lan. To date, 119 people had successfully turned into civilized zombies. The civilized zombies had their own rules. If they were violated, the zombies would be directly killed without a chance for punishment or exile. This was to prevent them from harming others after leaving South City, which would in turn also bring disaster to the newly built civilized zombie base. The first rule was written in a large font and marked out with red: "No eating people. No eating people. No eating people." For such an important thing, even saying it 30 times was not considered too much. If the civilized zombies were attacked by humans, they were allowed to fight back and even kill their attackers. However, they were forbidden from eating them. The base would not allow any zombies who had eaten human meat to stay. The civilized zombies were all people who had already died once and cherished their hard-won lives. Their greatest wish was simply to survive properly in the apocalypse. The civilized zombie base was built in the middle of a cluster of high-rise buildings and was not easily spotted from afar. Now that the base had been built, the zombies in South City no longer had as much space to roam about and were forced to wander around outside the city. The large number of zombies that previously could only be seen in South City could now be seen in its periphery. In addition, the zombies from South City used to appear in groups to chase after survivors some time ago. As a result, many survivors were now terrified and dared not enter South City. The danger and bizarreness of South City became more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The base near South City had already been destroyed. Upon receiving news about how dangerous South City was, survivors in other places stopped coming to South City for their supplies, choosing to head towards the other 3 directions instead. Chapter 15: Danger. Xiao Hen and his team wandered around South City for a few days. Along the way, their route was either blocked by zombie hordes or they were hunted by groups of zombies. Gone was the gentleness of the zombies from before. They put the matter of Wen Qingling at the back of their heads first. Whether he truly had antibodies or not was still uncertain, so the team decided to head to the Ling City base first and continue their search for their mission target. Fang Zhen, having heard that people were trying to locate his whereabouts, hurriedly fled from Ling City into South City. Xiao Hen's team chased him to South City. However, many days had already gone by. Fang Zhen couldn't remain in South City and escape their detection. He'd probably gone back to Ling City by now. Xiao Hen and the 4 secretly investigated at the Ling City base. Fang Zhen was a very important individual. If he truly had antibodies in his body, humanity's problem with creating the zombie virus vaccine could be solved. This was the reason why the higher-ups had sent their team over. However, what Xiao Hen's team did not expect was how cunning Fang Zhen was. It was hard to pin him down. Besides, they were currently in the apocalyptic era. Finding someone was not easy. The only way to locate someone was through rumors and word of mouth, and even so, they had to consider whether the information they received was true or false. At the Ling City base, Xiao Hen's team heard a rumor. Apparently, South City had a doctor who could cure the infected. After inquiring about it, Xiao Hen's team of 4 found the mother and son pair who sold the news and paid up. The woman was in a good mood. Xiao Hen was rather generous with the payment. The living expenses for the mother and her son for the next few months were basically settled. At that time, my son was bitten by a zombie, and we were abandoned by our team members. This happened not too far away from South City. I was at the end of my rope back then and considered holding my son and taking a few zombies down with us before dying. However, a car drove out of South City and stopped right beside us. I rushed over, begged for help and gave him all the crystal nuclei I had with me. I originally wanted to ask him to take us back to the Ling City base. However, I never would have expected him to get out of the car, take one look at my son, then fully cure him. My son was cured right in front of my eyes. Everything I've said is true, you have to believe me. That man is a good person, we don't see those often. He removed the zombie poison from my son and even gave me his car, while he walked back to South City on foot. I asked him where I could find him in the future. His reply to me was that he had opened a clinic in South City. Ji Rong looked at Xiao Hen. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Come to the rescue in a car, then head back to South City after saving people. Ji Rong asked, what does he look like? The woman gestured with her hand, he's around this height. Pale, clean, handsome and obedient looking. It's just that he seems a little indifferent. Though deep down he's a warm-hearted person. Judging from the woman's gestures, the other party should be about 180 centimeters tall, fair, handsome, and expressionless. It was confirmed. There was no one else who fit that description as well as the person they'd been following did. To convince them, the woman continued, do you know who Captain Chong is? Some time ago, his girlfriend was bitten by a zombie and they seemed to be at their wits' end. I pointed him in the right direction and told him to go to that clinic in South City, and that his girlfriend could perhaps still be saved. After they left, I stood guard at the entrance of this base. Sure enough, that pair managed to find the clinic and returned fully intact. Xiao Hen had a pensive look on his face. Do you know where that clinic in South City is located? The woman shook her head, I don't know. I was on the outskirts of South City at the time, and I never saw what the clinic looked like, but you can ask Captain Chong. He has been there and can definitely find it. Xiao Hen's team of 4 left to find Captain Chong Boong. They arrived at a poor time. Chong Boong and his girlfriend Wen Chu had led their team out to hunt and would not be back till evening. Xiao Hen and his team decided to wait. When Chong Boong returned, they explained the purpose of their visit and asked for information on the clinic. Chong Boong looked at them. Their auras were too sharp. One look was enough to tell him that they weren't people to mess around with. Filled with vigilance, he questioned, why are you asking about the clinic? Xiao Hen saw his precaution. We have some matters we need to discuss with the doctor. Wen Chu walked over. What's the matter? Wen Chu had a great impression of the doctor. Not only did he save her life, but he also had very likable looks. His personality was interesting as well. She wanted to prevent people with ulterior motives from disturbing the doctor. Xiao Hen stretched out his hand and pointed at He Lin's thigh. His trousers had already been changed to new ones. Xiao Hen said, he treated my team member's leg before and said that he wanted 100 ordinary crystal nuclei. I only had 80 at the time and told him I'd return the remaining 20 crystal nuclei in the future. I know he is situated in South City, but I don't know his exact location. Could the 2 of you take us there? Ji Rong, speechless. He Lin, speechless. Shi Chong, speechless. Had the boss been forced into learning how to lie? Chong Boong and Wen Chu glanced at each other. Xiao Hen was right about the consultation fee, perhaps his words were true. Chong Boong, I don't know the exact location. All I can remember is that it's near the center of Ling City 1, possibly a typo. The author probably means to say South City. The clinic's name is South City Clinic. Xiao Hen, how did you find it? Chong Boong hesitated for a moment. A group of zombies opened up a path for me and guided me to the clinic. I know this is hard to believe, but it's true. This was very similar to how the zombie horde had created a path that led out of South City for them. Xiao Hen inquired carefully, "Can you tell me more about your situation back then? Will zombies guide you the moment you drive into the city?" Chong Baiheng shook his head. "No, I drove around South City and couldn't find where the clinic was. I was hysterical and desperate back then and kept shouting, 'Where's South City Clinic?' I couldn't find the way. I didn't want to live anymore and drove right into the crowd of zombies, but they dispersed by themselves. Then, they led me to the clinic." Wen Chu held his hand. They all had lingering trauma from back then. Their experience could be considered bizarre. Nobody would believe them if they said this story out loud, but this had happened to them. In a stroke of luck, they even managed to escape unscathed. Xiao Hen understood and left after bidding farewell to Chong Boong. "Ji Rong, what now?" "Xiao Hen, we'll stay a night here and head to South City tomorrow morning. The higher-ups may have made a mistake." He Lin continued calmly, "It might not be that a person with antibodies appeared, but rather, a person who can treat the zombie virus." Xiao Hen added, "He can instantly hypnotize the three of us, which shows that his spiritual power is very strong. In South City, I constantly felt as if I was being watched. It was probably not my mistake, but rather, someone was truly watching us with his spiritual power." Xiao Hen paused, then continued, "Perhaps the entire South City is under his surveillance. Perhaps he knows everything that's going on in South City." Ji Rong felt his scalp go numb. No matter how strong a person's spiritual power is, how could it be strong enough to control so many zombies? He Lin, if that's the case, then his danger level is unimaginable. Shi Chong, someone with his own thinking, immense strength and the ability to control a quarter of the zombies in Ling City is extremely dangerous. Ji Rong suddenly stopped. "Do you guys think?" "No," Xiao Hen, He Lin and Shi Chong said in unison. Before the apocalypse, they often went on missions together, and the tacit understanding between the four of them was unthinkable for ordinary people. Ji Rong didn't need to say his thoughts out loud. They all knew what he was thinking. "Xiao Hen, let's not argue about whether or not he is Wen Qingling. We were in South City that night. Even if he is Wen Qingling, we saw with our own eyes that the zombies in South City did not leave its walls despite making a large ruckus." Ji Rong guessed, "Is there any possibility that he manipulated the zombies from the other directions?" The other three looked at him like they were looking at an idiot. Ji Rong hurriedly surrendered. "Okay, just pretend I didn't say it. If Wen Qingling really wanted to destroy the South City base, he didn't have to wait until now. He could do it at any time. The fact that survivors of South City base were able to escape from South City meant that Wen Qingling had no intention of killing innocent people." Xiao Hen made a declaration. "That person is extremely dangerous. We must find out more about him." Chapter 16 Discussion. Early the next morning, Wen Qingling was still dozing away when he was woken up by Xiao Hen's team of 4. They stood outside South City and shouted, "Wen Qingling, we want to do business with you. If you're amenable, let us in." The group of zombies threw a car at them, with a large word written on it in rotten blood, "Scram." All right, they could confirm it now. That person was truly Wen Qingling. Ji Rong wanted to curse. Lu Tianjin had a fucking problem with his brain. Wen Qingling had such great strength, but Lu Tianjin not only did not try to get close to him but also forced him into South City, which allowed Wen Qingling to take over the city as its lord. How fucking capable of Lu Tianjin. Now, none of them knew what the current state of Wen Qingling was. Was he blackened to the point of wanting to destroy mankind and the world? Or did he still have enough kindness in his heart to cooperate with them? Regardless of the result, they had to properly ascertain how dangerous Wen Qingling was. "Xiao Hen, come out, let's discuss. I'll give you 500 ordinary crystal nuclei." Wen Qingling didn't respond, trying to lure him out. "Impossible." "Xiao Hen, I'll add 2 first-grade zombie crystal nuclei." Wen Qingling. He felt that he had to give that offer some serious consideration. "Xiao Hen, I'll add another 5 first-grade zombie crystal nuclei." Then, the 4 of them saw a dark shadow approaching them with large leaps. Wen Qingling didn't approach and stood on top of a car, looking at them from across the horde of zombies. Crystal nuclei. Ji Rong, He Lin and Shi Chong gave the boss a thumbs up in their hearts. He really succeeded in luring Wen Qingling out with the crystal nuclei. A bag of crystal nuclei appeared in Xiao Hen's hand, and Wen Qingling reached out. Xiao Hen, I'll give it to you after we're done talking. Wen Qingling felt that he had been tricked and turned to leave. At this moment, Xiao Hen suddenly appeared behind him and slashed out, though the blade was blocked by thick, thorny vines. Wen Qingling jumped up and the vines rushed towards Xiao Hen like a tsunami, completely engulfing him. Wen Qingling stood still on a roof and Xiao Hen appeared beside him the next instant. Then, Wen Qingling suddenly sank into the floor and disappeared. Xiao Hen's face was solemn. Wen Qingling could even pass through matter and do so with ease. How strong did his spiritual power have to be? Xiao Hen reappeared amongst his team. I'll give you the crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen threw the crystal nuclei out. A dark shadow flashed past and the nuclei fell into Wen Qingling's hands. Wen Qingling's eyes were filled with indifference. Are you done testing my strength? Xiao Hen. 2 types of abilities, wood and spiritual. Wen Qingling. That's very obvious. If he was still human, he'd be anxious and hesitant about showing his sharp edge. However, he wasn't human any longer. What was the point of being afraid? Xiao Hen carefully observed him. We've heard about your matters. Wen Qingling. Did you hear about how I was pushed into a zombie horde by my cousin, then hunted by the whole base? Xiao Hen stared at him. Yes. Now, the South City base has already been destroyed. Those who wished to kill you are dead. You can start a new life. Would you like to leave Ling City with us? Wen Qingling. I have already started a new life and won't leave Ling City. Xiao Hen glanced at the silent group of zombies. This is your new life. Wen Qingling didn't want to discuss these useless things with him. He would never leave South City. If you have something to say it quickly and leave. Stop wandering around South City and stop killing the ordinary zombies here. If you want to kill zombies, kill the evolved zombies in other regions. I can't control those. The 4 of them felt their hearts sink. Was Wen Qingling completely on the side of the zombies? Xiao Hen reminded, you are human. Wen Qingling was stunned. He hadn't heard anyone call him a human for a long time. Unfortunately, he wasn't one. Wen Qingling suddenly realized that he no longer had the desire to eat when he faced human beings. Though he could still smell the delicious scent of fresh flesh, he no longer had to restrain himself from pouncing on them. Was this due to his increase in strength? Did it help him overcome his natural instincts? Wen Qingling. Forget any thoughts about persuading me to return to human society. I will not leave South City. This method wasn't feasible. Xiao Hen had no choice but to change his plan of attack. Xiao Hen. Can you treat the infected? Wen Qingling. I am a wood-type ability user and have an innate healing ability. Xiao Hen. That doesn't include treating the infected. Wen Qingling. Isn't it possible that my ability has mutated? Not only did his ability mutate, but his entire person had also mutated. Xiao Hen. Speechless. The fact that the healing ability mutated to become an ability that could treat the infected was great news. It was just that the owner of the ability was a little troublesome. Xiao Hen. This kind of ability is very important to humans. Humanity needs you. Wen Qingling. What a coincidence, zombies also need me. Xiao Hen's expression suddenly changed. You're treating zombies. Wen Qingling. Is it so surprising? What's wrong with treating my zombie little brothers? Ji Rong angrily retorted. You'd rather treat cannibalistic zombies than come back to help humans. Wen Qingling looked at him. Do you have any family members who turned into zombies? If you did, you wouldn't be saying these words. Instead, you'd be returning here and requesting me to treat them. Heilin and Shi Chong were silent. Ji Rong reacted after a while and also turned silent. Xiao Hen lowered his eyes slightly and questioned, can you turn zombies back into humans? Wen Qingling. No. Xiao Hen. Then what does your treatment do? Xiao Hen glanced at the zombie group. Your treatment is to restore a little bit of consciousness to them. Xiao Hen. Do you think that the current situation isn't disastrous enough for humankind? Why do you wish to create more man-eating zombies with consciousness? Wen Qingling. Eating humans is subconscious behavior that stems from a zombie's natural instinct for survival. How can you be sure that zombies will not restrain their desire for human flesh after regaining their consciousness? Xiao Hen asked back, then what if the zombies aren't able to restrain themselves? Xiao Hen did not let up. You should know how terrifying zombies with consciousness are. Every zombie that has consciousness has an evolved form. Even third-grade evolved zombies are not yet at the stage of being able to think for themselves, so what exactly are the conscious zombies you've created? The sixth-grade evolved lifeform, leader. All across the globe, at every minute and every second, countless survivor bases are ruined beneath the hands of a leader. Everyone wishes to wipe leaders off the face of the planet. Yet you're artificially creating leaders. Wen Qingling, you must stop. Otherwise, I will kill you. Wen Qingling's face was rigid and expressionless. Tell that to me when you have the ability to kill me. Wen Qingling turned and left, quickly leaping away. Wen Qingling. Get out of South City right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wen Qingling's voice traveled to their ears. The group of zombies crowded here all let out shockingly loud roars. Ji Rong turned around in a hurry. This is too scary. Even a lunatic will bow down before him. Even a lunatic who cannot think rationally will fear him, Xiao Hen said. The three of you should wait for me outside the city. I'll go find him, boss. The three of them disagreed. Xiao Hen. He is very dangerous, more so than any other evolved zombie. We cannot leave him alone. Apocalypse Clinic Chapter 17. Xiao Hen possessed a spatial ability, a type of ability that allowed its user to come and go like a shadow. There was no way Wen Qingling could stop him. According to Chong Boong's words, Xiao Hen tried his best to look around Ling City. He kept appearing in different places. When he appeared again, he was surprised. A wooden city actually appeared in front of him. Who would build a base in a city full of zombies? This is incredulous. Xiao Hen disappeared from his original spot, and when he reappeared again, he was already standing on top of the city wall. Looking at the situation in the city, he was completely stunned. The city is very clean, there is not a single zombie, and the people inside appeared very comfortable, as evidenced by their leisurely footsteps and relaxed chatter. Some people were mowing the grass, some were turning the soil over, as if they wanted to plant something. Some people were renovating dilapidated buildings and repairing the damaged areas. The walls are peeled off and then repaired with lime plaster and paint. It seemed that there was still no electricity in the houses yet because an electrician was pulling the cables. Children were chasing and playing with each other. They were holding cooked meat in their hands, nibbling a few bites from time to time, seemingly very carefree and happy. These people, whether they are happy or not, have no expression on their faces. They are not dull nor stiff. Their eyes are flexible, and their tone is light, which can prove that they are in a good mood, but there is no happy expression. This situation is like Wen Qingling's. Xiao Hen saw the South City Clinic at a glance. It was located in the center of the city, in a very eye-catching spot. When Xiao Hen appeared again, he was already standing at the door of the clinic. In the spacious hall, there was not a single person. Behind the infusion table sat a man with dark hair and dark eyes and a handsome appearance. What did you see? Wen Qingling knew that he was coming. He didn't and couldn't stop him, so he could only let him see it with his own eyes. Xiao Hen walked in step by step without speaking. Son, Ning Ning's dad hunted a big mutant pig and brought it back alive. Let's go get some pork and bring back some pig blood. Zhong Lan's loud voice came from outside. She was stunned to see Xiao Hen when she stepped inside, and then exclaimed, live. Woo 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 woo. Wen Zheng, who came in later, covered his wife's mouth. Wen Qingling was very nervous, not because he was afraid that his father and mother would jump up and bite Xiao Hen, presumably because they couldn't bite, but because he was afraid that Xiao Hen would slash his parents with his knife. Wen Qingling hurried over and stood in front of his parents. You go first, I have a guest here. Zhong Lan suspiciously stared at Xiao Hen several times before leaving with Wen Zheng. Afterward, Wen Qingling realized that his parents didn't seem to be out of control. They can face the living with calm. Wen Qingling felt strange. Could these changes have something to do with him? When he was having a hard time restraining himself against fresh flesh and blood, it would be more difficult for his parents to control themselves. Now that his strength has improved by one level, he can face it calmly without restraint, and it seems that his parents no longer need restraint either, or in other words, they can control themselves. This guess makes Wen Qingling happy. If this is the case, what will happen if he continues to improve his strength? Inexplicably, he found himself very much looking forward to it. Although Wen Qingling's face was paralyzed, Xiao Hen could feel that he was in a good mood. Your parents? Xiao Hen asked. According to Lu Tianjin, Wen Qingling was all by himself without any parents. Could it be that they were separated and have now found each other again? Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen and was surprised to find that he didn't have any doubts. He really thought Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng were human beings. Wen Qingling, yes. Xiao Hen nodded, that's good. In this day and age, it's rare to have both parents. Wen Qingling felt that Xiao Hen truly meant it. Wen Qingling. This man looks as sharp as a sword, yet he can be unexpectedly dense. He found a base among a zombie pile, but he didn't suspect anything. Wen Qingling guessed that this incident was too shocking and no one would think in that direction. Wen Qingling asked himself, if it were him who saw the people in the base, he probably wouldn't doubt it either. Even if someone told him that those people outside used to be zombies, he probably wouldn't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. Being a zombie means death. No one has ever seen a dead person come back to life. Who are they trying to scare? Wen Qingling suddenly felt relieved. Since that was the case, why didn't they pretend to be humans? Maybe it's easier to live that way. They have a more difficult life than zombies and humans. They have to face the hunting and killing of powerful zombies and also face the denial and rejection of the actual living humans. In order to survive, they can only be cautious everywhere. The spiritual power spreads out and transmits this message to the brains of every civilized zombie. Their external identities are human beings. After he found his parents, in order to have a place to live, he established a base here. As he can build a base here, it is natural that he can also communicate with zombies. That's right, it's communication. Therefore, he persuaded the zombies, setting aside a piece of land in the South City and building a base. This solution is simply perfect. Even if it's not perfect, he will make it perfect. Their identities as zombies cannot be revealed. Xiao Hen said, now let's peacefully talk about your problem. Wen Qingling, I've said everything I needed to say, and I won't change my mind. Xiao Hen stared at him for a long time. Wen Qingling looked back at him calmly, without dodging. Xiao Hen, can you control zombies? Wen Qingling leaned on the infusion table and folded his arms across his chest, yes. Xiao Hen, your mental power has also mutated. Wen Qingling gave a light hum, pretty much. You can. I have no obligation to answer any of your questions. I declined your invitation. Therefore, don't come to South City in the future, and don't come to me. I won't leave this place. Wen Qingling meant what he said. What a hard bone to chew. Xiao Hen frowned, obviously also finding it difficult to deal with. A level 1 evolved zombie crystal nucleus appeared at his fingertips as Xiao Hen said, one per question, how about it? Wen Qingling looked unmoved, it depends on what question you ask. Xiao Hen, how many infected people have you treated? This question can be answered. Wen Qingling stretched out his hand, and Xiao Hen put the crystal nucleus in his palm. Wen Qingling, 2. Xiao Hen took out another level 1 evolved zombie crystal nucleus, do you know Fang Zhen? Wen Qingling stretched out his hand, and Xiao Hen gave him the crystal nucleus. Wen Qingling, I don't know. Xiao Hen, why did you take the nucleus if you don't know? Xiao Hen, he was bitten by a zombie, but he was not infected. We suspected that he had antidotes before, but now we know that you can treat infected people, so we are a little suspicious of his antidote claim. Wen Qingling's eyes moved slightly, people from the Ling City base. It should be the person who has antidotes that the woman mentioned. Xiao Hen, yes, in your opinion, what are the chances of him having antidotes? Wen Qingling shrugged, it's basically impossible. Chapter 18. Wen Qingling stretched his body. It seemed that the 4 blood anemones that were lost should be in this person's hands. No one knows better than Wen Qingling how dangerous blood anemones are. Until now, he still had doubts about the origin of the blood anemone. If the blood anemone really ate the blood he left on the ground, then his blood should also be very dangerous. If this is the case, why are his parents still fine after directly drinking his blood? Is it because they are his own parents? Wen Qingling felt that it was better to protect himself and not bleed casually, lest it become dangerous. He slowly walked out, and Xiao Hen followed behind. Since parents can resist the temptation of fresh flesh and blood of living people, others should be able to do the same. Xiao Hen, are you really not considering returning to human society? Wen Qingling casually pointed out, is my place not considered a human society? Xiao Hen looked at them bustling about and said, it's like a paradise here. Wen Qingling is very confident in his own mental strength and even more confident in the orders he gives. He believes that no one will make mistakes. He took Xiao Hen around the base. Aren't you curious why we can't all make expressions? Xiao Hen, indeed, I'm very curious. Wen Qingling walked to a flower bed and waved to Xiao Hen, come here. Xiao Hen walked over and saw something he had never seen growing in the ground. It didn't look like a plant, the soil was dark red, and there was a strong smell of blood. Xiao Hen, what is this? Wen Qingling, we call it blood anemone, because it needs blood water to grow. They are very, very delicious, but they are poisonous. They should cause facial neurotoxins or something. After eating them, you will look like us. Wen Qingling was talking nonsense. So don't be curious, and don't eat it, or you might turn into a zombie or something terrible. This is simply the best reason to explain facial paralysis. Xiao Hen, then why are you still planting so many? Wen Qingling, it's delicious. Losing your expression shouldn't be a big problem compared with delicious food that can fill your stomach. Besides, we've already lost our facial expression before we found out and can no longer recover. Why not just keep eating it then? Xiao Hen was noncommittal. Everyone has their own choices. He declined to comment. Xiao Hen looked up at the solid wooden city wall and said, you built this? Wen Qingling spread his hands, my city. Xiao Hen tried to persuade him whenever he got the chance, this is why you don't want to leave South City. You can go outside to build a base, accommodate more survivors, and be the city owner of more people. Wen Qingling glared at him, if you don't always think about persuading me, I might give you a delicious lunch. Xiao Hen was helpless, then my delicious lunch is gone. Wen Qingling, from now on, don't let me hear similar words again, otherwise there will be no lunch, only zombies. Xiao Hen tactfully said, I wonder if my teammates and I can use this place. Wen Qingling, you should like the Ling City base better. Xiao Hen, I think it's better here. Wen Qingling led him towards his home, my base does not accept outsiders. Xiao Hen sighed, then we can only sleep in the wild. Wen Qingling was unmoved, it's not your first time, you should be very skilled. Back at the villa, his parents had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. The portion was a bit large, specially prepared for Xiao Hen. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng were a little nervous because they hadn't seen a living person for a long time. Although the smell of fresh flesh was no longer attractive to them, they were still habitually nervous. Zhang Lan said politely, you're welcome. Eat whatever you want. These are all fresh from the neighbors. Xiao Hen rarely received such care from his elders, and he was also a little nervous, thank you, auntie. A table of dishes includes mutant lamb scorpion soup, braised mutant lamb leg, braised mutant pork, shredded pork with green pepper, minced meat eggplant, stir-fried meat with potatoes, stir-fried bok choy, and stir-fried broccoli. The staple food is white rice. This table of dishes, even before the apocalypse, was considered rich, let alone after the apocalypse. Xiao Hen was either on a mission or on his way to a mission every day, so it was hard to have a hot and fragrant meal like this. After the apocalypse, all kinds of materials are in short supply. Wood type and plant type abilities are very popular in any base. With them, as long as there are seeds, there is basically no need to worry about food, vegetables, or fruits. What Xiao Hen didn't know was that Wen Qingling's family did not eat vegetables such as green peppers, eggplants, potatoes, bok choy, and broccoli. When Wen Qingling accompanied Xiao Hen around, he released wood-type abilities to plant them remotely to appear more normal. Because of the presence of outsiders, the blood anemones were not served. Knowing that Xiao Hen was here, the two queen anemones had been moved by Zhang Lan into her room and hidden away. 4 people ate a table of food. Wen Qingling's family ate meat the most, and also drank a lot of mutant sheep and scorpion soup, and the rice was basically untouched. In order not to be suspected, Wen Qingling tried to eat a piece of green vegetable, and he didn't feel sick or nauseous after eating it. Surprised, he ate broccoli, potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers, trying them all again. As the amount increased, the discomfort reappeared. Wen Qingling hurriedly gulped down a bowl of mutant sheep scorpion soup. This may be related to the improvement of his strength. He can actually eat some food other than meat. But he can't eat too much, only a small amount. Since he could, his parents naturally could too. When his parents saw that he moved his chopsticks to vegetarian dishes and ate them with ease, they already understood. They also ate some of them, and it was really tolerable. After the meal, Xiao Hen thanked them for their hospitality and left first. Ji Rong, He Lin and Shi Chong were still waiting for him outside the city. Xiao Hen soon appeared in the suburbs. The three of them were eating biscuits and drinking water. When they saw Xiao Hen coming back, they hurriedly got out of the car. Have you found it? You didn't fight, did you? Ji Rong paused, sniffing close to Xiao Hen like a police dog. Damn. It's so fragrant. Are you having a big meal behind our backs? Xiao Hen. I didn't. I feel like I'm back to when the apocalypse hasn't happened. He Lin. You were entertained by zombies. Xiao Hen. It's Wen Qingling. He built a city near the center of Ling City. Ji Rong. He Lin. Shi Chong. Xiao Hen told the three of them what he saw about the civilization base. The three of them had complicated expressions and tangled faces. Ji Rong. The most dangerous place is the safest place. He Lin shook his head. He should be able to control zombies and build a base inside the city of zombies. The peripheral is surrounded by zombies. There are no humans as foreign enemies, and the zombies are his own. This base is indeed the safest. Shi Chong. That's a real talent. He Lin. Who says it's not? Ji Rong sighed. It's a pity he's not one of us. Xiao Hen. Whether he's one of us or not, I can't let him go unchecked. Chapter 19. A squad of survivors hid in a dilapidated shop, supported only by a flimsy security door that could collapse at any moment. There were originally a dozen people in their group, but now there are only 8 left. When they broke into South City, they were trapped by a group of zombies, and they didn't even have a chance to save people. Some survivors felt exasperated. The danger of the South City has long spread to all the big and small bases. Now no one dares come to South City at all. We can go to the East City, West City, and North City, anywhere is fine, but why did you have to come here? What are you looking for? Fang Zhen held a gun with both hands. His small eyes were full of light. A good thing that can definitely let us brothers change the pattern of this era. As long as we can find more and build our own base, there will definitely be countless survivors who come to join us. What is it then? You keep saying that it's a good thing this and a good thing that, but you can't even take it out for us to see. Who knows if it's true or not? Your plan has led many of us to seek death alongside you. This is meaningless. I quit. Some survivors were pissed off. Fang Zhen said angrily, don't f***c king chicken out on me. You rush forward when it's good and quit when it's dangerous. There is no such thing in the world. Survivor. Then you tell us about that good thing, so that we know what to expect, and even if we die, we will understand what we're dying for. Fang Zhen thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, there is a rumor in the Ling City base. Have you heard of it? Survivor. There are rumors in the base every day. Which one are you talking about? Fang Zhen. Someone in South City can treat the infected. Some survivors snorted, bullshit. Those crazy people were tortured insane by the apocalypse and they're just imagining all this shit. Some survivors responded, did you f***c king bring us brothers to die because of this rumor? Some survivors said angrily, some time ago, there was a rumor that you were fine after being bitten by zombies and that you had an antidote. Explain it clearly. Do you really have it? If we get bitten by a zombie and we let it bite us again, will it detoxify the virus? Fuck your bullshit. Don't make any noise. Listen to me. Fang Zhen shouted coldly, antidote is fake. It's just an excuse to fool others. A rich person doesn't reveal his wealth, understand? The survivors all shut up and listened to him. Fang Zhen said, I was really bitten by a zombie. I thought I was done for, but I was lucky and narrowly escaped death. I accidentally discovered something that actually detoxified me. That's why I'm still alive, understand? Everyone sucked in a deep breath. Some people still couldn't believe it. Really? Is there really such a thing? If not, do you think I'm crazy enough to run to South City where zombies gather? You think I don't value my own life? Fang Zhen spat, others don't believe that rumor. Only Lao Z1 knows it's true. Someone must have found that thing and is saving people with it. Fang Zhen said, since it was found in South City, then there must be more of it here. This is the purpose of my adventure. Do you understand? Your eyes are all blinded by cow dung. I brought you all here to make a fortune, and you're still yapping. Those who want to leave can leave now. Lao Zi won't stop you. Someone laughed, Brother Fang, since it's a good thing, let us take a look. I saw that your backpack stays with you all day. Is that thing inside? Fang Zhen's eyes froze. He raised his hand and directly shot the man who dared to stretch out his hand. Everyone else avoided them, and then looked at Fang Zhen with eyes full of fear. Fang Zhen smiled grimly. I advise you to be careful with your thoughts. I'm willing to take you to eat spicy food too, but that doesn't mean that you can have crooked thoughts. I repeat, those who are willing to sincerely work with me stay, those who aren't willing to leave immediately. The remaining few people looked at each other and finally decided to stay. Brother Fang, us brothers will follow you in the future. We are all waiting to eat spicy food with Brother Fang. Good. Fang Zhen laughed, all good brothers. Now our first priority is to find more of this stuff, and in the future, any survivor base will have to beg us. Everyone was very excited when someone exclaimed, the zombie group has left. A few people cautiously walked to the security door and glanced outside. Sure enough, the zombies that came after them were gone. Go. Fang Zhen gave an order, and the others opened the security door and walked out. There wasn't a single zombie outside. Brother Fang's luck is going against the sky, even the zombies were subdued. Someone wanted to flatter Fang Zhen when he turned around and found a person standing in front of him. The man has black hair and black eyes, a pale complexion, and clean, fresh clothes, completely unlike the people struggling to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. The sudden appearance of such a person here was abrupt and strange. Everyone became vigilant. Fang Zhen's gun muzzle was already pointed at him, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Wen Qingling, are you Fang Zhen?" Fang Zhen squeezed the trigger. "It's Lao Zi. What are you?" Before Fang Zhen finished speaking, his backpack was suddenly pulled by a force. Fang Zhen was lifted and slammed against the wall. Fang Zhen fell to the ground, and the backpack flew into Wen Qingling's hands. Spiritual power, telekinesis ability. Fang Zhen frantically opened fire. Suddenly, a thorn-covered vine emerged from the ground and slapped Fang Zhen's face fiercely, instantly scraping away at his flesh and blood. The people who attacked together were all scratched in the face by the vine and started screaming. Wen Qingling pulled open the backpack and took out a blood anemone from inside, which seemed to grow a lot bigger. Fang Zhen should have figured out how to nourish blood anemones. Everyone stared at the red anemone-like thing and realized at the same time that this should be the treasure Fang Zhen mentioned. This person is here to snatch the treasure. The disparity in strength made Fang Zhen not dare to act rashly. Wen Qingling threw the backpack at him and kept the blood anemone to himself. Where are the other three? Fang Zhen's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly said, "No, I only found this one." Wen Qingling stared at him. The vines entangled Fang Zhen and dragged him over. Fang Zhen screamed and was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. Wen Qingling raised his hand and pressed his temple. "Where are the other three?" "I don't know. I haven't seen it. I really don't know," Fang Zhen screamed. When Fang Zhen repeatedly denied it, two women's faces subconsciously appeared in his mind. Another fragment appeared, which was exactly the picture of Fang Zhen pressing down on a blood anemone. Wen Qingling already understood the situation and threw Fang Zhen back. "Three plants. The other two are in the hands of two women," Wen Qingling whispered softly. "It's a little troublesome. The two women are both at the Ling City base. If he wants to get them back, he must go to the Ling City base, but he doesn't want to go." Fang Zhen was so frightened that he got up and ran away, not wanting to take back the stolen treasure. It's more important to save his life first. He is extremely grateful for his sharp wit. He has always believed that he shouldn't put all the eggs in one basket. Sure enough, if he had brought three treasures together, wouldn't they all be snatched away? Wen Qingling was unbothered and let them leave South City without stopping them. Chapter 20. Wen Qingling took the blood anemone back to the base and watched Fang Zhen and the others escape from South City. Wen Qingling's spiritual power shifted and he discovered Xiao Hen's group of 4 who had returned from the Ling City base. "Let's make a deal." Wen Qingling's voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the 4. The moving car swayed and almost overturned. F***CK, what's the situation? I just heard Wen Qingling's voice. Ji Rong's scalp was about to explode. He Lin. I heard it too. Shi Chong nodded, same. Realizing that it wasn't an illusion, Ji Rong became even more terrified. Boss. Xiao Hen frowned. There is still a long distance from South City, yet his spiritual power can actually extend so far. Is he still human? Xiao Hen. What deal? Wen Qingling. Fang Zhen's whereabouts, do you want to know? The 4 people. Of course. What are they going back and forth for? Xiao Hen already has a good grasp of his character. How many crystal nuclei? Wen Qingling wasn't polite and demanded an exorbitant price, 5 level 1 evolved nucleus. Xiao Hen, with an additional condition, let us enter the civilization base. Wen Qingling, deal. Xiao Hen, where is he? Wen Qingling, look ahead, there are 2 cars coming. He is in the car. Xiao Hen hurriedly asked, which one? Wen Qingling, the ugliest one. Xiao Hen, Ji Rong, He Lin, Shi Chong. Ji Rong let out a cry, hurriedly hit the steering wheel, and threw the car across the road. The 2 cars in front had already rushed over. The 4 of them got out of the car and, at the same time, held up the gun in their hands, forcing the 2 cars to stop. Fang Zhen, you son of a b*tch. Your grandfather has been waiting for you for a long time. Ji Rong shouted. Up to now, they have been playing the game of cat chasing the mouse and have never really met each other. The name of the mission target, his appearance, and his identity background are all unknown to them. They can only investigate by themselves and finally find out the name and whereabouts of this mouse who was good at hiding. It's not like they planned to kill him or anything. They really don't understand why he was so afraid and fled for his life. No one got out of the car, and only after a long time did someone shout, what business do you have with our brother Fang? Xiao Hen loaded the gun and shot twice, blowing the tires of the vehicle in front. Strike first, then talk. Xiao Hen, get out of the car. The 7 people had no choice. When they escaped from South City, they didn't have time to pick up their weapons and only ran for their lives. The 7 people got out of the car one by one, each with a bloody wound on their face. The wounds on their left cheek all looked very consistent. The only one that was different had 2 wounds forming an X on his left cheek. The 4 people. Are these guys being cleaned up by Wen Qingling? Ji Rong coughed lightly. That. The ugliest one, the one with a cross on his face. Yes, that's you, come here. Fang Zhen took 2 steps forward, his eyes flickering. He had already guessed who these 4 were. They must be the ones who were looking for him everywhere. Xiao Hen's gun pointed at him. Are you Fang Zhen? Fang Zhen, it's me. What do you guys want from me? Ji Rong gritted his teeth and said, yes, there is something. You've been f*c king around with us all these days. Aren't you very pleased? Fang Zhen was relatively calm. In this day and age, it's definitely not a good thing to be targeted, so I must run away. Ji Rong shifted his gun and said, come here, we need to talk about your antidote. Fang Zhen stood still. That's fake. I don't have any antidotes, so it's useless for you to catch me. Fake. We came all the way here and you f*c king tell me it's fake. You think I don't dare blow your head open? Ji Rong was about to go crazy. He couldn't believe the boss really guessed it. Fang Zhen felt quite bitter. In order to cover up the treasure and boost his prestige, he accidentally exaggerated and even attracted people from other places. That's so f*ck up. Fang Zhen, if you kill me, you won't get the information you want. Xiao Hen said coldly, what useful information do you have? Fang Zhen said, there are no people with antidotes, but there's a treasure that can cure the zombie virus. I was indeed bitten by a zombie. Thanks to that thing, I didn't become a zombie. Xiao Hen, what is it? Fang Zhen gestured. An unknown organism, blood red, looks like a sea anemone. Xiao Hen's expression changed. Where's that thing? Fang Zhen, I was robbed. Xiao Hen, by who? Fang Zhen shook his head. I don't know. He's very strong. He could control the vines and took my treasure away. The 4 all knew who he was. There was only one person who could use vines and run amok in this zombie-ridden South City. Chapter 21. Xiao Hen, where did you get that thing? Fang Zhen, I found it in an abandoned factory. Ji Rong frowned. That abandoned factory with a lot of zombie corpses outside. Fang Zhen, yeah. Xiao Hen and the others looked at each other. They had been to that factory when they were chasing the blood corpse, and they met Wen Qingling there. Unexpectedly, there would actually be something that could cure the zombie virus there. Fang Zhen, I've said everything I know. Can you let me go? Xiao Hen lifted his gun. Come here to draw blood. Fang Zhen's face changed. Xiao Hen stared at him. Cooperate or die, it's your choice. There is no need to choose at all. Fang Zhen obediently cooperated with them. Xiao Hen took out a medical box, and Shi Chong took out special blood storage bags. They drew 3 bags of Fang Zhen's blood before letting him go. The blood storage bag contains anticoagulant components and nutrient solutions, but it cannot be kept for too long and must be sent back to the base for research as soon as possible. Xiao Hen put the blood bags into the refrigerated box and handed it over to Shi Chong and He Lin. They will escort the blood bags and take the helicopter back to the base as soon as possible. He and Ji Rong will stay here to keep an eye on Wen Qingling. Compared with Fang Zhen, Wen Qingling was obviously more dangerous. Wen Qingling promised to let them enter the city, so Xiao Hen drove his car to South City. The zombies automatically gave way, and the car drove all the way to the Barbican of the civilization base. The south-facing Barbican Gate 1 and City Gate opened one after another, letting them in. Ji Rong was so shocked that he was speechless. This is 2F*C King extravagant. To build an ancient city wall directly in the city of zombies is too awesome. The car stopped at the door of the clinic where Wen Qingling was waiting for them. The last time he came here, they met indoors, but this time he was greeted at the door. Except for the crystal nucleus, he would never greet them. Xiao Hen threw 5 level 1 evolved nuclei at him, and Wen Qingling grabbed them. Wen Qingling, I won't send you off. Xiao Hen. Ji Rong. Did he let them in just to deliver the nucleus to him? The two stood motionless. Wen Qingling said, is there anything else? Xiao Hen went straight to the point. You robbed Fang Zhen's things. Wen Qingling. That's my thing. Xiao Hen. Something that can cure the infected, is it the blood anemone? Wen Qingling. Yes. Xiao Hen stretched out his hand and pointed at the blood anemones all over the city. Are these blood anemones? There are countless people who die from the zombie virus infection every day. The blood anemone, which can cure the zombie virus, is actually planted in a large area here. Wen Qingling stared at him. Don't even think about it. No one can touch my blood anemone. Ji Rong looked at the blood red sea anemone, growing all over the ground and thought, isn't this the treasure that Fang Zhen said? There are too many here. Xiao Hen. How many crystal nuclei? I'll buy them. Wen Qingling turned around and entered the house. It's not for sale no matter how many crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen followed him in. Actually, it's not that you can cure the zombie virus, but these blood anemones can cure it, right? Wen Qingling did not deny it. It was indeed the case. Xiao Hen. Countless people outside are waiting for the vaccine to save their lives. These blood anemones may be the key to developing the vaccine. I'll only buy a few. Wen Qingling said coldly, no. Xiao Hen really can't do anything about him. How can I make you sell me the blood anemone? Wen Qingling. I won't sell no matter what. Wen Qingling. Xiao Hen gritted his teeth and said, people are dying every day outside. You would rather use blood anemones as food rather than give up a few. Wen Qingling looked at him and said, whether people are dying outside or not has nothing to do with me. If you love humanity so much, you should go and be their savior. Don't reach out to me. Wen Qingling turned around. Xiao Hen grabbed his shoulders and didn't let him go. In this instant, an image clearly appeared in Wen Qingling's mind. A female zombie, with a mouth full of blood, was roaring and rushing out of the villa. A middle-aged man in a military uniform drew the gun and took aim. Don't kill her, she can still be saved. As long as the vaccine is developed, she can still recover. Xiao Hen, who was also wearing a military uniform, rushed over at the fastest speed. At that time, he hadn't awakened his ability, and no matter how fast he was, it couldn't be faster than a bullet. He was still a step behind. The middle-aged man opened fire and shot the female zombie dead in the head. The middle-aged man said to him, she's dead. She can't come back. Xiao Hen's world suddenly went gray and the whole world trembled. Xiao Hen suddenly pushed Wen Qingling away, his face extremely ugly. Are you reading my memory? Wen Qingling broke free from that memory. It's you who moved your hand first. The gun was aimed at Wen Qingling, and Xiao Hen said in a deep voice, what did you see? Wen Qingling quietly gazed at him. I see your obsession with the vaccine. Xiao Hen gasped violently, as if he was suppressing great pain. It was undoubtedly the last thing he dared to recall, and he still couldn't accept this fact. Ji Rong was frightened. Boss, calm down. Xiao Hen laughed grimly. Then do you plan to provide some blood anemones? Wen Qingling shook his head. No. Xiao Hen gritted his teeth. Wen Qingling, the vaccine you are so fixated on may not exist at all. Xiao Hen, It hasn't been researched. How do you know it doesn't exist? Wen Qingling said calmly and lightly, Xiao Hen, if you move your knife or gun against me once more, you may not be able to walk out of the South City. Ji Rong hurried forward and held down the gun. Boss, calm down. Let's not use the knife or gun. It will spoil the peace. If the hard tactic doesn't work, they can only play it soft. Ji Rong smiled and said, I can understand that you use blood anemones as food rations, but there are so many outside. Can you just give us a few? Please, humans are really going to die out. Wen Qingling glanced at him, then we'll talk after all humans die. Ji Rong. Xiao Hen was so angry that he wanted to pull out the gun again, but Ji Rong hurriedly stopped him. While the two sides were at a stalemate, an unusual roar came. Wen Qingling left the clinic, jumped a few times, and stood on the city wall. Xiao Hen followed and appeared on the city wall. Ji Rong followed and ran on the ground. The zombies in the entire Ling city were in a commotion and roared incessantly one after another. Wen Qingling quietly looked to the east and said, your old rival is preparing to do something. Xiao Hen's expression changed, you mean the blood corpse? Wen Qingling, Messiah, you can go to save the world now, well if you still make it in time. Xiao Hen, Ji Rong. Let's go. Whether they could make it in time or not, they had to go over and take a look. The car drove away from the civilized base at a high speed and rushed out of South City. All the people in the civilized base came out and stood on the main road, looking to the east, feeling a little anxious. Wen Qingling jumped off the city wall and appeared in front of his parents. Zhang Lan, what's happening? Why do I hear wolves howling? Wen Qingling, the wild wolf that was driven away has run away to other places to behave atrociously again. Zhang Lan rolled up her sleeves, then shall we go and kill the wolf together? Is that bastard trying to steal your command? Wen Qingling, no, it won't dare come back. The real boss has nothing to fear. Chapter 22. It was another boisterous night. There was constant noise outside, and the roar of zombies was incessant, but the civilized base was peaceful. The residents' houses are brightly lit, and the families gather together to enjoy dinner, which is in stark contrast to the chaotic world outside. Zhang Lan first warned Wen Qingling not to touch the queen anemones. Wen Qingling. He wanted to, but he didn't dare. So Wen Qingling spent time in a different way, absorbing the crystal nucleus. One after another, until dawn, the accumulated crystal nuclei were all finished by him, but he had not yet reached the advanced level. Wen Qingling started preparations early in the morning. He felt that he might be rather busy today. From South City, Xiao Hen and Ji Rong went all the way to the east, and from a distance they saw the dense zombies surging forward like a tide. This isn't a zombie group at all, but a small-scale zombie tide. They had no choice but to halt their journey. Facing the zombie tide, let alone the two of them, even if an army came over, they could be submerged in an instant. All night, they just waited on the road. There was nothing they could do. At that moment, Ji Rong asked, do you think Wen Qingling can create a zombie tide? What he really wanted to say was, could Wen Qingling stop the zombie tide? Did he have the ability to stop it since he knew what was about to happen? Xiao Hen understood what he wanted to say, and only said, he won't take action. I can tell that he has very little affection for humans. Ji Rong, but he is very kind to the people in his base. Xiao Hen, then it has to be someone in his base. They weren't even allowed to stay overnight. If they want to become a member of the civilized base, it's probably as hard as trying to obtain the blood anemone. Later that night, the small-scale zombie tide destroyed a medium-sized base. After a night of fighting and fleeing, a small number of people escaped the siege of the zombie tide alive, but there are still many zombies chasing after them. They fled all the way toward the direction of the Ling City base. Zombies with faster speed were still hunting them. Xu Shengfei was utterly exhausted. She originally thought that she was lucky that she managed to escape from the Ling City base alive, met Wen Qingling, and was taken to the South City base, where she had a place to live. After that, Wen Qingling became her stepping stone to gaining a firm foothold in the South City base. Later, because of the sudden appearance of 4 people, she was kicked out of the South City base again. This was the luckiest thing, because the South City base was destroyed on that same night. She wanted to thank those 4 people for their help. She couldn't go back to the Ling City base and could only continue to work in various small and medium-sized bases. She was a plant-type ability user, and there were many people who needed her, so she easily brought her parents to join a medium-sized base. She thought she could settle down here, but she did not expect that the base would be attacked by zombies again, causing numerous deaths and injuries. She had to continue to flee with many others. Many people were either directly eaten by zombies, or were bitten and turned into zombies on the way to escape. Xu Shengfei was panting, "I can't run anymore, we have to find a car." Not only was Xu Shengfei tired, but her parents were also very tired. Although they were ordinary people, they were well protected by Xu Shengfei. Father Xu ran while searching. With a big knife in his hand, he kept cutting down zombies. Those who could survive until now had to get their hands dirty. "There's a car over there. I'll drive it over." Father Xu ran away quickly. Two zombies darted over, one flew in the air, while the other grabbed Father Xu's leg, causing him to fall to the ground. "Dad!" Xu Shengfei quickly wrapped the vines around the zombie that rushed up and ran over to help. Mother Xu was always by her daughter's side. After a night of slaughter, Xu Shengfei had little power left and could barely use it. Father Xu turned around, chopped off the head of the zombie, and ran to the car. "I'm fine. I'll drive the car over." Several zombies rushed up at the same time. Xu Shengfei could no longer use her abilities. She could barely lift the knife in her hand. She couldn't kill it and was forced to retreat again and again until she bumped into someone. When she looked back, it turned out to be an acquaintance. Xu Shengfei didn't even think about it. She grabbed that person and pushed her towards the few zombies that pounced on her. Chao Shen, her companions rushed to her rescue in a panic. "Run, run, run," Xu Shengfei urged her mother repeatedly. Chao Shen gave out a shrill cry. Her heart was ruthless and determined as she threw the long whip in her hand at Xu Shengfei, wrapped her neck and dragged her back. The zombies rushed up immediately. Mother Xu screamed, waving the knife in her hand indiscriminately, slashing the zombies. USL*TTY shameless B*TCH. "I'll drag you to hell with me." Chao Shen chopped off the head of the zombie that bit her, and was pulled out of the zombie pack by her companions. Father Xu had already got the car and drove over a few zombies, shouting, "Get in the car, get in the car, get in the car." Mother Xu dragged Xu Shengfei into the car. Chao Shen and her companions wanted to chase and kill her, but the car had already driven away. Xu Shengfei looked at the black blood flowing from her arms and shoulders and cried, "Mom, Dad, I'm infected, I'm going to die." Mother Xu had already burst into tears. "Don't be afraid, Feifei, you won't die. Husband, turn around and go to South City. There's a clinic that can save our Feifei. Hurry up, my daughter," Xu Shengfei cried, "no one can save me, I'm infected." "You can be saved, you can be saved. There's a rumor that a doctor in South City can treat the infected. Let's go and find them. They can definitely save you." Mother Xu cried and hugged her daughter tightly. As they made their way south, they saw many vehicles rushing towards South City, supposedly with the same purpose as them. This made Xu Shengfei hopeful. Is there really someone who can treat the infected? Not long after they left, Chao Shen and the others also found a car and drove towards South City. That was the only hope for the infected to survive, and even if there was only a slight chance, they had to give it a try. Wen Qingling guessed correctly. Not long after dawn, there were survivors rushing to South City. They were all survivors who escaped in time, but many people were injured, either bitten or scratched. These people were all infected. At this time, it was thanks to the news from the Ling City base. There is a clinic in South City that can treat infected people. Many people have heard of this rumor. They didn't believe it before, but now that they got bitten, they had no choice but to have faith. In order to survive, they had to come to South City to try their luck. The main road into South City has been opened with no zombies blocking it, seemingly welcoming the visitors. All the zombies are wandering outside the main road. The scene was so bizarre that the survivors who found their way over were a little scared, but they had to go inside in order to stay alive. It wasn't until they saw the ancient city wall that they finally believed that there might be a living person in South City who ran a clinic here and only treated the infected. The survivors rushed over excitedly. The south-facing Barbican gate has been opened, but the inner city gate is closed. There are tall buildings in the Barbicans one, which Wen Qingling deliberately enclosed. The building in the south-facing Barbican has been cleaned up by civilized zombies. It is now clean and spacious. Zhong Lan, Wen Zheng, Feng Bin, and Ning Ning's father came to help. Zhang Lan was in charge of the consultation fee, and the other 4 each had a blood anemone in their hands. They all know how important the blood anemone is. Ning Ning's father, Wen Bo, is a powerful zombie. His son, Ning Ning, is 10 years old. He is standing at the door with Tong Tong. They are responsible for maintaining order. A large wooden sign stood at the gate of the Barbican, with the letters, "No vehicles are allowed to enter." There was limited space in the Barbican, so if everyone drove their cars in, where would there be room for the patients to line up? The survivors who came had to get out of the car, walk into the Barbican, and follow the road signs to the front of a building. The first floor is very spacious, with hospital beds neatly placed inside. They were brought back from Ling City Hospital by the civilized zombies to make everything appear more professional. Wen Qingling and the others were wearing white lab coats, and even Ning Ning and Tong Tong were wearing mini versions of white lab coats, looking particularly solemn. The survivors were a little stunned when they saw this scene. Those with quick reactions had already rushed in. "Doctor, doctor, please save me. I was bitten by a zombie." A man wailed and rushed inside, and was pushed out by Wen Qingling, who suddenly appeared. Wen Qingling stood at the door. "I'm only going to say this once. Line up, go in one by one, pay the fee first, then get treatment. Each person will be charged 100 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei per treatment." Someone said anxiously, "I don't have that many crystal nuclei on me right now. Can I put it on the tab first and pay it back later?" Wen Qingling glanced at the man and walked over, hand. The man hurriedly stretched out his hand. Wen Qingling pinched his pulse with 2 fingers and then said, "Your heart tells me that you won't pay it back." The man's face turned pale. "You're talking nonsense. If I say I'll pay it back, I'll pay it back." Wen Qingling stared into his eyes. "You're lying." The man's face turned ruthless. His right hand suddenly turned into a blade and was placed on Wen Qingling's neck as he shouted, "Treat me first, or I'll kill him immediately." The few people in white coats moved and all looked at him. The man said anxiously, "Do you hear me? Treat me, Wen Qingling. You don't need treatment, you need zombies to brainwash you." Wen Qingling held that hand and broke it with a click. The man screamed. Wen Qingling dragged the man step by step up the Barbican stairs. He stood on the 10-meter-high wall and threw the man down with one hand. The crowd of zombies below the city went crazy and frantically scrambled for food. The man's scream made everyone in the Barbican absolutely horrified. As soon as Xiao Hen and Ji Rong got out of the car, they saw this scene. Wen Qingling threw a person into the zombie pile and fed the zombies. Ji Rong hissed and took a deep breath. "This is the first time I've seen him kill someone." Xiao Hen raised his eyes, Wen Qingling lowered his eyes, and the two looked at each other across the space. Wen Qingling's eyes were calm without any waves. He was indifferent to murder. Wen Qingling walked down the stairs and entered the building again. At this time, no one dared to challenge him anymore. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong walked in, and when they saw the people lining up inside, they already understood. Kill the chickens to warn the monkeys too. Xiao Hen wanted to go in, but was stopped by Ning Ning and Tong Tong. "Go to line up," Tong Tong's immature voice said. Xiao Hen looked at Wen Qingling. "Wen Qingling, let them in. Don't you just want to see the blood anemone treatment? I'll let you see." Xiao Hen and Ji Rong walked in and followed Wen Qingling. The baby blood anemone in Wen Qingling's hands already had black lines on its body. It had eaten more zombie poison than the blood anemone in Wen Zheng's and the others' hands. Chapter 23. Wen Qingling precisely opened the wound and put the baby anemone on top of it. The tentacle smelled the wound and began moving. It pierced the blackened wound and started drinking poisonous blood. When the infected body is completely cleared of the zombie virus, the baby anemone will automatically pull out the tentacle. Wen Qingling's fingertips flashed with a green light, and the bloodied circle left behind, from the anemone tentacle or from the zombie bite, had recovered completely. Wen Qingling said, "Okay, next one." Someone was helped over, and Wen Qingling continued the treatment. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong have been standing by and watching. The more they look, the more magical they feel. Zhang Lan received the crystal nucleus until her hands turned soft. Her heart was indescribably happy. The next one, detoxification 100, wound treatment 100, Zhang Lan looked up, and the 4 eyes met. Zhang Lan immediately grabbed Xu Shengfei's neck. Xu Shengfei was still in a daze when she was already pressed to the ground by the furious Zhang Lan. Mother Xu screamed and lunged over to pull Zhang Lan, only to get slapped out of the way with a flap of her hand. Zhang Lan was so angry that she rode on Xu Shengfei and started beating her. Good for you, you white-eyed wolf, I didn't go looking for you, but you sent yourself to the door. How long did I raise you, son of AB*TCH? You and Qingling share everything good. I've never treated you badly and yet that's how you wild beast repay us. Father Shu also went to pull them apart. He's a grown man with full strength, yet he couldn't pull Zhang Lan. Mother Shu got up and rushed towards Zhang Lan again. Don't hit my daughter. You dead woman, why are you not dead yet? Zhang Lan grabbed Mother Shu's hair and pressed her to the ground to beat her. You haven't died yet, why should I die first? The treatment isn't over yet but a fight has broken out. Wen Qingling grabbed Xiao Hen, the able-bodied man, on the spot and pulled him over. After watching for so long, even a 3-year-old should learn how to do it. I'll leave it to you. Xiao Hen. Wen Qingling walked over. Father Shu, who was still trying to stop people from fighting, was scared back when he saw Wen Qingling. Are you a human or a zombie? They all heard Xu Shengfei talk about Wen Qingling's transformation into a zombie, but he is still standing here in perfectly good condition. Wen Qingling coldly glanced at him, which caused Father Shu to retreat even further. Wen Zheng also caught Ji Rong and gave his blood anemone to him, asking him to help continue the treatment. Wen Qingling stood on the side and watched as his own mother beat people up. Father Shu was frightened and did not dare to go forward. Wen Zheng is the only person who can mediate the situation. Seeing Xu Shengfei's mother and daughter being beaten out of shape, Wen Zheng had no choice but to hold Zhang Lan back. All right, if you continue to beat them, they will die. Zhang Lan said angrily, then I'll just beat them to death. If they have the guts to come here, they can't expect to have their life back. Ji Rong kept an eye on the blood anemone treatment while also turning back to watch the drama. While he was at it, he mouthed to Xiao Hen, this old lady is very strong, rushing up to beat people like that. I wonder if this could allow Wen Qingling to clear away his hatred and turn back from the wrong path. Mother Shu sat on the ground, crying and screaming, Wen Zheng, you have no conscience. You just watched your sister and niece being beaten without coming to help. Your wife is your family, but your sister doesn't count as your family. Tui, you shameless dead woman, still remember we are a family at this time. Why didn't you remember when your daughter sneaked up on my son and pushed him into the zombie swarm? Zhang Lan was so angry that she began panting. When she saw Xu Shengfei's wound with black blood, she was extremely happy. Karma. When you pushed others into the zombie group, did you ever think that you would die in the mouth of a zombie one day? Xu Shengfei's crying was very miserable and pitiful. She didn't dare look at Wen Qingling and Zhang Lan, so she could only tug at Wen Zheng's trousers and cry. Uncle, saved me. I really didn't mean it. I was scared and confused at the time and didn't even think that the person next to me was my cousin Wu. Zhang Lan sneered coldly, scared and confused. You're so scared that you attacked him with a wooden thorn before pushing him into the zombie group. You were deliberately trying to kill my son. You were afraid that he wouldn't die and that he wouldn't be able to attract all the zombies, that's why you made him bleed, right? You're really inhumane. You're worse than a zombie. Xu Shengfei knelt on the ground and cried, it's all my fault. It's right for Auntie to be angry, and I deserve to be beaten, as long as Auntie and cousin can calm down. Zhang Lan was so angry that she couldn't speak, so she could only keep patting her chest. She was about to be turned into a human from anger. She's pretending to be pitiful, she has long planned to kill you. Xiao Hen's voice, at this point, seemed a little abrupt. Ji Rong looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect the boss to meddle in other people's businesses. Xu Shengfei froze, looked up sharply and saw two familiar faces. Ji Rong clicked his tongue and said, you didn't expect us to be here, right? Your life is truly fortunate. The night Lu Tianjin drove you away, the base was slaughtered by a group of zombies, but as a result, your family survived. The base that was slaughtered this time, your family was from there as well. Despair flashed in Xu Shengfei's eyes. If she hadn't been bitten by a zombie, she probably wouldn't have entered South City again, but she had no choice. She wanted to live. Even if she knew that Wen Qingling was in South City, she felt that she would still be lucky and wouldn't run into Wen Qingling by chance. As a result, not only did they meet, but they also fell directly into the hands of their family. She never dreamed that the doctor who could cure the infected would actually be Wen Qingling. If she had known that he had this ability, she would not have taken that step at that time, no matter what. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiao Hen and said indifferently, "Throw her out to feed the zombies." Xu Shengfei's face instantly turned ashen. Mother Shu rushed over, hugged Wen Zheng's leg and begged tearfully, "I'll kneel down for you. I'll pay for the mistake Fei Fei made. Please spare her life. She was bitten by a zombie, and it will be too late if you don't save her. I only have this one child. She is my life." Wen Zheng looked at his sister, who was crying and begging, and his heart was very calm, as if he was looking at a completely unrelated stranger. He felt that he was not human anymore, and even the basic human feelings were gone. He could be indifferent in the face of his own sister's pleading. Wen Zheng said, "I only have one child, Qingling, and he is also my life." Mother Shu wailed. Xu Shengfei knelt on the ground and kowtowed, "Everything is all my fault. I don't deserve to be a sister. It's me who has harmed cousin." Xiao Xin heard Xu Shengfei's voice and rushed in from the outside. Without saying a word, she first kicked the person to the ground. "You bitch. You want to hurt me. You want to take me with you. I'll take you with me even if I die." When Xiao Xin raised her knife, Father Shu rushed up to grab her wrist and the two scuffled. Xiao Xin's companions came to help and controlled Father Shu. Wen Qingling looked down and glanced at Father Shu's calf. Xiao Xin looked up and saw people lying on the hospital bed receiving treatment, as well as several people in white coats standing in front of her. She hurriedly said, "Everyone, this woman is not worth saving. She is rotten to the core. She was able to enter our base with her plant-based ability. In order to gain a firm foothold, she seduced my boyfriend as soon as she arrived. While fleeing, she pushed me into a zombie herd to block zombies for her. If you save her, be careful not to be bitten back by her, she is poisonous." Mother Shu yelled at her, "You can't control your own boyfriend, and you blame my daughter. People go to high places, water flows to low places. My daughter is young, beautiful, and is a plant-based ability user, while you are just an ordinary person. Anyone who's not blind knows who to choose." Xiao Xin has a violent temper. She has the ability to directly kill her cheating boyfriend, as well as this mistress who has dug her corner too. Xiao Xin slapped Mother Shu several times and said, "To raise such a daughter, you're not a good person either. If the upper beam is not straight, then the lower beam is also crooked 3. It shows that you are also a rotten old thing." A person walked in from the outside, glanced at Xu Shengfei on the ground, and said to Wen Qingling's family, "Her zombie poison is spreading. If you don't save her, she will soon turn into a zombie. Why don't you give her to me?" Wen Qingling glanced at him, "Who are you?" The man clasped his fist and said, "Ling City Base's captain, he. I know Captain Chong Boong and Vice Captain Wen Chu. We all heard that you rescued Vice Captain Wen Chu. Our brother was infected, so we came here again, but I didn't expect to meet Xu Shengfei here." He pointed to Xu Shengfei on the ground and said, "This person is indeed rotten to the core." The Ling City base was established after the apocalypse, and she was also there. She and Commander Meng Hua's sister were best friends. The two have a very good relationship. The commander took great care of their family for this reason. Once, they went out to collect supplies with a team. Surrounded by the zombie horde, she pushed her best friend to feed the zombies. In order to prevent the news from leaking, she also killed other team members, but some people still managed to escape with serious injuries. She has been hiding her ability and has been able to kill other team members with surprise attacks. Her plan to silence them all failed, so she hurried back to the base and ran away with her parents. Commander Meng only had one relative, which was his sister, and she was killed just like that. He was extremely distressed. He had offered 2,000 ordinary zombie crystal nucleus bounty on Xu Shengfei's head, but she was quite good at hiding. "I didn't expect to meet her here today," he said. "I want her because I want to curry favor with Commander Meng. I can pay 1,000 ordinary zombie crystal nuclei first to take away Xu Shengfei, and send the remaining half afterwards. Will that be okay?" "No, no, no," Mother Shu screamed her heart out. Wen Qingling walked over to He. He took the initiative to extend his wrist to him. He also saw the scene outside before. He believed Wen Qingling should have the ability to detect whether others are lying. Ji Rong looked at Xiao Hen, his eyes powerless. "It's over. So many crystal nuclei can definitely impress Wen Qingling." Wen Qingling didn't touch his wrist. "Okay, hand over the crystal nucleus. You can take the person away." He can also perceive other people's thoughts without touching them. As long as the distance is close enough, he can see through whether or not it's a lie, but touching is more accurate. He breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, facing this young man, he felt suffocated in his chest, like a stone was pressed against him. He handed a large and a small packet of crystal nuclei to Wen Qingling and said, "Count it. The small packet is for my brother's treatment fee." Wen Qingling used his spiritual power to sweep through the packets and already knew the exact number. Xu Shengfei's family has caused quite a ruckus. Wen Qingling first treated He's brother, and after the treatment, he asked them to leave. Xu Shengfei had her hands and arms tied behind her back, and her mouth was blocked by something. She can't bite anyone even if she transforms into a zombie halfway through. She was dragged out of the Barbican by a few people, stuffed into a car, and taken away. Father Shu and Mother Shu hurriedly followed and chased after their car. Father Shu turned into a zombie halfway through. The car flipped over and rolled into a zombie herd. After Mother Shu's screams, everything returned to peace. Chapter 24. Wen Qingling, come and take a look. Xiao Hen said. Wen Qingling turned around and saw that the shape of his baby anemone was changing. Wen Qingling, what did you do to my baby anemone? Xiao Hen. What an extreme injustice. He didn't touch it at all. In the place where Wen Qingling thought was the root, a new body began to grow, and as it kept feeding on the poisoned blood, it was slowly growing larger and covered with black lines. Zhang Lan and Wen Zheng both followed, curiously watching. Zhang Lan, is this going to turn into a pig? Wen Zheng wondered, why a pig? Zhang Lan pointed to the growing new body and said, that's the body. The spherical thing coming out of the oral disc 1 and tentacles is the head. If it's this round, it must be a pig. Wen Zheng, it's not a pig, it doesn't have a tail. Zhang Lan, it must be a pig. Wen Qingling was expressionless. Don't want pigs, I don't like pigs. Zhang Lan insisted. Little piglets are so cute. Wen Qingling, not cute. Zhang Lan was angry, then what do you like? Wen Qingling, Pikachu. Xiao Hen, Ji wrong. A closer look at Wen Qingling shows that he wasn't that old. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he should still be in school now. In order to collect the zombie poison, the other 3 blood anemone treatments were stopped, and all the patients were gathered at baby anemone's side. With enough poisonous blood, the baby anemone grew up quickly, but Wen Qingling failed to see Pikachu as he wished. Instead he saw an unknown humanoid creature, only the size of an 8-month-old baby, with hands and feet, complete facial features, a head topped with an oral disc and tentacles, a pair of large blood-red round eyes, and a mouthful of sharp teeth that appeared when it grinned. The red body and black lines of the blood anemone period have disappeared, and the unknown creature has turned white and clean, looking really like a cute and lovely child. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The infected person who had just finished treatment rushed down with a roar. When the people in the waiting area saw the strange creature that suddenly appeared, they were also pale and their legs were weak. Is this a monster? The little thing seemed to be able to understand human language because it bared its teeth and growled at the man. Its voice was strong and powerful, comparable to an adult zombie. Is it a little zombie? Someone panicked. Wen Qingling stretched out his hand, and the little thing immediately got up and walked steadily. It hugged Wen Qingling and didn't let go. Wen Qingling scooped up the little thing and checked it from front to back, left to right. It even has a little bird down there, almost exactly the same as human beings. Wen Qingling, you really have become a baby anemone. Baby anemone stared at him with big red eyes. Wen Qingling, do you still have the healing function? The baby anemone struggled to get down and took the initiative to pounce on the infected person in the waiting area, hugging his head and not letting go. The infected person was scared shitless and spinning 360 degrees in place, trying to get rid of the little monster. The tentacles around the oral disc suddenly became longer, and all of them pierced into the neck wound of the infected person, sucking the poisonous blood at a rapid pace. Once done, it quickly jumped back into Wen Qingling's arms. The infected person was not scared to death by the zombie poison. He was almost scared into pissing by this weird little monster. He turned around and ran away, regardless of the blood hole on his neck. Horrible. If they hadn't seen the formation process of this thing with their own eyes, they might have thought it was an alien baby, and because of what they saw with their own eyes, they were convinced that this thing was definitely a little monster. The baby anemone's blood-red eyes swept across everyone present, causing them to feel cold in their hearts. The baby anemone suddenly jumped on Wen Zheng, snatched the blood anemone that he was holding in his hand, opened his mouth full of fangs, and began to chew. With a mouthful, blood splattered everywhere, and the people in the waiting area were so frightened that they quickly exited. The smell of blood permeated the air. Except for Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, those who remained inside weren't human beings. They watched the baby anemone eat and didn't feel afraid. Instead, they felt a sense of pride, seeing that their junior had a good appetite. Xiao Hen frowned, grabbed Wen Qingling's arm, and pulled him away. The baby anemone, who was eating, suddenly threw away the food in his hand and rushed towards Xiao Hen with a roar. The white and tender hands turned into sharp black claws and aimed towards Xiao Hen's neck. Xiao Hen raised the knife to block it, and the sharp black claws caught the knife, causing a harsh sound and some spark. "Kui Bao too," Wen Qingling said. The baby anemone jumped away and looked at Wen Qingling eagerly. Wen Qingling gestured to the ground, "Don't waste food." The baby anemone stared at Xiao Hen several times. The black claws turned into pink tender hands again, picked up the blood anemone on the ground, and were about to continue nibbling. Zhang Lan hurriedly said, "Gui 3 Bao, you can't eat anything that falls on the ground. Grandma will wash it for you. You can eat it after washing." Zhang Lan's heart was about to melt. Seeing the baby anemone was like seeing her own grandson. She took the baby anemone's little hand to wash the blood anemone. Wen Zheng followed suit, apparently also captivated by the baby anemone's cuteness. Feng Bin and Wen Bo were responsible for wiping off the blood and continuing the treatment. Xiao Hen pulled Wen Qingling to a separate room, and then said, "What is that?" "Wen Qingling, baby anemone." Xiao Hen said in a low voice, "You brought out a new species." Wen Qingling looked at him, "I didn't make it. It was his own evolution." "Xiao Hen, you're knowingly feeding it. Don't think I can't tell." Wen Qingling blinked innocently, "I'm treating people." Xiao Hen stared at him for a while before saying, "Wen Qingling, what are you trying to do?" Wen Qingling also looked at him and said, "I want to live with my parents and other people in the base, together." Xiao Hen was surprised, "I thought you had no feelings for humans." Wen Qingling. His feelings for human beings seemed to be getting weaker and weaker indeed. It's not just him, but his parents too. His father has always been the most tolerant toward his good elder sister, but this time he was able to respond indifferently, watching their family die without any intention of saving them at all. Wen Qingling pondered, could it be that he would eventually lose all human emotions and become a complete zombie? By then, will he be the enemy of mankind? Xiao Hen said, "Don't make a second one, it's very dangerous. I can feel its sharp claws. It reminds me of the claws of a blood corpse." Wen Qingling's eyes moved slightly. Could it be that his guess was true? It seems that he needs to find an opportunity to verify it. Wen Qingling came out again and saw Zhang Lan holding Kui Bao. Kui Bao had already been washed, wrapped in a piece of clothing, and even wore a hat, just like a human baby. The appearance of Kui Bao made Wen Qingling understand that the blood anemone should not be a plant but a creature that grows on the ground. Wen Qingling stared at Kui Bao for a while, then took him out. "I'm going out. I'll leave this place to you guys." He was going to verify his guesses and, by the way, to see what skills Kui Bao had. He didn't conduct the experiment in South City, but went to play with the zombies in East City. Wen Qingling wrapped himself up with his spiritual power so as to not reveal his aura. He then threw Kui Bao out, "Go play and bring back some crystal nucleus." Kui Bao pounced on the head of a zombie, and sharp black claws appeared. One claw cut off half of the zombie's head and scraped out the crystal nuclei, then he quickly jumped away and continued to hunt the second one. Wen Qingling slowly followed behind. He was selecting the experimental subjects. A white-collar female zombie in a uniform staggered over. Wen Qingling stopped in his tracks. "You and I are destined. Let's do an experiment." With a grasp in the air, the female zombie was dragged over. Wen Qingling bit his fingertip and dripped 2 drops of blood into the female zombie's mouth. The female zombie suddenly fell to the ground, twitching all over. The rotten flesh began to fall off, and the fresh new flesh regenerated rapidly. The female zombie's eyes became clear and her consciousness recovered. She stood upright, her body covered with sticky blood that dripped down and caused a very pungent odor. The female zombie's neck was almost folded to 90 degrees. She let out a shrill roar and then exploded into a pool of bloody spray. Wen Qingling. It's confirmed. The blood corpse that likes to engage in large-scale events really stole the blood he left on the ground and evolved. He had no idea why it didn't explode after turning into a blood corpse. This female zombie, however, exploded. Was the power too strong? Wen Qingling grabbed another zombie, this time giving only one drop. The zombie turned into a blood corpse again. This time it lasted a longer time, but it still exploded. Wen Qingling felt that the existence of a blood corpse should also be a very small chance, just like his existence. And his parents, who drank his blood since they were still fine, should be related to blood. Wen Qingling is the continuation of their bloodline. Wen Qingling's blood will not cause harm to them, but it will be different to others. After confirming the origin of the blood corpse, Wen Qingling did not plan to try again, and called Kuibao to prepare to go home. Kuibao ran back, covered in filthy zombie blood that reeked of foul stench, and opened his arms to hug. Wen Qingling decisively refused and let it go back by itself. Little Kuibao carried a plastic bag aggrievedly and ran after him. The bag was filled with blood-stained crystal nuclei. Kuibao literally translated to baby anemone. Chapter 25. When Wen Qingling came back, it was already dark, and everyone in the Barbican had left. Although he wasn't here, he had been paying attention to the situation in the Barbican with his spiritual power. Some people saw him leaving with the little monster Kuibao, and came up with some wishful thoughts. They discussed with Zhang Lan and the others whether they could stay for one night. No doubt they were rejected. They said that they could live in the Barbican without entering the city, but Zhang Lan still refused. The survivors only saw Wen Qingling's strength but did not know the details of the others. They banded together with the intention of forcing Zhang Lan to accept them. As a result, everyone was beaten out of the city. Wen Qingling's strength has improved, and all the civilized zombies related to him are also stronger than before. Although they didn't have superpowers, their speed and strength are comparable to evolved zombies, so they are not easy to mess with. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong also left. In a short period of time, 2 small and medium-sized bases were destroyed one after another, which left all bases near Ling City without any hope. Those who were still hesitating about whether to join the Ling City base no longer hesitated and went there at the fastest speed. The survivors near Ling City were concentrated to the greatest extent. The leader of the Ling City base got the news that the zombies that launched the zombie tide were a new type of evolved zombie that had consciousness and could talk. Their individual strength is very strong, and most importantly, they are smart, which means that they're not only fighting with their strength but with their intellect as well. Almost all the survivors near Ling City have moved into the Ling City base. The top management of the base gathered to discuss countermeasures. In the face of the zombie tide, how should the base resist? They have no doubt that the zombie tide will flock to the Ling City base sooner or later. What they want is to strengthen the city wall before the zombie tide arrives, organize good manpower to counterattack, and prevent the zombie tide from breaking through the defense line. All Xiao Hen and Ji Rong can bring to them is the news of the blood corpse, they can't help with other things. The leader of the Ling City base appreciated them very much, and after having invited them many times, they still could not persuade them to join the Ling City base. Wen Qingling is the reason why Xiao Hen and Ji Rong were staying here. They weren't here to help defend the base. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong returned to the civilized base again, and once again raised the idea of wanting to stay. Wen Qingling still refused. The two of them retreated and asked for the next best thing. If they can't live in the base, living in the Barbican is also possible. Wen Qingling, the Barbican doesn't work either. He's not stupid. If he let the 2 people in, how many of the base's secrets would be revealed? Xiao Hen couldn't persuade him, so he could only continue to run back and forth between Ling City base and South City, returning to the Ling City base at night to sleep, and coming to South City during the day. The news of the South City clinic has been completely spread out. Many people have been cured, and they have become the clinic's living advertisement. After that, there will be infected people every day, and also survivors who refuse to leave and insist on staying at the base. To deal with such people, Zhang Lan has always spoken with her fist. The more survivors were treated, the more poisonous blood was given to the blood anemones. The other 2 blood anemones also began to change, but they failed to evolve successfully and were eaten by Kuibao halfway through. It seems to be very resistant to the emergence of its kind. Every time Wen Qingling went out hunting, he would take Kuibao with him. The matter of the Barbican clinic was handed over to his parents, Feng Bin and Wen Bo. One day, when he was chasing a mutant cow, Kuibao was so excited that it sprayed out poisonous mist. The robust mutant cow instantly turned into a decaying zombie cow, with red eyes. Its size grew larger as well as its courage, because it even dared to attack Wen Qingling. Thus Wen Qingling had to kill it with his own hands. It was also the first time he knew that Kuibao could actually spray poison mist. He asked Kuibao to spray the mist at an ordinary zombie, and then the ordinary zombie turned into an evolved zombie with red eyes. Wen Qingling solemnly educated Kuibao, "We are good socialist zombies. We can't just spray poison mist, okay?" Kuibao tilted his head to look at him. It was unknown whether he understood or not. The poisonous mist is effective on zombies and mutant animals, much less humans. The effect will only be stronger. If a poisonous mist was sprayed on the survivor base, he didn't dare imagine what kind of beautiful scenario would happen. Early in the morning, Wen Qingling was neatly dressed and carrying a backpack, ready to go out. Kuibao was inside the backpack. As soon as he left the Barbican, he met Xiao Hen and Jirong. "Xiao Hen, are you going out?" "Wen Qingling, go to the Ling City base." Xiao Hen was even more surprised than hearing that zombies don't eat people. "You shouldn't want to join the Ling City base. What are you doing there?" Wen Qingling glanced at him. "Find someone." Will he tell him that he went to Ling City base for the 2 lost blood anemones? "No, Xiao Hen, we'll take you there." Wen Qingling was noncommittal. With a free driver, he doesn't bother to drive anymore. Jirong drove, while Wen Qingling and Xiao Hen sat in the back row. Wen Qingling quietly looked out the window, his gaze dull. Jirong looked at him in the rearview mirror and asked tentatively, "City Lord Wen, will the blood corpse attack the Ling City base?" Wen Qingling's gaze did not move. "If it were me, I would have the entire Ling City base relocated." Jirong and Xiao Hen both had a sinking heart. "Xiao Hen, there are nearly 30,000 survivors in the Ling City base, and there are quite a few people with abilities. If the blood corpse really wants to attack the Ling City base, it is estimated that the entire Ling City's zombies will have to be mobilized, but can it really control all the zombies in Ling City? At least the zombies in South City will definitely not listen to the commands of the blood corpse. Because Wen Qingling would not allow it." Wen Qingling said lightly, "That's why Ling City base can still exist in peace. When the blood corpse takes control of Ling City, the Ling City base will be in danger." Xiao Hen looked at him and said, "You won't allow the blood corpse to invade your South City." Xiao Hen said it with certainty. After so many contacts, he has a certain understanding of Wen Qingling. Although Wen Qingling is indifferent to human affairs, he will not take the initiative to attack human beings, whether it is himself or the zombie group he controls. This shows that he is just a little indifferent and not a bad guy. He does things with his own principles. Wen Qingling, the blood corpse won't touch South City, but zombies in South City that can't stand hunger will take the initiative to defect. Although Wen Qingling can control zombies, he can't stop zombies from pursuing a better life. Both humans and zombies have the right to choose a better life. Looking at the convoy of survivors coming and going outside the window, Wen Qingling felt in a trance. After careful calculation, he had only been away from the human base for nearly 2 months. Why did he feel that human life was so far away from him, so far that he felt strange? The entrance of the Ling City base is more bustling than ever. There are vehicles and noisy people everywhere. Kuibao in the backpack was restless, wriggling and trying to come out. Wen Qingling patted it and made it quiet. Now wasn't the time to make trouble. Xiao Hen glanced at his backpack and raised his vigilance. The person who refused to leave South City suddenly took the initiative to come out. There must be a reason why. Moreover, he even brought Kuibao out. Chapter 26. Important note. Spiritual power ability will be changed to psychic power ability. Since Wen Qingling ability has something to do with mind control, psychic just sound better. The cars were queuing up, waiting to enter the base. Wen Qingling looked at the high fence. The wall was about 8 meters high, enclosing the entire base. It looked solid and safe. The Ling City base is much larger than his civilized base because not only the survivors of Ling City but many survivors who fled from other provinces also gathered here. The Ling City base is located in Lan Province, and it is already a large survivor base. Once captured, the casualties will be immeasurable. When his psychic power was released, the entire Ling City base was shrouded in his psychic power. Countless noisy voices were ringing in his brain, and many faces flashed through his mind quickly. At last, the faces of 2 women were captured. Found them. Which esteemed friend is visiting us? Shouldn't you have asked the host before using your psychic power to explore? A man's voice suddenly appeared throughout the entire Ling City base. The noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, and then came the animated discussions. A person with psychic ability has appeared. Psychic ability users are too rare. Isn't the deputy leader of our base a powerful psychic ability user? This is the second psychic ability user. Did they plan to join our base? In this way, the strength of our base will be stronger. The strength of our base is already very strong, and with another psychic ability user joining us, it's definitely a tiger that has grown wings. Are we still afraid of that stupid zombie tide? Quote. Friend, welcome to Ling City base. The man's voice appeared again. Wen Qingling looked at the poles standing on both sides of the entrance. The loudspeakers above were buzzing with sound, and there was also the sizzling sound of electricity, which was very grating on the ear. Wen Qingling, can't the Ling City base even buy better speakers? They're too poor. Xiao Hen. Ji Rong. They couldn't drive in, so they could only park on the side of the road and walk in. Wen Qingling was stopped by the guards. Show your base card. Wen Qingling had never been to the Ling City base and didn't know there was such a rule. Wen Qingling, don't have. Gate guard, first time. Wen Qingling, yes. The guard at the gate said, go there to register, pay the crystal nuclei, and apply for the base card to facilitate entry and exit in the future. Wen Qingling, I won't come again in the future, only once. The guards at the gate looked at him strangely and became impatient. You have to pay 10 ordinary crystal nuclei for one time. It's fine if you don't want to register the base card, but the next time you enter the base you will have to pay another 10 crystal nuclei. It's too expensive to need 10 ordinary crystal nuclei. The loudspeakers were still persistent. Friend, welcome to Ling City base. Our base's comprehensive strength is among the best in the entire land province. When you come here, you will come to a warm family, and you will not regret. Wen Qingling, I want to enter a warm family, and you want to charge me an entrance fee. Gatekeeper. Wen Qingling pointed at the chattering loudspeaker. Did you hear it say friend? Can you exempt the 10 crystal nuclei? The gate guard glanced at the loudspeaker on the telephone pole and said, if you can turn into a loudspeaker, you will be exempted from it. Wen Qingling. Ji Rong laughed until his stomach hurt. He can't turn into a loudspeaker. I'll give you the crystal nuclei. Xiao Hen couldn't help laughing. He threw 10 ordinary crystal nuclei at the guards and pushed Wen Qingling forward. Wen Qingling squinted at him. If you give it voluntarily, I won't give it back to you. Xiao Hen, you earn so many crystal nuclei every day, and you can't spare 10 ordinary crystal nuclei. Wen Qingling, I am poor and have no crystal nucleus. Xiao Hen, no one in the entire land province is richer than you. Wen Qingling is really poor. He has to rely on crystal nuclei to improve his strength. His body is like a black hole. So many crystal nuclei are used up, but it's still very difficult to advance a rank. How can he have extra crystal nuclei and be rich? After the apocalypse, Wen Qingling has never seen so many people. It is crowded, noisy, and all kinds of emotions are flying around. It's the big brother who saved me. Wen Qingling hadn't gone very far when the little boy who rushed out hugged his leg. Wen Qingling looked down at him. The little boy smiled sweetly at him. The woman chased her son over, saw Wen Qingling and 2 familiar faces, and smiled brightly. Have you also moved into the Ling City base? If I may say, it's safer to come to the big base. It's too dangerous outside now, so it's the right choice to come here. The woman, is your clinic also moving to the Ling City base? Wen Qingling, no. The woman tried her best to promote the base. Our base is very good. Moving the clinic here is definitely better than your business in South City. Are you sure you don't want to consider it? If you need a store, I can help you. Wen Qingling glanced around. Noisy, dirty, messy, poor, not moving. Wen Qingling lifted his steps and left, without the slightest warmth of seeing an acquaintance. Xiao Hen. Ji Rong. Hold your conscience and say it again, are you really not moving for this reason? Wen Qingling identified the direction and walked forward. At the human base, He wanted to appear as a normal human, so he chose to walk normally. The mausoleum city base is really messy. In order for more people to have a house to live in, houses or buildings that can accommodate a lot of people can be built everywhere. Living waste, garbage, and stinky water are everywhere, reeking to high heaven. Wen Qingling walked for a long time, making 7 or 8 turns inside the messy base, and then turned into a dark and damp old building in front of a cramped alleyway. In front of the old building, less than 10 steps ahead, was a pile of garbage, with mutant insects buzzing around. The old building is an old-fashioned staircase house. The ground floor and the basement floor are garages, now filled with people, quarreling, cursing, crying, and moaning. The noise made Wen Qingling's head buzz. A woman with disheveled hair and an emaciated, haggard face came out of the garage. She looked young, but the apocalypse had aged her to the extreme. She was holding a pitted metal basin with a small handful of wild greens in it. When Wen Qingling suddenly appeared in front of her, the woman was startled and opened her mouth to curse. "Are you sick? What do you want, getting so close to me all of a sudden? You have to pay crystal nuclei to look at me." Wen Qingling grabbed the woman's neck and said, "Where is the thing?" The woman widened her eyes in horror. What? Xiao Hen was just about to stop him when Wen Qingling threw the woman away and turned to leave. He saw the woman's memory. The blood anemone in the woman's hand had been taken away by Fang Zhen. Wen Qingling could only find the other woman. Xiao Hen recognized this woman. She was Fang Zhen's wife. Fang Zhen also had a younger sister. He didn't expect Wen Qingling to come here in person to find them. Fang Zhen's blood test results have not come out yet, and it is still unknown whether he has antibodies, so Fang Zhen's family cannot be touched for the time being. Xiao Hen quickly followed Wen Qingling. "Are you looking for Fang Zhen's family?" "Why?" Wen Qingling quickened her pace. "They took my things." Xiao Hen. "What is it?" Wen Qingling. "Something they shouldn't touch." Xiao Hen suddenly thought of a possibility. Blood anemone. Shit, they might have been tricked. Ji Rong obviously thought of this too. How many did they take? Wen Qingling. 3 plants. Wen Qingling immediately added, "Don't think about stealing the blood anemone. You can't control it even if you take it away." Chapter 27. Wen Qingling accelerated to the other woman's place, but suddenly stopped halfway. Xiao Hen was able to keep up with his speed, while Ji Rong tiredly followed behind, barely keeping up. Suddenly, Wen Qingling braked and Ji Rong almost bumped into him. "City Lord Wen, can we not stop so abruptly?" Ji Rong gasped. Wen Qingling's paralyzed face almost healed itself on the spot. A cold light shot out from his eyes as he opened the zipper of his backpack. "Kuibao, go." Kuibao jumped to the ground excitedly. Dressed in delicate clothes and hats, it bounced and rushed forward. The 3 followed behind. Kuibao rushed into an underground parking lot. Wen Qingling followed by jumping in, and before he landed, he was thrown to the ground by a black shadow. Xiao Hen was following closely. The long knife was unsheathed, and the shadow bounced away to dodge. Xiao Hen pulled up Wen Qingling, who was on the ground. Wen Qingling was very angry. Since he became a zombie, he had never been so pissed off. He was attacked by something raised from his own blood. He was deeply offended. Xiao Hen caught a glimpse of it and then paused. Ji Rong rushed in and was also startled by the situation in front of him. There were more than a dozen zombies standing inside. These zombies were different from the ones they had ever seen. They had scarlet eyes, their skin was basically intact, the degree of decay was very low, and their bodies were quite thin. Standing at the forefront of the red-eyed zombies was a humanoid creature like Kuibao, but it had 4 hands and 4 legs, making it look very strange. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong both understood what Wen Qingling meant by unable to control. They found Fang Zhen's sister among those zombies. Wen Qingling said, "This is what happens when you can't control it." One who thought they were the master didn't know they were actually the prey. The humanoid creature had been staring at Wen Qingling with its big scarlet eyes, and Wen Qingling was also staring at it. They looked like 2 roosters that were about to fight to the death at any moment. The humanoid creature opened its mouth full of fangs and let out a threatening roar at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling became angry like a puffer fish. This offense was quite big. If Wen Qingling didn't beat it to death today, he wasn't its ancestor. If Xiao Hen and Ji Rong were not present, Wen Qingling would roar back with a louder, more intimidating, and more aggressive roar, and directly roar to death these daring lower-class zombies. Wen Qingling stared at it even more fiercely. The humanoid calf was not afraid of tigers, and sprayed a black poisonous mist at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling violently pushed Xiao Hen away. Poison. Get out. Xiao Hen slammed out of the underground parking lot. Ji Rong was a bit miserable. He was dragged by the vine and thrown out. The black poisonous mist that spread all over the place suddenly hit an invisible barrier, and all the black mist was trapped in it. The humanoid creature roared angrily, and a dozen red-eyed zombies rushed towards Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling let out a roar unique to high-level zombies. Roar. The red-eyed zombies that rushed over all got their heads burst open in succession, and the few who survived by chance could only shiver in front of the real high-level zombies, kneeling and surrendering. This roar was not a human voice at all. Everyone who heard this roar had their hair stand on end, their hearts pumping tight, as if their throats were strangled by fear, and they had difficulty breathing. Xiao Hen's heart jolted. He jumped up suddenly and reappeared in the underground parking lot. Wen Qingling has already withdrawn the suppression on the red-eyed zombies and made them stand up head-on. Xiao Hen slashed at the zombie that pounced on him. The zombie's body was agile. It bounced away like a monkey. Ji Rong rushed in and threw out the big fireballs in his hands. The fireball came with its own explosive function. For a time, the sound of explosions was ceaseless. Xiao Hen flipped his wrist, and the long knife was replaced by an assault rifle. After a burst of tututu sounds, the red-eyed zombie that was jumping around was finally cleaned up. Kuibao had long been tearing up the humanoid creature, and the winner was almost determined. Xiao Hen strode over with the gun and said angrily, "You know it's poisonous and you still don't hide. Do you want to die?" Wen Qingling glanced at him slightly and said, "You'd better not yell at me, lest my hands turn shaky. The Ling City base might turn into a zombie paradise." Xiao Hen was furious. Ji Rong hurriedly said, "Thank you, City Lord, for saving our lives, but, what is this?" Ji Rong pointed to a cloud of black mist in the air. The black mist was being trapped by an invisible force, constantly compressing, and finally turned into a small black ball the size of a glass bead, suspended in the air. Wen Qingling thought for a while and said, "Kuibao can spray a kind of poisonous mist. It should be refined zombie poison, which appears in the form of a poisonous mist. No matter whether they are zombies, mutant creatures or human beings, as long as they touch or inhale, they will instantly become evolved zombies, that is, red-eyed zombies." Xiao Hen. Ji Rong. This F*C King. He was at a loss for words and didn't know what to curse. This was terrible news. Xiao Hen's intuition was right. This humanoid creature was indeed very dangerous. Xiao Hen felt that the situation in Ling City was completely beyond his control, and everything was developing in an unbelievable direction. He didn't know what would happen next, or what kind of terrifying threat it would bring. The fight between the two little ones was coming to an end, and it ended with Kuibao biting off the neck of the humanoid creature. Wen Qingling turned around and walked out. "You guys better not look." Xiao Hen and Ji Rong took one last look. Kuibao was holding the humanoid creature and gnawing at it. The blood flowing out of the creature was black and red. Then they followed Wen Qingling and stood outside waiting. Wen Qingling tossed the black poisonous mist ball in his hand. Ji Rong was frightened. "City Lord, let's talk properly. Don't play with the ball. What if it breaks or leaks?" Wen Qingling said lightly, "Don't worry, the poisonous mist is enveloped by my psychic power. If I don't die, the poisonous mist will not disperse." Ji Rong. A man can make mistakes, and a horse can stumble. What if, by any chance? This is tens of thousands of lives. Xiao Hen said, "That is to say, Fang Zhen still has a blood anemone in his hands." Wen Qingling. "Yes, he is trying to treat the infected and probably wants to grasp the right to speak in this way." Xiao Hen. "Too stupid. This kind of thing can't be left out there, it must be retrieved as soon as possible." Wen Qingling shook his head, "It's useless. Fang Zhen has already escaped from the base." Xiao Hen closed his eyes. He made a mistake in his judgment. He should not have let Fang Zhen go. However, he didn't know that there was more than one blood anemone, one of which was snatched by Wen Qingling, and there were still two in Fang Zhen's hands. Wen Qingling glanced at him and said, as if to comfort him, "He is very cunning. Only one of the 3 blood anemones was on his body. I took one and the remaining 2 were hidden by him in the hands of 2 women, very cautious." Xiao Hen looked at him and said nothing. Ji Rong suddenly said, "Did you hear the roar just now?" Is it the roar of a red-eyed zombie? Wen Qingling glanced at him and said, Kuibao. Kuibao came back covered in black blood. Wen Qingling, open your mouth. Kuibao opened his mouth full of black blood. Wen Qingling threw the poisonous mist ball into its mouth. Kuibao swallowed it in one gulp, smacking his mouth in satisfaction. Kuibao took the initiative to climb into the backpack, and Wen Qingling zipped it up. A group of people finally arrived. With all the commotion over here, it was impossible not to alert the people at the base. Chapter 28. These people had no idea that they were walking on the brink of death. If Wen Qingling came a step late and let the humanoid creature escape to the outside, just a random mouth of poisonous mist could spread through the entire base. By then, the Ling City base would collapse from the inside without needing the blood corpse attack. Until now, Xiaohen and Ji Rong still had chills on their backs. This time, it was thanks to Wen Qingling's impulse to find someone that allowed them to nip the danger in the bud, otherwise, the consequences would really be unimaginable. And instead of being honored for doing a good deed, they were pointed at by an armed group of people. The leader of the guard shouted at them to put down their weapons and squat on the ground with their hands above their heads. The three didn't move, they were all looking at him. The captain of the guard felt provoked, and took the lead in opening fire, hitting the ground beside them. I told you to put down your weapons. Do you hear me? Put down your weapons. Wen Qingling glanced at Xiaohen, a beautiful human society. Ji Rong hurriedly said, not everyone is like this. Wen Qingling raised his hands and said, I don't have any weapons. The captain of the guard held up the gun and tightened the trigger. Crouch on the ground with your head in your hands. Wen Qingling, I'm not a criminal. The captain of the guard roared, as the sound of explosions, guns, and roars caused by you guys. What have you done here? Xiaohen had nothing to say to the captain of the guard. You can't solve the situation here, let Fang Shenlong come over. Who are you? Is our base leader someone you can meet? Before he could finish speaking, Xiaohen suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbed his gun, and held him hostage. All the guards were a little flustered. Some pointed at Wen Qingling and Ji Rong, some pointed at Xiaohen and the captain of the guards, and some swayed on both sides, not knowing where to point the gun at. Xiaohen said, evolved zombies appear in the underground parking lot. We are killing zombies. Can you handle this? With a gun pointed against his head, the captain of the guard stammered, how can there be zombies here? I think it's you guys who are plotting against us here. Let me tell you, there's no one who dares to cause trouble in Ling City base. Wen Qingling said nothing, dragged a zombie with a disintegrated head from the underground parking lot with vines and threw it at the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard screamed and almost vomited. Wen Qingling, what is this? If it isn't a zombie, then it's your father. The captain of the guard's face paled. How is it possible? Why are there zombies here? The captain of the guard hurriedly yelled at the other guards, quick, inform the chief, there are zombies here. Xiaohen dropped the guard captain, who finally found his brain, and walked towards Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling, that creature's blood. It's best to dispose of it cleanly. Having had an experience, Wen Qingling kindly reminded, that is the purest zombie poison. Be mindful of contamination and accidental ingestion. Xiaohen stared at him for 3 seconds, then turned back to the underground parking lot. Wait for me here, don't leave. At the place where the humanoid creature fell, only a pool of black blood was left. The color was almost black, and it smelled fishy. Xiaohen's eyes stayed on the corpse of a zombie. The zombie's head seemed to explode from the inside, with no visible wound on the outside. He walked around between the corpses. There were 6 in total, all of which had exploded heads. That is to say, within a few seconds of being thrown out by Wen Qingling, he killed 6 red-eyed zombies. How did this happen? Xiaohen returned. Ji Rong, go and solve it. Black blood cannot be left behind. Ji Rong nodded and went in, directly burning it clean with fire. The leader of the Ling City base, Fang Shenlong, and the deputy leader, Miao Bo, came quickly with a group of captains. Fang Shenlong was tall and boorish looking. This wasn't the first time that he and Xiaohen had met, so there was no need for courtesy. The group first went into the underground parking lot to check, and then came out with a solemn expression. Xiaohen didn't wait for him to ask. He took the initiative to tell them that it was man-made. Someone created zombies in the base. Fortunately, they found it early, or else the Ling City base would have collapsed from the inside. Fang Shenlong was furious. Who the hell is it? Has the person been caught? Xiao Hen. His name is Fang Zhen. He is extremely dangerous. He has something in his hand that makes people turn into zombies. He has already escaped from the base. If he comes back again, please make sure to capture him. Many thanks in advance. Xiao Hen deliberately concealed the news of the blood anemone because it was too dangerous. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Fang Shenlong sighed, if you hadn't found these zombies in time and let them run out, our base would be finished. Don't worry, as long as he dares to come back, I will catch him. Chong Boong came out and took the initiative to greet Wen Qingling, Doctor, long time no see. Wen Qingling glanced at him slightly, but did not respond. Chong Boong laughed, do you forget who I am? Chu Chu. Wen Chu came over, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Wen Qingling nodded slightly and continued to remain silent. Wen Chu said, I've heard of Fang Zhen, who you're talking about. During this period of time, he has had a great reputation. I heard that he can also treat infected people. Many people have gone to him for treatment. That's the kid. Fang Shenlong had obviously heard of him as well. Wen Chu nodded, it's him. Fang Shenlong said angrily, is he saving or harming people? It's such a shame. He had been wanting to meet this person, but something happened first. Miao Bo has been looking at Wen Qingling. Wen Qingling was very stingy and didn't spare him a glance. Miao Bo suddenly said, are you a psychic? Everyone was surprised. Among the many abilities, psychic ability is the rarest. If it can be developed, such an ability will be very scary. It's even possible to control zombies. If he was really a psychic ability user, the Ling City base would do anything to win him over. Fang Shenlong looked at him eagerly. Wen Qingling. No. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, who knew the truth. Wen Qingling raised his hand, and a vine came out of the ground, I am a wood-type ability user. Everyone was disappointed. They thought he was a psychic ability user, but they didn't expect him to be a wood type. No, the wood type was also very F*C king important, right? When did they become so conceited that they dared to be disappointed by a wood type ability user? No one even thought as far as him having the dual abilities because they had never seen or heard of it, so they were all easily deceived. Miao Bo looked suspicious, the person who scouted the base with his psychic power was not you. Wen Qingling. No. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong. Miao Bo said to himself, could it be that he has already left? It's a pity to miss such a hidden powerhouse. Ji Rong really wanted to wake up this blind man. He's right in front of you, Unfortunately, he didn't have a loudspeaker. Miao Bo said sincerely, wood-type abilities are also very important to our base. Please be sure to join our base. Wen Qingling. No need. Miao Bo. Please consider it. We are gathering the strong, and we are going to give a big gift to the zombies in Ling City. Wen Qingling looked at him like he was looking at a fool and turned to leave. I won't bother you guys to prepare your gift. Take care of yourselves. Xiao Hen and Ji Rong were about to leave, but were stopped by Fang Shenlong. Fang Shenlong. We can't sit around and wait for death. We have a perfect plan. I wonder if you guys are interested in joining. Xiao Hen. We'll talk about it later. The two men hurriedly chased after Wen Qingling. Fang Shenlong looked at them thoughtfully. Miao Bo. Did these two take refuge with that young man? Fang Shenlong shook his head, that's unlikely. Chapter 29. Wen Qingling walked down the street of the base with heavy footsteps, observing the human society he had not seen for a long time. Ji Rong asked, do you think the Ling City base has absolutely no chance of winning against the Ling City zombies? Wen Qingling. Anyone with a brain can tell. Ji no brain wrong. I think if they struggle hard, there is still hope. Wen Qingling. There is no hope. You have no idea how many evolved zombies there are in Ling City. Xiao Hen. You know. Wen Qingling glanced at him, I don't know. I haven't counted. Xiao Hen. Then why are you so sure that there's no hope for the Ling City base? Wen Qingling. Before the apocalypse, the population of Ling City was more than 10 million. After the apocalypse, zombies in the surrounding small cities gather in Ling City. To give you a conservative number, the number of ordinary zombies in Ling City is now at least 20 million or more. 20 million against 30,000, let's just wash up and go to bed one. This is just ordinary zombies, not counting evolved zombies. Perhaps they don't even need to send that many ordinary zombies. Just give them dozens of ugly monsters, and they probably won't be able to defend the gate. Xiao Hen didn't know that the number of zombies was this horrifying. Ling City wasn't called a zombie city without a reason. This place was like a zombie magnetic field. The zombies nearby liked to gather here. This was not a good sign. The density of zombies was too high. Sooner or later, a big problem would arise. It was precisely because the number of zombies was huge and the number of survivors was far less than that Xiao Hen wanted to win Wen Qingling into the human camp. Wen Qingling said, "My advice is the same. If you want to survive, don't stay here. Evacuate as soon as possible." Xiao Hen stood in front of Wen Qingling and said, "You obviously know so well, why don't you help the humans out? You can suppress the blood corpse, right? When the blood corpse controlled the zombie group to attack us, it was you who suppressed it. It just left South City, isn't it?" Wen Qingling moved around him. "I have no obligation." Xiao Hen pulled him and said, "If you are a human, you have an obligation." Therefore, he had no such obligation because he was not human. A motorcade roared past. Wen Qingling's eyes fell on one of the cars, and his psychic power followed it. When approaching the entrance of the base, Wen Qingling stopped in his tracks. He said, "I was able to suppress it before, but not necessarily now. It attacked 2 bases and ate a lot of people. Consuming humans can make it evolve rapidly, especially humans with special abilities. Right now I also don't know how strong it has become." Wen Qingling looked at Xiao Hen and said, "Do you think the human decapitation plan might succeed?" Xiao Hen was stunned. Decapitation plan too? Wen Qingling, Ling City base doesn't want to sit still. They are planning to send a team of strong people into East City to kill the blood corpse. Xiao Hen. Ji Rong. Xiao Hen remembered the perfect plan that Fang Shenlong spoke of. Could it be this? Ji Rong exclaimed, F***ck. This is crazy. They don't even know the horror of a blood corpse. The blood corpse can trigger a small wave of zombies that can drown them in minutes, so what's the point of this decapitation plan? Wen Qingling looked deep into the base. Aren't you guys going to stop it? Xiao Hen. You want us to stop it? Wen Qingling. Isn't it quite foolish to make fearless sacrifices when there's a better alternative? Xiao Hen said, what Fang Shenlong said is right. We can't sit still and wait for death. Wen Qingling. You agree with this plan? Xiao Hen. If they have the strength, this plan is not impossible, but judging from the strength of Ling City base's top brass, this plan is very difficult to succeed. Wen Qingling. So, why don't you stop it? Xiao Hen. I'm not from this base, I don't have the right to speak. I can only give advice, but they may not listen. Wen Qingling turned around and went back, no longer walking slowly nor jumping forward, but running. At such a speed, Xiao Hen could only keep up with his spatial abilities. Ji Rong was left behind every time, but this time he learned to be smart. Seeing them leaping fast, he got into a car on the side of the road, kicked the owner off, threw him a few crystal cores, and drove after them. I don't believe that 4 wheels will lose to 2 legs. It turned out that in the densely populated base, 4 wheels did lose to 2 legs. At the headquarters of the Ling City base, Fang Shenlong sat in first place, Miao Bo was in second place, and all the brigade leaders, squadron leaders, and team leaders were present at this meeting. They were discussing important matters when shouting came from outside and the door was pushed open. Everyone looked at the door. Wen Qingling, who had left, came back again, along with Xiao Hen and Ji Rong, who was out of breath and finally caught up. Fang Shenlong stood up. Are the 3 of you changing your mind and willing to join our plan? Wen Qingling didn't say a word. His eyes swept across the crowd and precisely locked onto his target. The moment he saw Wen Qingling, Luo Fengju had long been stunned on the spot. The person who he thought had turned into a zombie was standing right in front of him. Wen Qingling looked at him and said, you want to participate in this plan? Everyone looked at Luo Fengju, the newcomer who arrived at Ling City base not long ago. With his personal strength, he quickly became a team leader. If it weren't for the fact that his ability wasn't offensive, he would have become a squadron leader by now. Luo Fengju stood up abruptly. His big movement caused the chair to flip over. He strode over quickly. You didn't turn into a zombie. Great. It's great that you're still alive. Have you also joined the Ling City base? How come I haven't seen you? I'm not from this base. Wen Qingling asked again, do you want to participate in this plan? Luo Fengju nodded. have you also heard of this plan? For the sake of the base, we can only choose to take risks. We can't really wait for the zombies to hit the door. Wen Qingling, don't court death. There's no chance of winning. Wen Qingling's words immediately ignited some dissatisfaction. Fang Shenlong was laying the groundwork, but an unknown stranger came to demolish the platform. How could he tolerate this? Immediately, someone clapped the table and stood up. Who are you? You sure have a big mouth. Do you know what kind of place this is? Someone followed and clapped the table. Where's the kid from? You dare to act wildly here? These people had just returned to the base. They weren't aware of the evolved zombie crisis in the underground parking lot, nor did they know that it was Wen Qingling and the three who solved that problem. They scolded him one after another as a way to show their support for this plan. Chapter 30. Xiao Hen looked at Fang Shenlong and Miao Bo. From their silence, he could see their determination to enforce this plan. No matter how much he persuaded them, it would be useless and would incur resentment and hostility instead. Xiao Hen looked at them one by one. There were too many self-righteous, arrogant, and domineering people. He tried hard to hold Wen Qingling down and prevent him from completely standing on the opposite side of mankind, but there were always people who pushed him that way. A rough man with a beard asked, "Brother Luo, do you know this person?" Luo Fengju introduced to everyone, "This is my brother, Wen Qingling. He has no ill intentions. Everyone, don't get so fired up." Luo Fengju also introduced other people to Wen Qingling, saying, "Qingling, this is Captain Meng Hua. I was seriously injured while escaping from South City. Fortunately, I met Captain Meng, otherwise I might be dead by now." Ji wrong. Brother, you're being grateful toward the wrong person. It was your brother's effort that allowed you to escape from the pile of zombies in the South City. Lu Tianjin did not know until his death that Luo Fengju, who he thought had died in South City, had long left South City alive and had joined the Ling City base. Wen Qingling could save the four unrelated people, so how could he just sit back and watch his brother die? It was impossible for Luo Fengju to die in South City. Meng Hua looked at Wen Qingling but asked Luo Fengju, "Does he have an ability?" Luo Fengju proudly said, "He had wood-type ability. Back then, the entire South City base had to rely on him for the rations. He was amazing." Meng Hua laughed and stood up from his seat. "That's great. We are in need of strong people. With Brother Wen joining us, our odds of winning will be a little better." Xiao Hen silently paid attention to the development of the situation. He took in the crowd's reaction. Where there are people, there are disputes. With one sentence, Meng Hua put Wen Qingling into his camp. This made Miao Bo, who was the first to persuade him but was rejected, look ugly. Miao Bo and Fang Shenlong had always been of one mind. The Blood Corps had not yet come to attack, but they had already begun the infighting for power. Others were unaware of Wen Qingling's strength, but Chong Boong, Wen Chu, and He Yi knew very well that this was a powerful man who could treat the infected and could also establish a base in the zombie-ridden South City. Chong Boong had always felt that he seemed to be able to control the zombies in South City, but the idea was so bizarre that he couldn't even convince himself, let alone say it to the public. Although Chong Boong felt that Wen Qingling would not join the Ling City base and would not be drawn by any force, he still could not take it lightly. After all, there was a relationship between Luo Fengju and Wen Qingling. He was afraid that Wen Qingling would be successfully pulled in by Meng Hua. Chong Boong stood up and said with a smile, "Dr. Wen, if you are interested in joining our base, that's a great thing." Chong Boong introduced him to everyone. "This Dr. Wen is the doctor at South City Clinic. He saved Wen Chu's life. He is the benefactor of Wen Chu and I." Chong Boong directly exposed the existence of South City Clinic, so that everyone could clearly realize the true value of Wen Qingling. Sure enough, once Chong Boong's words were out, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. They had all heard about a clinic in South City that could treat the infected. It was originally just a rumor. Later, many people described it in vivid details, as if it were true, and even those who have been treated have come forward to prove its authenticity. Some crafty people went to South City to check it out, but before entering the city, they were scared back by the crowd of zombies on the periphery. They simply didn't believe that there was such a clinic inside. Recently, they heard that there was also a person in the base who could treat the infected. However, it was confirmed by the base leader just now that the guy was a fake. He created extremely dangerous zombies in the base. Fang Zhen was now a wanted person. Unexpectedly, Even Captain Chong said that, and the doctor himself was at the scene. Are all the rumors true? At this moment, someone shouted, Captain Chong, you can't lie to others. There are zombies everywhere in South City. Where can this clinic exist? To tell you the truth, I've been there myself. There's nothing but zombies. I keep hearing about the South City clinic. Is it the real deal? It's F*** King bullshit. How the hell can a person open a clinic in the middle of a zombie swarm? After this sound fell, everyone quieted down and looked at Wen Qingling, as if to determine whether he was a human or a zombie. Chong Boong, Wen Chu, and He all looked at Wen Qingling in disbelief, as if they had been reminded. They saw it with their own eyes. This man can control zombies in South City. Could it really be? Someone directly asked Luo Fengju, this brother of yours, is he a human being or not? Luo Fengju said angrily, what the hell? My brother is standing here in perfectly good condition. What is he if not a human being? Fang Shenlong said calmly, Dr. Wen really opened a clinic in South City. Wen Qingling, indeed, I am running a clinic. When the atmosphere was getting weird, Miao Bo laughed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize it was Dr. Wen. Please let us entertain you, Dr. Wen. Miao Bo didn't believe he was a zombie at all. Even if he couldn't persuade such a powerful figure to join their cause, he couldn't offend him.